It's the Bennington Show on a Friday morning. Double shot of Bennington today. 844-ROCK-GOD, 844-ROCK-GOD if you want to reach us. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I'm Ron Bennington. Did Chris Stanley show up this morning?
I'm here, Ron.
Whoa!
Oh.
New record, one day in a row, showing up on
I'm
time.
going to build something here with this streak.
Keep it going, DiMaggio. Look at you.
Yo.
Our house band today, Creedence. Perhaps the greatest band in the world that no one ever says is the greatest band in the world. We forget them.
If you go through and just look at the hits alone, the amount of Creedence songs most people know, and people don't go, oh, top biggest bands of all time. Nobody says Creedence.
I was on a long distance car trip once, right?
Mm-hmm.
Someone throws the best of Creedence in. Everyone in the car sings 22 straight fucking songs without missing a lyric. There's very few bands that can happen to, unless they're your own personal band, but not a car of people.
Yeah,
would all know that.
That everybody knows all these songs.
That we all didn't grow up together, by the way. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh, we're Creedence people. No, this was basically strangers. Literally sang so much Creedence that on this long distance trip, ended up in Michigan when I'm supposed to be heading towards Chicago because everyone's just down on the corner. You know, one of those things where you're driving and you're looking in the back seat, you're high-fiving. But they're an unbelievable band. And here's the weird thing. Now, I said you can name all the songs. No one ever brings up an album by them, though.
Mm-mm.
They're a singles band, like a boy band. And yet, boom, you know all the songs.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever listened to a Creedence album.
I know.
Come to think of it.
That's the strange thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to point out these little things in life to you, and then you're going to be able to say, God damn it.
This is just a taste of what you're going to get.
Oh, yeah. You're so goddamn glad you listened to the show today because you get these little facts. You know, minutia, like Seinfeld type minutia. What's the deal with Creedence albums? You ever notice that you know all the songs, but not the album? Oh, my voice is changing. It is the Bennington Show last night without a first-string quarterback, without a second-string quarterback. The New England Belichicks beat the shit out of the Houston Texans, 27-0.
Goddamn shutout. Bill Belichick, greatest coach of all time, to go out with, I guess, Bissett, or as the internet's calling him, Brisket.
Let me just tell you this. He is the greatest coach of any sport that's ever existed, and better than any general in history.
Really?
Definitely.
Yeah. He's unbelievable. How's this fucking happen?
Pulling this shit
It's the NFL, the National Football League, not the AFL.
It was unbelievable watching just complete dominance of a team that was supposed to have a good defense.
Houston was flying back last night, and the pilot made everybody put their belts up front. He was just worried there would be a hanging. We don't need a hanging. It is, it's crazy to see somebody and just think of how many coaches most teams go for. And you give them all the talent in the world and they can't work for it. This guy came in, the guy who was the quarterback last night, 3 weeks ago used to deliver milk to the Patriots fucking building. They just made him a quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They should just say next week, no quarterback. We just fucking hike the ball. It's an immediate fumble. Somebody will pick it up and figure out what to do with it. That might get everybody close. Steagles game this weekend. Steelers-Eagles. The old Steagles. You know that there was a team called the Steagles?
What? No.
Vito, did you know this?
I had no idea.
Neither one of you guys read sports books as children. I think it was during World War II. There was so many guys drafted, right, that they could not house all the teams. So they called the team the Steagles. That was the leftover Steelers and the leftover Eagles. The Steagles played, I believe, one season. Now, here's the deal. Those Steagles, that Steagle organization, has now won 6 Super Bowls.
Amazing.
between those two cities in Pennsylvania. I don't know if I've seen anyone outside of Tebow who gets the natural love that this fucking Wentz gets.
It's unbelievable, man. Everyone wants to just fucking say nice things and think nice things about Carson Wentz.
I love him. I've been thinking about him all week.
Sure you have.
I admire his confidence. I don't know. I trust him. I trust him.
He was drafted second last year. First, and he's still not playing yet, the LA Rams drafted Josh Groban. And I'm like, that fucking dude? That singer? Josh Groban still on the bench.
He's never getting off that bench, by the way.
He said, I can't understand a playbook. He looked at it. He goes, there's fucking lines going everywhere. This is hard. And he goes, every time he looks up, he wants to pass to someone, but some other big son of a bitch is running at him, trying to knock him down. He goes, I can't get this game. It's too much. Let me just sit over and watch for a while. I'll watch you. He's like a fucking 8th grade boy at a dance, just leaning against the wall, going,
Get in there.
I don't know all the directions they go in.
Come on, you can figure it out.
Not really.
Just believe in yourself.
I believe in me, but the girls don't. There is a bit up on the iBank today. I think, did you send it, Chris, about Wentz on a date?
Yeah, all right, so recently, this is his girlfriend said that they were on a date, her and Carson, and that he was studying game film underneath the table as they were having dinner. So he was just ignoring her, just watching fucking game film.
Guess what? He would rather be home watching game film. He takes you out for a fucking rum and Coca-Cola along with some appetizers.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was. It was really nice. It's a nice night out all the way around.
It's dedication.
Look, he wants to make sure everybody picks his ass on FanDuel.
I would.
Oh, that's a hot pick right now.
Well, they're already saying that the Steelers are the greatest team in the history of fucking planet Earth. So
Ever?
Yeah, ever.
Better than the Patriots and that third-string quarterback?
Patriots. Their last night's story, dude. Get with it.
I fucked up. I'm already behind.
This is another fucking bit that's pretty funny. Charlie Rose was on his television show yesterday called Wake Up and Enjoy the Day with CBS and Charlie Rose. And so he has John Oliver on. And he was saying now that Comedy Central has fired Trevor Noah. And Oliver's like, what? And he's like, forget I said that. Now, I know there are some people taking it like, oh, Charlie Rose is old. I'll tell you something, though. Charlie Rose is fucking wired in New York. Everybody wants to go to dinner with Charlie Rose.
Right.
Somebody fucking said something to him.
Yep. So you think it wasn't a mistake?
No. I think he gave after-election news pre-election.
Oh, no.
I really do. I really believe that.
That was a slip of the tongue. He had Oliver on. I'm sure someone told him this. He'd been thinking about it a lot, and it came out.
Somebody said to him, I hope we can get John Oliver once we fire Trevor Noah on November 3rd.
When's that HBO contract up? We need him back immediately.
Trevor Noah is not going viral, and that's a very important thing for a TV host.
Yeah, I don't think it's happened for him once. I haven't seen one thing where people were passing it around like, oh, did you see this?
I got something perfect for him. You know how James Corden does car karaoke?
Yeah.
Boat karaoke. You just get in a boat and you're singing.
That's cool.
Motorboat or like a yacht?
Look, that's I'm a fucking big idea guy.
Okay.
Right?
All
Motorboat is something you like to do with the...
You know what? I'm going to put him in a tugboat.
It doesn't matter what kind of fucking boat it is. It's the karaoke. This is going to be called Boatioke.
Better name.
It is cuter.
I'm going to try to get Creedence back together for the first fucking show, since anyone can sing 22 songs by them. You think I'm making that up? Try it. You can sing along with 22 Creedence songs, no matter how old you are. A baby, born yesterday, could do this. Chris, what's the big Yankee story you were trying to tell me?
All right, a Jewish man had his...
Why do you got to point out what kind of man he is?
Because it's pertinent to the story. That's the only reason I say this.
No.
He had his yarmulke taken off his head.
Well, so you're not going to wear it forever. Surgically?
No, someone behind him took his yarmulke.
All right, just take it from the beginning. You don't know what you're yelling. You're so fucking quick to be anti-Semitic that you won't tell us the details.
Is it at a game?
So he's at a game.
He's at a Yankee game. He's at Yankee Stadium.
Well, first of all, you have to say a man was at a Yankee game and had the yarmulke ripped off his head. We would have got the Jewish part without you pointing it out. Okay. So now what?
Now he's complaining to the Yankee organization.
Should he be happy about it?
That he doesn't feel safe. Something needs to be done about this. That he can't even go to a Yankee game anymore.
Not everybody's doing it. One goddamn drunk did it.
But he wants a total change of everything.
What's he asking for? What are his demands?
He wants the Yankees to have more security for people.
Yeah, yarmulke security. They got security there, but the thing is, you are going to get a drunk.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of stuff happens all the time. I mean, not specific to yarmulkes, but
yeah.
And he also said the Yankees failed to investigate it into how he wanted it investigated.
How does he want to investigate it? See, we fucking lock the doors. No one can get out, like the movie Snake Eyes.
Everyone empty your pockets.
The highly underrated movie Snake Eyes, where no one could leave the boxing match. Why a hurricane was hitting Atlantic City? Look, here's the thing: a drunk might look at that, think it's like a doily for his beer. You know, it's like a coaster to him. Now, I don't understand the full religious thing to this. If anybody knows. Why would you need to wear a yarmulke at a game? I thought you just had to wear a yarmulke at a temple.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But this guy was really freaked out that he didn't have his yarmulke.
I think there's specific days that you need to wear it out and about.
Oh, first day of autumn.
I think there are specific days where, for some reason, exposing the top of your head, a no-go.
So this guy had his yarmulke removed on a Monday. I wonder if Monday is the day they need to have it on. I figured it would be Friday.
Did you
now,
just
here's the
call
thing.
it a
People
yarmulke?
say it's not true what you just said, Gail.
Oh, it's not.
Religious people wear them all the time. All the time.
So if you're doing it right.
Yeah, if you're going to do it the right way. Now, I don't know whether that means you wear them into a shower or not. But what would happen? What was the downside? I mean, no offense. But I'd rather have someone steal my hat than my phone. So I don't know why it would be more important to him than the yarmulke.
It's against the rule, I guess.
Oh, yeah, the rules.
I mean, the rules.
You got to keep the rules. That's one thing with God. You might not understand the rule. Keep the rule.
But here's the thing that I think is crazy. If you take any religion and you go past, let's say, golden rule, where most of them say, don't hurt other people.
Treat others as you would treat yourself.
And yes.
They don't understand that I'm a cutter.
After you.
So I can go with that cut.
Everyone gets the Ron Bennington treatment.
Look at this. Look at my thigh. I put it right under my skirt so that when I sit down, it'll come up and the other kids will ask me, what's going on with you? I'll say, I'm a cutter now. Don't bother me with this. I'm a cutter. But go ahead.
So after you get past the basic rules of not hurting other people, being nice to people, and not being a piece of shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you act like those are rules.
Well, they're the basis.
The golden rule isn't. I don't even think an official rule.
Right, but most of them touch on this thing where it's like, yeah, but each religion has some form of commandments where basically what they're telling you to do is to not be cruel to other people.
No, that's
physically.
Elvis. Elvis says, "Don't be cruel." I don't be cruel. Hey, everybody, it's me, Elvis, rock god. That's the God that I pray to, the God of rock.
Me too.
But your point is, if you hear anyone else's religious rules,
right? If you go outside of the basics, everything gets ridiculous.
I'll tell you this: a big one when I was a little kid was don't eat meat on Friday, and then they shit canned that. They just said, you know what? I don't know what we're talking about. Go ahead and eat meat anytime you want.
Yeah, this is a very specific thing.
Our phones blew up and then all fell off. I don't know whether we got a problem. But see, here's the thing. All right, so here's what it says here. Somebody wrote this to us. This is from Wiki. Jewish men should cover their heads and should not walk more than 4 cubits bareheaded. Covering one head, such as wearing I'm going to mispronounce this, kippah, is described as honoring God. So here's the deal. They shouldn't walk around at all without a yarmulke on. So if you have a Jewish friend, he's not wearing a yarmulke, scream, "Oh my God!" But why not a full hat? Why couldn't he just wear a Yankees hat?
It seems like that would make sense.
It doesn't say how much should be covered.
Yeah, why is it only a good, 50% of the head needs to be covered?
50? That's like 10% of the head. That's almost next to nothing. I mean, it's just a little top. A lot of times I'm thinking, are you trying to cover a bald spot with that? Because male pattern and balding, let it rock.
But it seems like he could have just got a Yankees cap.
Exactly.
Even just cut it a little bit and then
just cut the brim off.
Yeah.
Do you know that thing would barely stick together like that?
Do you have some tape?
What if you had a hoodie? Just always have a hoodie in case that blows off.
Well, here's a bizarre one that I live right next to. The next neighborhood over from me is a Hasidic neighborhood. So the Hasidic Jews and the Orthodox Jews have a rule that I believe it's Saturday. I'm not sure which day. I think it's Saturday.
Sabbath.
Sabbath.
Saturday.
That they cannot interact with technology.
Right. That's the thing where sometimes this has happened in my building. They'll wait for you to hit the elevator and then they get on.
Yeah, but they get on the elevator, which is, I think, interacting with technology.
I think they're fooled by that. I think they did not know the small room was going to start moving up and be a lot better than the stairs.
Because that's a cheat. You're cheating at your own rule. And
it's not their rule.
It's a life
the rule
hack.
was in it.
It's a religious hack.
Here's
little
a
hack for you guys.
Here's a fun
Get someone
religious
else
hack.
to hit the elevator button.
Now,
but okay, so this is something that I learned that one of their little life hacks that they do is they'll leave the stove on from the day before. So they'll leave their they'll leave their oven on, and it causes a ton of fires in Hasidic neighborhoods because they're leaving the gas stove on.
They gotta get some wood-burning stoves in there. Or is that technology too?
yes.
That's just setting wood on fire. That's not technology.
So here's the deal. Let me
sense.
just say this. Neither one of you knows a damn thing about religion. And I'm able to Google and figure this out as we're going along. They can't do work on the Sabbath. The work is pushing the button.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing. Can they lean? You just hit the button.
Whatever happens, happens.
So don't do work. So turning on the stove would be work, but then making yourself an egg isn't?
I can't imagine why that's true, but I was told that.
I would say this. I know a lot of people spread rumors and they're wrong about it. I would just say, if I'm running a synagogue, but I mean an Orthodox one, right?
Right.
I'd say, look, Saturday's sandwich day. That's it. But I don't know if opening the refrigerator is work.
Can we keep it in a cooler? Pack these up in a nice little cooler the night before.
Yeah, you can have the cooler. There you go.
God will never notice the cooler.
Yeah, most of the time you're just trying to fool God. Now, when my people were able to start eating meat on a Friday, a lot of us couldn't do it immediately because we're like, you don't understand. You've worked this into our head. You know? We were like...
and this is during Lent, right? That's
No. It was across the board
all
when
the
I
time.
was a kid. Every Friday.
So then by the time when I was little, it was Lent.
Yeah, they did Lent. Yeah.
And then
they did.
now it's none.
Yeah. Now it's Good Friday. Best though. Just do it Good Friday. Can you do at least Good Friday? But that would be a nice excuse for a pancake day.
All right.
But no sides.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the problem.
Like, I don't know about you, but I like a little piece of sausage.
It's delicious.
I'm used to that. And a cheese pizza. No meats.
Right.
No, you
Well,
can get mushrooms, but
you know, at McDonald's, they during Lent, they do the 2 fillet of fish deal.
Such a good deal.
And that's why, because it's Lent.
Nice thick piece of fried fish from McDonald's.
all right, look at this. Mark from Long Island. Mark, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Good morning. I work in a Jewish hospital, and on any Jewish holiday or Saturday, all the lights are lit up on the elevator so that they don't have to press the button.
So pressing the button is a big deal from them. Out of everything.
But they're out on their cell phones, though.
See, I guess that's not work.
Okay,
that's
it's not.
play.
Okay, that's.
You just can't be taking a call from work.
Oh, they go, okay.
How much work though is pressing the button?
It doesn't
What if it
seem
pleases
like
you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could talk to Siri, and Siri could operate your phone field.
Siri worked for me.
See, if I could come up with a Saturday elevator where you just say what floor you're going to,
Oh, shit.
I think I'll make the Orthodox Jews very happy.
You'll be huge in Brooklyn.
Now, the other thing is, they are so close and look to Amish to me, too. They're all down with the Reservoir Dogs without a tie look.
Yes. And it's like that same thing where like they're living in our modern world and yet they've got their own weird stuff. Like in my neighborhood, they have their own ambulance.
Yeah.
They have their own
Wait,
bus.
What?
Yeah.
Why? Where there's going to be ham in the other bus?
I don't know.
Why do they need a bus for themselves?
They have their own bus lines. And they have
Could I get on that bus if I wanted to?
You know, I've never tried. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I've never seen it make a stop, so I'm not really sure. But it's filled.
We're getting to the bottom of something. I'm just driving around with the same people. Make them think we're running a full bus route. Now, so you can cruise around like that. You know, I've been on a Catholic bus before, but it's only to,
Right,
go somewhere for the day. Like, hey, everyone get on the Catholic bus. So they have their own ambulance to go to their own hospital.
Uh-huh.
They have their own buses. They're a city within a city.
They have their own car services as well.
Like taxis?
Uh-huh.
What? Did you know this?
Yeah, they're on like security force type thing where like they won't call the cops, they'll call their...
I've seen them on TV before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they back down from nobody. Nobody.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I saw those guys. I guess it's almost like Neighborhood Watch or something. But here's the deal. And this is the last one. I won't ask another question. Do they have their own subway?
They don't. They we ride the subway together, but they don't seem happy about it. Like
No.
I could tell that they would rather have their own.
Why did you even say about it? Why did they just say they don't seem happy?
Yeah, they don't.
Now, and where's the cutoff point between the Orthodox Jews and then the Jews that we kind of hang out with?
I think it's like the difference between like the Amish and the Mennonites. Like I always feel like the Mennonites are like a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
Relaxed.
Here's the thing about the Amish. They're very big into tobacco.
Are they?
Yeah, they grow and sell their own tobacco. And when I'm down in Maryland now, because there's a lot have moved from PA to Maryland, they're really spreading out. They used to just be in Dutch country and PA, but now they're out in Ohio, Indiana, all the way down Maryland, Delaware, because they love land. And there's only so much land that you could have. But I see tobacco hanging all the time. So I'm asking when I'm in getting some, which, by the way, they got the best fruit ever. I'm always stopping for watermelon and cantaloupe. By the way, corn, too. So I say to them, hey, we're going to get some of that Amish tobacco. They're like, oh, we just sell it to each other.
What?
Yeah. I think they haven't passed whatever legal things to sell them to white people. So they're just like, we make tobacco, our tobacco. I'm not going to jump through hoops to sell it to everybody else.
Right.
So they just, and I'm like so curious about their tobacco.
I know.
Who do you think it's like pipe tobacco?
Yeah,
Or do you
pipe,
think
or I
it's
think
like-
they're rolling up spliffs still.
Mentholy, maybe?
No. It's natural.
Here's Rachel in Westchester, Bestchester.
Hello?
Hey, how are you, darling?
Okay. Some of the things they're not allowed to do on Sabbath includes ripping paper, so that they're not allowed to rip toilet paper. You have to have a box of tissues in the bathroom.
You can't even rip toilet paper. I mean, it's
But
perfect.
then wiping yourself doesn't work, I guess.
You have to use tissues. Or
What if you leave it on the ground and you just kind of roll over it like a dog? These...
If they get mail and the envelope is sealed, they're not allowed to rip open an envelope. You're not allowed to braid your hair. You have to unscrew the light bulb in your refrigerator because every time you open the refrigerator door, the light bulb comes on, so that has to be unscrewed for the Sabbath.
But why can you still have a refrigerator? That's a lot right there.
Because it's always on. You're not turning it on.
Yeah, but You still got to open. You've got to open the door.
That would be work.
Isn't that similar to pressing a button for an elevator, opening a door to a refrigerator?
No, because the refrigerator is on all the time. Just like with the oven, they leave the burners on, and then there's a metal sheet they put on top of it, so they can keep their food warm on top of this metal sheet. It's a bizarre world. It's called the breath.
You can warm.
Like
yeah, you can have warm food. You just can't cook food.
Right. Okay.
That's their deal.
Okay.
So can you use an app?
That apply to the Sabbath. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rachel, my favorite thing is that you ignored Chris, because that make me feel like you're an honorary skank. Did the skanks know that you were there the other night?
They were enthralled with Mickey Gall.
Why invite you to Mickey Gall night then?
I'm not sure. I was booked first, and then I found out a couple days beforehand. Mickey Gall, the guy who beat up CM Punk. I guess I have to beat up a WWE wrestler, Ron.
But why wouldn't they say, Chris, we got this guy. We'll bring you back another night.
I don't know.
Chris,
And you weren't well.
I saw myself in the video screen, just the palest person fucking ever.
Well, you were also, you were sick. But Chris said to me, I shan't do the skank show again. And I go, why? He goes, I was totally ignored. And you ended up missing Big Brother.
I know. And then my phone dies. I turn it on when I get out of there, when I get home. I got like fucking 90 texts in this giant chain. And I see the bottom of it, fucking Nicole won. And I was like, fuck this shit. That was just the topper of the evening.
By the way, this fucking Vito, friend of yours, Power Vito.
Yeah.
He acted like, at the end, he was happy that Nicole won.
Yeah, it was very
and
weird.
he said to me, no, so she played a great game. She played a good game. And I'm like, I wish you guys would have made this your first podcast. The new season starts immediately, right?
Immediately.
Wednesday night.
All right, you need to do a podcast before that on the wrap up. Have you even seen it, Chris?
Yeah. I haven't seen it.
That could be your first podcast. Vito explains it to you. Now, also, I think I came up with a name for you guys.
Okay.
All right. You know how you want to have Big Brother in the title for Google searches, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And I went around to read reviews on this. There were so few. There was only a couple things that only a couple news sources that had what the fuck? Nicole beat Paul? So, this is my title for you guys. I want you to hold on to it.
Okay.
Big Brother and the Holding Company. That's Janis Joplin's band for you, Vito. Now, here's the deal. You're probably going to have to do company with a K.
That's fine.
Because I don't want to see you involved in a lawsuit.
So I'm going to scratch out Pounding Floaters as my
I really...
name.
I don't think anybody would have been able to find you.
No.
Backdoor party.
Yeah. I don't think people could find that.
No.
But if you even put in, this is their Super Bowl event, right? Big Brother's Super Bowl event. And it was like, if there was a Super Bowl, but you had to search around to get an interview with a winning quarterback and losing quarterback. Fuck. It was driving me nuts because I wanted to see whether people were appalled or as happy as Vito was. Now, by the way, and I'm glad you have the full thread saved because Vito didn't give me any fucking credit. I start off that thread with, I want Paul to win. I think Nicole will. By the end of this fucking guy had turned it around constantly and made it seem like he was the modern day Noah.
I really hate people who do that because it gets to me.
It's just say you hate Vito.
I do.
Good, me too.
I hate him the most
because it's a type of personality who they want to pick the winning team just so they'll lie to themselves.
Good.
Yeah,
right.
They'll lie to themselves to be like, I haven't wasted my time watching this show. Well, we did.
Look, I don't understand. Being a fan of the Steagles. I've won 6 Super Bowls, so it doesn't matter to me. But Vito, what is it about you and your post-election love of Nicole?
I've been very straightforward that Paul annoys me. I didn't want to see him put another $500,000 into that mansion of his.
That's not fair.
This is the problem with that. Do we sit around and wonder which quarterback gets paid less and then fucking root for him? This is not a charity event.
Thank you, Ron Bennington.
It means that you don't like the game of Big Brother, hence you shouldn't be part of Big Brother and the holding company.
I think Nicole played a pretty decent game. Like she stayed in the background. She didn't get nominated until the week before.
You didn't have the balls to say that until after she won. Now this is the other thing. Lawrence Taylor, awful person, terrible person. I have no problem saying greatest linebacker I ever saw. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't go, I would have picked the nicest linebacker and say he's the greatest. That's sick. That's a fucking illness.
Also, I just want to say, Mama Day, we don't need you to play with our minds on who you're going to vote for.
You know what
she acted like she was going to do something, then she did something else.
Oh, come on.
She was the last vote, and she voted for Nicole.
How the fuck did she vote for Nicole? Nicole fucked her.
Really, you're missing. We're not thrilled. I mean, we're not all pumped up on this.
It's also already happened for us, so we're not going to be at your same passion level.
That's what I'm saying. We weren't fucking roped into watching the skanks.
I watched a man kiss another man's penis.
What?
Go ahead and explain the rules behind that. Were you forced to watch that?
Did you
get hard?
I didn't get hard.
Was that part of the rules?
Why can't you just give us the... You can't set the table today at all.
Okay.
Like with that crazy yarmulke story that went nowhere.
Mickey Gall and Luis J. Gomez got into a MMA match, and then he beat Luis J. Gomez. So then
He just says he.
Mickey Gall.
I never heard the name Mickey Gall. I'm not a...
He also does air quotes in radio.
So this is what happened. Jay Okerson and Luis J. Gomez made a bet that if Luis J. Gomez could last 1 minute wrestling Mickey Gall's sister, who was there, Jay would kiss Luis's penis. And then
why doesn't Jay finally just say, I just want to kiss his penis all the time?
I don't know.
Because he ends up kissing his penis once a week on that show.
I wouldn't judge him for that.
Now, what were you doing while they were kissing penis?
It was a very small room. I had to look.
You were under the stairs, from what I could tell.
You're like Harry Potter under there.
It was a dark and dank studio.
She's right. Harry Potter did live under the stairs for a while. Until Hagrid came.
Mm-hmm. So whose penis did you kiss?
No one's.
So you felt left out. See? You were ignored.
Tell Johnny to hold on for 1 second. I want to take this. Joey, what's up?
Hey, I hate to agree with Vito, but Paul all year reminded me of that spoiled rich kid, too much money, too much time on his hands. Let me get weird tattoos all over my chest, which I don't even know what they are. Nicole is middle America. I know that's not the exact game, like you said. But
you're voting white. You're saying one person looks Middle Eastern, so I'm going to pick the white girl from Wisconsin or Michigan or wherever she's from.
All Nicole did all season long was sit in the bed and masturbate Corey. That's all she
Team
did.
Nicole. Team Nicole.
What? There is no Team Nicole.
Dude, can I just tell you something? Because you're not going to believe this. So that's the summer that you believe you saw, right?
Yeah.
She comes out of the fucking house. Her parents are there to hug her. There's some nerd dude that looks like he's going in for a hug. And Nicole is totally weirded out.
Yeah.
Kind of gives a hey and turns her back on this guy.
Yeah.
And because
ices him.
Nobody covers this, right? I have no idea where to go. I can't find out. Was that her boyfriend all year? And why is he comfortable going to that? This is what episode number 1 of Big Brother and the Holding Company should be about.
Company with a K.
Yeah, it was so uncomfortable. But, like, at first when I saw him, I was like, maybe it's her brother?
And then he just stood.
But then, there was an uncomfortability. No. If it was your brother, you wouldn't be like, I need to run away from him and go to my parents. And then she, like, had her back to him, and then he was just awkwardly standing there.
That's his boyfriend.
Yeah. It did look.
It was really uncomfortable. And why would he show up?
If it's your brother, he doesn't go in to hug you before your parents.
Yeah.
A brother waits. Let's suppose someone's coming back for Christmas vacation. The brother doesn't stand in front of the parents and start hugging. Now, a boyfriend does have that right. Because they're like, oh, they're young, they're crazy about each other. And you just see fucking Corey not giving a fuck. Corey goes, wait, I am going to change my vote.
I mean, yeah, it was very uncomfortable. And to think that he must have been watching those live feeds.
Loving it. Probably fucking cucking up, just jerking off his little Michigan dick.
Corey cooked him out.
He loved it. That's the thing. No one knows the joy of the cuck.
He looks like a cuck. And I don't use that word. You know what I mean? I don't go around calling people cuck, but he looks very cucky.
He did. He cucked it.
I gotta see this cuck.
Why? You would have seen it. It's like you went to a place, a Super Bowl party without a fucking TV. And then you said you were completely ignored for the entire show.
They just wanted to talk to Mickey Gall about fucking MMA. I don't know.
But did anyone say, Chris, what are you up to? You know, the whole time, anytime I was watching, I was like, do they want Chris there?
If maybe
talk about a cuck.
I'm no cuck.
You were letting yourself be treated like one.
You are exactly like Nicole's boyfriend, the cuck.
I've done Opie's show where I thought, hey, me and Opie will be hanging out. I turn around, there's 19 guests. You know what I do? I throw the fucking bow, and I make sure I get some position for myself and get my jokes in.
That's good. See?
Because I don't want anyone to think I'm a cuck.
Yeah. He won't be cucked.
I shan't be cucked.
No. The uncuckable Ron Bennington.
That's my... I would like that to be the name of my book. All right, Hard Rock Johnny.
Bennington's.
Hey.
Jenny.
Yay.
Greatest morning ever with a surprise Bennington show.
Was it a surprise? I thought we were scheduled.
Yeah.
This may be the last.
It was a surprise to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all I care about, really.
This may be the last. Well, why don't we tweet or something or social media? Why don't we do a fucking Twitter blast about that? What did you just put a cold water on your head?
Are you sick?
Warm. No, I'm feeling a lot better.
Dude, you might
look better.
Yeah.
Ish.
Did Chris just dump water on his head? Is that what you said?
He's just like rolling his water bottle across his head.
Chris has come up with a cure for the common cold. Be ignored by the skanks in front of their massive online audience. Did they even introduce you?
They were introducing me, and then Mickey Gall came in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's cuck, dude.
God.
That's fucking cuck.
You've been cucked, dude.
Now, you see why I want to treat our guests with respect?
Yeah.
Why I say, look, you know what? Don't just fucking freak out when it's Danny DeVito and treat him nice. Treat everybody nice. Then by the time Danny DeVito comes in, you'll know how to do it. You know what it feels like now to be ignored.
I sure do.
Now, I guess they must figure we don't put them over. We don't take care of a Dave Smith, a Louis J. Gomez. Oh, wait. A Big J. Okerson. Wait, I just remembered something.
What's that?
We do.
Mm.
We treat them like gold.
We do.
I know.
And they still...
Why are you not being able to express yourself? What is it that you feel? Do you feel pain? You feel embarrassment?
I feel sadness, you know?
Yeah.
And embarrassment, you know, because I don't like being cucked out, Ron.
Just stop. Just be a person for a while.
I'm a dude.
Trying to steal somebody's fucking lines. Just be a person and explain yourself before you move on. This is why you're bad at meetings. We ask you to be a person. All right, Johnny, what can we do for you?
Just calling to say hi.
Johnny, you remember I brought up that band the other day from LA?
Yes.
They would love to do it.
When? This one?
Yeah, I don't know. Because he saw that Don was in his own... You know, I don't want Don to be upset.
What was with him the other day?
He's got a lot going on. You don't understand how hard that man works.
He's a busy bee.
Look, look. This is your job every day. Did we order potato skins? It seems like you got it down to a science. We went to lunch at Johnny's the other day, and there was so much movement going on around us. There's people just running and setting things up. I mean, it's a really busy place that he runs.
Yeah, it was very busy.
Yeah, this isn't under the stairs at the Skanks where fucking Chris can back into it and not move.
I am no work cuck, that's for sure, like some other people on this call.
Here's what happened. Chris did this show, and he expected to be treated how?
Oh, like a guest.
Like, hey, we're glad to have you here. we want your opinion. We want to talk to you.
Yeah, exactly.
And you didn't get that.
Oh, no. They just want to interview Mickey Gall. Which I guess is understandable since the guy just won fucking whatever.
Would you have had a problem to say, we got a major guest who won whatever?
Yeah.
Can we do this with you another time?
Would have been fine. Would have been fine.
That would have been fine.
Then you would have had your Big Brother moment.
You would be like,
Yeah.
I get it. This is great. I have a cold. I'm not feeling well. My show is on tonight. I want to watch it on my phone since they don't own TV.
All Access app.
Right. But you felt like a fat girl at the fucking dance. Like, everyone's like, hey, yeah, come on over.
Yeah.
I'll bang you. And then all of a sudden you get there, you find out there's 3 blondes that show up.
No one wants to fuck me now. This is terrible.
You didn't get your penis kissed.
Or you didn't get a kiss of penis. Either would have been fine.
You're just sitting there in the cupboard under the stairs.
It's Chrissy's turn to cry. Chrissy's turn to cry. Chrissy's turn to cry. Where on the penis did Big J kiss?
The head. The head of the penis.
Perhaps the most sensual of all. How long did he keep his lips there?
Not very long. It was a peck.
Peck on the pecker.
Yeah.
Right? That could have been your joke. It looks like he gave a peck to the pecker. Am I right, guys?
Right?
Were you
Did you guys hear something?
I know, it was like the movie Ghost, where you could just move a fucking quarter up a door. And that's
too.
it.
You know.
My darling, I hunger for your touch. Did anyone, when you left, did they say, Chris, sorry, I realized we hadn't paid attention to you?
No.
Okay. You want me to talk to Jay?
No.
I mean, I can't talk to the other two. But I can talk to Jay.
No, needs to be no talkings too.
Okay. No talking still. Okay, Popeye, I got you. I didn't know you had all these good stands and you can't stand no more. Why didn't you say you'll wrestle fucking Mickey Cuck? Why didn't you try to put yourself in it?
Yeah, you could have wrestled or kissed anything.
It's always sad, right? Like, the hardest thing for a parent is to see that his kid isn't fitting in with the other kids, you know?
Right.
And they look, Vito's laughing because he works with children. And then they go like this, go over there and show them that you got a baseball glove. Go ahead, Johnny. That's what I felt like watching this.
It was a rough appearance. I'm gonna fucking tell you that much.
Don't blame yourself, though.
He can't blame others. He doesn't have it in him.
Mm-mm.
He thinks he's the nerd.
It's like when you bring a kid to a birthday party and you go say hi.
I know.
Go.
Take your present to him. And then you see your kid walking over real slow and the other kids are just running by. Fucking life is great, man.
He's just like practicing what he's going to say. Happy birthday. What am I? Happy birthday.
It's the saddest thing. I brought your present. The other kids are just
cry.
I know. It is the saddest thing to see. Just to see the little fucking nerd in glasses just not enjoying life. The other kids, it just seems to come so easy to. The Dave Smiths, the Louis J. Gomez, the Big J's.
The bad kids.
Yeah.
Running around, having fun.
That's right.
They're like punching each other in the gut, laughing.
It's true. Nobody wants a good kid.
Oh my God. Like, that'll be heartbreaking. Like, if my kid is like the sweet, sad little... I'll be heartbroken. I'll be crying every day.
Oh, Jesus.
I guess I have a...
Always a hand for a hand in the world.
Why don't my fingers reach?
Sitting underneath the stairs at the stand. Why am I such a geek?
It's so sad. I'm laughing and crying at the same time. Oh my God, Chris.
What?
We feel bad for you.
Well, last time I showed up
bad.
fucking blackout drunk. And now I showed up sober and it was fucking Mickey Gall's show. It's fucking 2 weird appearances. I don't know what the fuck was worse. Either me thinking the show was a half hour long and it being 2 hours. And then I think I fucking just screamed over everyone the entire time when I was fucking whacked. And this time.
Look, do it one disaster at a time. This last disaster is all you need to.
My fucking track record's fucked over there.
No kidding. But they bugged you for a while to do that show, right?
Yeah, I was booked for like a month out.
No, this is why you're afraid to do other shows, because you feel like you can't feel the comfort level.
I don't know if some UFC fucking wrestlers going to show up at every other show I'm booked on. Was Brock Lesnar going to be here? All right, then just fucking talk to Brock Lesnar then. The Iceman or whatever. I don't know any of the fucking MMA guys.
All right, a friend of mine who no longer wishes to live a public persona is so happy that after all the spoilers Chris blurted out this summer, he has the Big Brother finale spoiled. And then he did a ha 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 and an LOL.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Fucking cruel.
He's enjoying it.
Yeah. If he really wants to enjoy Chris being embarrassed, go watch his appearance in the shadows under the chairs, under the stairs.
Oh my God.
How about what he says? Just as he was getting his nice announcement.
Oh, there's Mickey Gall!
Oh my God.
He just hears the fucking glass break.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're gonna get some penis tonight, everybody.
What?
Move off that chair, Chris. Let Mickey Gall sit down.
Meanwhile, he's just under the. Excuse me, my stapler.
That stapler belongs to me.
Burn this whole fucking comedy club down.
Really? Because you didn't seem like you were going to.
Oh.
Nope.
And he was sickly.
I know. That's like the part that really breaks my
I'm
heart.
going to talk to Jay about this.
Don't. It's fuck if he doesn't realize, whatever.
Okay. That's if you could get rid of all the friends from your past, I'm sure you could no longer be friends with the skanks. And when the skanks come in here and do the show, we're always like, hey, man, here's where they're playing.
I know.
We give them time.
Yeah.
You think they would take care of you?
No. Mickey Gall. I got galled.
Here's what's embarrassing to me. Is like Chris is an extension of our show, therefore extension of me, and I feel like I got galled.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because,
Why don't you just stand up and walk out and have some dignity?
I should have. I should have just walked the fuck
You
out.
keep replaying the night over and over in your head?
That's a terrible thing when you do that to yourself.
Yeah, it's bad.
Stop doing that. Don't do that.
Right, why should I stop?
Hey, Johnny, who do your Giants got this weekend?
Oh, Redskins, big rematch of it's going to be the Odell Beckham show against Josh Norman.
You watch against Mark Norman?
Yes, Mark Norman. Yeah, he's playing for the Redskins.
Hot. Johnny, you said that you believe your Giants are going to go undefeated this year.
They're never going to lose again, ever, just forever. 3-4 seasons from now, they'll still be undefeated.
That's as far as he can say forever.
Well, and I don't want to pile on Chris, but do you still think that the Kansas City Royals are going to win the World Series and then conclude our ongoing bet? Because now I think you're going to owe me $260.
What if he just kissed your penis?
I'm not kissing no one.
No, I'm okay with that. No, I don't need that. I'd rather have the money.
I thought I had the Indians.
No, you tried to say you had the Indians, but you have the Kansas City Royals.
How do you even know that?
Because someone just tweeted it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Twitter tweets.
But I know him, and he'll never take Royals.
He said they were gonna repeat.
Never saw a diamond in the rough. Wait, why am I singing it like the clown? That's
the clown version.
It's the only way I remember the song now. Puddles. Let him take the Cubbies. We'll start from here. Can you just have the Cubs?
Are the Royals even in the fucking playoffs?
They're only 5.5 games out of a wild card.
All right, come on. Give me the Cubs then. Let's keep this interesting. Let's get into the fucking postseason.
It was interesting when you picked them at the beginning of the season.
Johnny, he could end up jinxing the Cubs and everybody in Chicago will hate him.
Come on.
Let him take the
Give
Cubs.
me the Cubs.
Give him the Cubs.
Give me that city.
Come on, he needs it.
Come on, I need this win.
Chicago.
Come on.
All right, fine. You could have
just relax.
The Cubs.
By the way, look how you do better when you have somebody else in there fighting for you. That's where I expected Big J to be. I thought Jay would be like, hey, Chris is here.
Hey, everyone, this is my friend Chris. He's pretty cool.
Well, you know what the thing is? There's some guys that'll hang out with you when it's just the two of you when you're a little kid, but then when other kids come around, they ignore you.
Well, I guess the Galls of the world.
Or the Dave Smiths. I mean, first of all, I don't even know whether they would have paid attention to you if anybody would have came in. Christine could have came down the steps with fucking Rice Krispie squares. They might have started ignoring you. And you're missing your favorite show's finale.
I know. That's what really upset me.
And you know what?
When that thread was going, we were all texting each other, having a great time. All I kept thinking is, man, I wish Chrissy was involved in
know.
this.
Because you would have been going crazy.
You know why? Because we respect you.
Thank you.
But this goes to show what a bad fucking time manager you are. Because, you don't know, oh, yeah, I'll do that in Super Bowl Sunday.
No, it was a month out. I didn't realize I didn't have the finale set.
Yes, they've always had. Vito.
We've been talking about how the finale was set,
chill
and that's
out,
how we
Vito.
knew. That's how
Christ.
You can't do this show with them. You're not up to this fucking par with this. Let's see, who can we get? Gall? Can you get a hold
He
of
doesn't even watch the show.
How do you know? How do you know, Chris?
I doubt. He's sure he's training to fight some fucking dude soon.
Was he funny?
Yeah, he was great.
He was the best.
You watched him get jerked off in a bumper car that whole night.
What?
Yeah. You missed it all.
Oh.
All right, Johnny, talk to you soon. Cubs.
Later, Bennington.
Cubbies.
Bye, Danny.
Just fucking saved your ass on this Cubs thing.
Thank you, Ron.
Make sure you good and destroy their hopes and dreams. I know you're not keeping up with your periscopes. You're not.
I've been sick the last week. It's been rough. I think I'm feeling better now, though.
Christmas is coming, boy. Christmas is coming.
I know.
Do you? Today was the first day that we did Ope's show that I left the house in the morning, and it was dark still.
Yeah, it was really, really weird. I walked my dog this morning, and she looked so disoriented. Like she was looking at me like, yeah, you already walked me at night. Like this isn't okay.
I think you're putting words in her mouth.
No.
I don't think she thinks that strongly.
No, I'm not humanizing her. I was walking her yesterday, and a guy came up and he started petting her, and he was like, "You're such a nice little person." That's right, I call you a person. And then he turned to me, and he's just like, we humanize them, but they doggidize us.
No way.
And I was just like, this guy's awesome.
Yeah. First of all, he is awesome, and he should be on better things. That's the kind of weird thing that happens when you have a TV show named after you, that you can do every week. But we doggy-sized them. Hello, my name is Pierre, and I'm new to the neighborhood.
That's right, I called you a person.
Why wouldn't you, either one of you guys, grab Puddles singing Royals?
I don't know. Well, Vito will never pull anything, so it's my fault.
I didn't
What
know.
you need is somebody else on that fucking board, huh? Somebody who wants to produce, not just watch.
Maybe I should just be on the board some days. I know I'm better at pulling music.
Well, you're right next to a YouTube thing yourself.
I know
Puddles, Royals. That's all you got to do.
I don't want to type
Puddles,
sometimes.
Royals. I know you have more time when you're on the other shows that ignore you, but I want you in here. I brought it up like 6 fucking times. Bring it up. I love that Puddles, man.
He's so cool.
Love the Puddles. He needs another big hit, though.
He does.
I got to come up with something for him. Hey, what was your Bar Raphael story you wanted to talk about, Vito? Were you the one who sent it, or did Chris?
I sent in Nina Agdal.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Bar Raffelli just had a...
Wait, what's her name?
Bar Raffelli.
It's Raffelli?
I thought it was Raffelli.
I never know how to say it. I never know how to say it. So what's the story with her?
She had a kid 6 weeks ago, and now she's posting on Instagram pictures of her in lingerie.
All right. Let's take a look. Isn't that up on the iBay?
It's not up yet.
Oh, it isn't? Well, then let's not talk about it. All right, go ahead. It is up. You just missed it. Ever get somebody to look at this computer so that we could get it to run a little faster?
Yeah, I talk to IT about once a week.
You ever talk to Don?
I brought it up to him before, but not recently.
Got to bring it up every time that you do. You got to do a CC. All right, there she is. Stunning body. Well, she's just gorgeous.
She's so beautiful.
She's crazy sexy. But no, you wouldn't know that she had a baby a week ago.
Now, she's the one she was dating Leo for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
Like years ago.
If you're saying someone's a model, then they have dated Leo. He's dated every model, particularly the supermodels. Now, she is stunning. That lingerie shot is out of this world. The only way that you know that she had a baby is that her tits are bigger and milk-filled. But, women were mad at her while she was pregnant because she looked like she wasn't pregnant when she was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that happens. Like very skinny girls, sometimes they don't put on much.
I was talking with a girl on the street the other day. Your mom is like a doula for her. She was like thin and then a really big belly, and then the belly button was sticking out through the t-shirt. You know what I mean? Some women gain weight everywhere when they're pregnant.
Yeah.
But some women just got the belly, and that's it. I don't know how that works out.
I mean, I don't know what determines whether or not you're going to get big everywhere. Because some women have, like, I know someone who was complaining that, like, some girls get this, like, great little pot belly, so they just look teeny, but with, like, a giant belly. And she's like, I gained weight everywhere. I just look like, why do I have this giant gut, is what it ended up looking like.
All right, Nick can give us her actual last name. Nick in Canada.
Hey guys, it's Bar Raffaelli.
That's what I said, Raffaelli.
You're the winner. And Chris?
Yeah.
Cuck. I don't know. What did you call her, Chris?
Bar Raffaelli.
Raffaelli.
And I think I said Rufio.
Rufio!
They were saying to people of a certain age that they are just totally obsessed with Rufio. Whoever was a little kid when that movie came out still thinks about Rufio every day to this day.
I was pretty young when that came out. Loved Rufio. Rufio.
You were nutty about Rufio. So that's up the picture of Bar Raffaelli. Raffaelli is up on the iBang. And there's also an amazing thing. There's a protest in Argentina. So what the women do is they go outside of Congress and they take their clothes off. Now, wouldn't this be better than what's going on in Charlotte right now?
So much better.
See, this is the way to handle it.
Argentina, by the way, hasn't gotten a new building in 145 years.
We've got enough buildings.
They're just taking their clothes off on the street.
Oh, this is great.
Do we have a not safe for work up on that? Because that's not safe for work.
Not safe for work's up there.
Good.
And it's got the NSF dubs.
A lot of people get in trouble for looking at a nice news story like this at work.
Well, you know what I like is that they're not doing anything. Like, they're just living life, but completely nude in front of the spot. It's not like they're out there, they're yelling, they're like got signs. They're just like, this is my protest.
We will stay naked until you listen to us.
Now,
is that a subway system in Argentina?
I know that they're at a bus stop there, but I don't know if they...
I thought I saw a hole to go down in.
No, she's just nude is all.
That's disgusting. That's anti-misogynistic, which is being pro-woman.
That sounds good. Then.
That's pro-woman. What you're being is pro-woman.
See, this is like whatever, like what the dudes like is more like nudity, just like regular chicks for some reason, like that.
We're tired of looking at supermodels and hot chicks. You just want to see someone. You want to see the girl next door. They're one fucked up country, though. Every time you turn around, there's something nutty in Argentina.
There's a lot of kidnappings, right?
Yeah, constant. Everybody there has been kidnapped at least once. The only person that couldn't get kidnapped in Argentina, Chris Stanley.
Really? Why's that?
No one sees him. He's just under the chairs.
No, who's going to put up the ransom?
Oh.
Guess you just have to cut all my fingers off.
It seems like you're really
If they did that, our nickname for you would be Palmy.
Palmy, get in here. We just want to see your just palms again. Still weird.
We call him a palm reader because he only has palms, and we saw him reading the paper once. So that's why we laid the name palm reader on him. So this Argentinian thing where naked lumpy girls walking around, is this hotter to you? Or Bar Raffaelli in her lingerie and sexy haircut. Which one for you, Chris?
I like the naked Argentinian girls.
Over Bar.
Yeah.
Like if you could only have one in your life.
Give me the Argentinian girls.
Wow.
I see. That's what I was saying. I knew that would be the case.
Rufio went fucking crazy, didn't you? Rufio went nuts.
Batman.
Now, is the reason, back to the idea of you don't feel like you've really gotten anything unless you see actual nip. And you're seeing full nip with these Argentinians.
Or do you believe that you don't deserve a supermodel?
Oh, is that what it is?
I mean, I would fuck it up. I mean, I'd fuck it up with the Argentinian girl, too.
Oh. See how he attacks himself before others can.
Yeah.
You're sad, buddy.
That's
You're a sad guy.
So interesting that you would think it's like, oh, I don't want that because I'd fuck it up.
He can't even fantasize about it because he'd fuck up his fantasy.
That's terrible.
Like, in his thing, he's with a supermodel in his fantasy, and she's just calling him names and/or cucking him out, making love to a stranger in front of him, and saying, "You will never get this."
But then would I want that? Because I'm the cuck.
If you don't, Vito, in your new show, Big Brother and the Holding Company, coming soon to the internet, it looks like you're not going to get Chris. His head isn't in the game. Who would you like as your partner?
Is Ron and Gail Bennington on the table?
That's big money, bro. I don't think you're going to be able to fucking afford that. I'd be there as a guest.
I would guest as well, for sure.
I'll guest host. You want to take their first show off?
If we pay for the dude's train ride, we could probably get Boogie Down Glenn to come down.
He's grooming pets all over the BX.
Chris, do your Glenn impression.
We're freaks, baby.
It's my favorite.
It's a pretty good. You know what? That's the same impression you do of your mom. Just say, Christopher, we're freaks, baby.
I saw an interview with Glenn after the finale, and he's like, yeah, I had a much bigger impact than anybody realizes. People were coming up to me going, look, I turned off the show after you got eliminated. I didn't care
First
anymore.
episode?
Yeah.
Or Glenn.
Fez actually texted me when it started. Has Glenn lost weight? And he had. I looked up. I'm like, yeah, I think he has lost some weight. You missed all this, Christopher.
Sucks.
Oh, my God.
I really want to
We're
see it.
freaks, baby.
We're freaks, baby. We're Team Freakazoid.
He was so excited about the Freakazoid name.
He just wanted to belong.
I know. He was so excited to be on Big Brother, and it was over in a second.
Who you guys voting to get over the top?
Oh, yeah, Josiah might go back in.
Oh,
No
so you
way.
can vote.
No way.
You can vote a.
Yeah.
There's two people up for vote that.
Who's the other one?
The dude from 17. I forgot his name.
First of all, I vote for him because he does my favorite thing in the world. He talks like a cartoon cat. And anyone who talks like a cartoon cat, I'm down with him. He seems like he would hang out with Top Cat, the way he talks. I think Jason's a lock, right? Who's going to vote for?
He's a lot more popular. Like Big Brother fans love Jason, but people might want to see the drama that Jose would bring into the house.
Jose would just get kicked out immediately again.
I don't think he'd get kicked. I think people would be smart enough to keep him around because he'd be an easy target down the road.
He's a lot smarter about this than you. And he's the one that picked Nicole.
Bullshit.
After the fact.
You picked Nicole, Ron.
Thanks. Beyond that, I was just getting fucking emails.
I did not
about you.
I didn't pick Nicole because I never picked with my head, always with my heart. I wanted Paul. Now it's just like Paul's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen.
Paul was incredibly disliked, though. I saw a thing of favorite people this year, and Paul only had like 6% of the vote. The people watch this show.
That's crazy.
I know. The people who watch the show don't like the show. They go on people. And I get that he's a dick. I understood that from jump. I get that you don't like people who have money, Vito. I understand that. Occupy. Sure. But you got to respect the game.
Yeah, he played the game. And also, when somebody is annoying to other people, that, in turn, is entertainment for you. If you're not the person being annoyed, then you're getting the pleasure of seeing someone being annoyed.
So you like to see somebody in jeopardy, a.k.a. a Chris Stanley, ignored under the stairs.
I mean, that one was personal, so it was
under the stairs on Skaggs.
That's where he did the show.
He will not even look up at us. He is
Come on.
bummed.
Now, Chris, we're your real friends. Why won't you?
We wanted you to do well.
I want to do well. I wanted to have a good appearance like I had the first time, I think.
You were the first person that ever represented this show and was ignored in the history of this show. Consider yourself a record setter.
Well,
I want to have that record.
You already have it. Dude.
Oh, shit.
Well, why didn't you think I'm going to jump in? I'm going to stand up for myself.
It just got out of hand, and they were really only just concentrating on talking to Gaul about his fucking MMA career.
Well, why can't you be one of the people
why didn't you ask
I
Gaul?
don't know shit about MMA.
They shouldn't have had you on then. Would you ever go back and do their show again in a million years?
No.
Wow. All right, 2 million. Okay.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
There's a maybe. All right, let's break here. Back with some Credence Bennington. Credence. Man, you could just grab any of that Credence and it would all be great. It is the Bennington Show on a Friday. Ron Bennington, Gail Bennington, Cuck Stanley, and Vito will also be starting a new podcast next week, which, Vito, you're calling Big Brother and the Holding Company.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to get all the scoops on Big Brother, daily updates on what's going on in the live feeds.
That just sounds stupid. The way you sound it is like every bad show I've ever heard in my life. Hey, Martin, Massachusetts. Martin.
Hey, guys. It's been 18 years. Are they ever going to figure out how to format the finale? I mean, they waste half an hour on the first two parts of the HOH, and anyone with a live feed already knows what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, a very few amount of people have the live feed.
But they've got that Friday episode that's just a complete waste of time.
Yeah, look, if you're going to say that the show could be formatted, yeah, I would much rather see that. I wish that they would work more on strategy and less on who found the fucking taffy that has someone's face on it, so they're head of house. That kind of shit bores the hell out of me. It's the strategy that works. This is something that can come up on Big Brother and the Holding Company coming soon.
I mean, they trotted out the pre-jury house guests, and they didn't even let them say a word.
Not a word. What did you think? By the way,
not all the jury even got to ask a question.
I know it used to be each person to make it personal. That stunk. But we have time for Julie Chen to read off cards. Julie Chen, by the way, said she would have picked Paul. But I'll tell you that Paul did two bad things. Number one, he should have taken James. But, you don't see everything from in there.
Yeah.
Number two, he did a terrible job of explaining his strategy to the people. And that's the thing. Since your strategy is secret, you've got to make them see it. Instead of yelling out friendship like a moron.
Yeah, you can't just... Friendship took you so far. Now it's time to say, let me put that character aside.
But Nicole also did nothing to explain herself other than, I'm a white girl. But with your vaginas. Only one...
As usual.
Only one woman voted against Nicole. Big Meech.
Yeah.
Big Meech. Who, for a super fan... is a super dope about the way the fucking show works.
And dear God, she had to get it in one more time. Like, as a super fan. Oh God, Big Meech. Stop saying it.
First of all, you don't want to be a girl and the first fucking part of your nickname is Big.
And she has no respect for Dr. Will. That's no super fan.
She doesn't like Dr. Will at all?
She had no respect for him in that jury thing, and then I watched an interview with her the next day where she says to Jeff, I wish you were doing the jury thing. You would be way nicer than that guy. She said that guy. She didn't even say Dr. Will.
Oh, really? Super fan. And she doesn't know who Dr. Will is.
All she cares about is Ian.
Okay. Just everyone calm down.
That sucks.
Just first.
Dr. Will's... He's the only good part of that.
What?
He was the only good part of the special. I was excited to see Dr. Will back.
Oh, yeah.
I like when he calls them out in their shit in the jury thing. When they like say something, he's like, well, that's the game. So get used to it.
How much money do you think they give him to come back once a year like that?
I think it takes them 2 hours to do that one thing. So they'll probably give him, I'm going to say like a cool 10 grand for that.
More than that, I think.
Really?
I think 35 G's, if I had to guess.
Wow.
Sounds about right.
It's a big fucking network show.
Yeah.
I mean, they spend more than 35 G's in setting up the stupid once-in-a-lifetime roller coaster ride. You know what I mean? Like, they throw money around.
Now, they throw money around and stuff like this, but Vito had pointed this out in our text messages, that they are responsible for covering with their hand the key and getting it in there without the camera seeing it. It's so uncomfortable, and it's all I could focus on.
It's so scary. Like, every time I watch them, like, staring at their hand.
That's because years in the past you've been able to see. But this is a thing that shows you. They don't even do the key gimmick anymore.
Oh, I missed it when they used to have to take it out and announce who the next, that was the best part of the show, but I guess they were strategy in it because you put people in the end who you didn't want, you wanted to know you didn't like them, and the people in the front were your allies.
That was a very big part of the tension. Not here, I'm just going to turn up a picture. Because of that, we didn't get that big wheel, which everybody would have taken their key and put it in. It didn't make the same amount of sense. I don't know.
The wheel.
I can't put up with all the rules changes to that in the NFL.
They got rid of it, I think, in season 16 when they started doing Battle of the Block and they had like 4 nominees each.
Yeah, well, that was dumb.
And then they should have just brought it back because that end of the episode was so tense because you didn't know who was going up.
Yes, thanks for the obvious. I can't wait for Big Brother and the Holding Company.
I'm really excited.
You say that it's over, Vito. Say that it's over now.
I read that America's going to get a vote in the finale.
The new one?
In Over the Top.
Not in the... I thought we were going to get the whole vote.
Ugh.
I thought it would be up to us.
Oh.
Why, it's not a real season anyway, Vito. What do you care?
But still, that just takes... I wouldn't mind if it was like season 8 where like America had one vote. But I don't want to vote. That's why season 1 sucked.
I don't remember. Yeah, I would agree. Season 1 was the worst season. But I don't remember in season 8 that people got a chance to vote.
Season 8, there was America's Player, who was a guy who every week America voted on what he would do in the house. And then he had a vote in the finale.
Kind of feel like I remember that.
That's stupid. That's a stupid thing. Hey, here's a video that I love. It's a guy, he's doing something nice. He's taking a plate of soul food and giving it to a hungry guy. Here's my beef. Why do you videotape yourself doing this to show that you're such a good dude? But you got, Chris, stop it for a second so I can get some volume on it. There you go. Take it back. You learn production. Take it back. Now I want you to pay attention to the way he's kind of complimenting himself on his way. And also look at this. The food looks unbelievable. You got fried chicken, you got mac and cheese, you got cornbread, you got greens, and it's stuffed high and deep. Now take a listen to him doing the voiceover on his own video of him as a hero.
Good morning. I be taking my son to school and shit, Joe, and I be seeing this dude, you feel me? He trying to get his shit together, I guess, but he ain't on no drugs, I don't think, but it don't matter till you stay on, but you gotta bless the motherfucker every now and then, Joe.
All right, stop it, Chris. He just says on his way, you gotta bless a motherfucker every now and then.
You gotta bless a motherfucker every now and then.
Now go deep into it, Chris. Go towards it. So when he's giving him the food. Because, but go over and see this on the iBank. First of all, soul food it's no matter where you go in the country, it's the same exact items in it.
Right.
And yet I wouldn't make a change.
It's the best.
And style my active toddler's hair.
What are you doing? You're running 8 of those. No. Shut some of your windows.
No, it's a pop-up.
Then use it to turn that off.
Pop up on here.
Yeah, so you can hit pause on a pop-up. Never mind. The whole point is this. You gotta bless a motherfucker every now and then.
You gotta bless a motherfucker. He's like, I like it. He's like, I see this guy. You feel me? Huh? Like, are we part of this video?
Yeah.
You feel me?
You feel me?
I feel you. Go ahead. You're describing.
I'm taking some of this food. He don't seem like he's on no drugs.
No problem, Joe.
Now why are you putting it up?
Oh, because I've got...
Yeah, but then you don't do it while we're talking. You just give me the sign. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Cool, man. Yeah, man, no problem, Joe.
Thank you so much.
It's all good, brother. You gotta feed you, bro. You feel me? No problem. You keep doing what you're doing. You keep reading and shit, man. Something come your way, Joe. You never know. And shit. You might need a job one day. I might be fortunate enough to find somebody that's willing to, know what I'm saying, go ahead and work with you. You feel me? But you stay focused, Joe.
Just give him the food. Just give him the fucking food.
Can I just have that?
He also looks like he gave him a Heineken too.
Yeah, I gave him a nice little drink.
I mean, one thing you don't want to do for a guy on the street is give him a Heineken. You know what I mean? That should be the exact opposite.
Dude,
you keep reading them books.
That food looks delicious.
It looks unbelievable.
And, look, is he patting himself on the back? Yes. Is he making a video of it? Sure. But he's also giving him actual silverware, I noticed. He's not just giving him, nice takeout. Like, he's got a plate and a metal fork on that plate. I mean, that's a classy thing.
Yeah, that's fucking fantastic.
Dude, that'll feed somebody for 2 full days. It's a ton of food.
Yeah, that'd feed me for a half hour. I'd probably come back on like this. What do you got for dessert?
It's part of the meal.
What do you like in soul food dessert? I got one thing and one thing only.
I wonder if it's the same. Banana pudding?
Banana pudding.
That's the best.
It's the only. I don't want a fucking piece of pie. You got banana pudding that is so sweet, it actually makes you feel like you're going to pass out.
They do a good bread pudding, too. But I
wouldn't know it, dude. I wouldn't fucking know it. Because you can't get banana pudding anywhere else.
What's another soul food dessert? Are there any others?
Yeah, there's always like pie and pecan pie and stuff like that.
That sounds good.
Not interested.
Right.
Give me the banana pudding. I wish we were eating that right now. I would be the fucking happiest ever. Hey, here's our buddy, Dr. X. What's happening, man?
How you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
You know what I was thinking, Ronnie? This guy's taking his young son to school, and the life lesson he's teaching him, look at here, my young son, you got to bless a motherfucker every now and then so he get his shit together.
He's right, though. You do got to bless a motherfucker every now and then.
Every now and then, you do.
All right, guys.
All right, peace. It's the funniest shit ever. This is definitely a pay it forward one.
You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you, man.
He's trying to get his shit together.
Hey, Chris in Indiana.
Keep reading them books.
What's up, Bennington?
Hey.
Hey, you were talking about America possibly voting for the winner of Big Brother. That won't ever happen again because Opie kind of fucked that up on season 1.
Yeah, what happened?
Opie, the season 1 winner from Big Brother, Opie was friends with him, but he used the audience to plant the vote to make sure that one-legged dude won.
Dude, I remember, and this was just when I came to New York, that thing was going down, right? So, I'm watching Big Brother, and then I'm in work, and Anthony comes walking in, because we were doing, like, the overnights, drunk off his ass with, like, the top 5 finalists from season 1. And this was like, I'm not kidding you, like 48 hours later. So we're still drinking on our show. Everybody's having a good time. That fucking one-legged dude, he's fucking plastered. And at one point, this is always one of my favorite all-time Anthony Loans. So the kid is just slurring. He's like, I'm going to, use some of this money so that my brother can go to college. And Anthony's going, hey, man, wake up. You were dreaming that your brother was going to go to college. That ain't going to happen. But this fucking guy was so plastered, he got up to go to take a piss, forgot that he had one leg, and went down on the ground.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Now I'm fucking sober at the time. I'm not out at Hooters drinking.
Oh, my God. He just forgot. He just was like, I'll just walk to the bathroom.
Now, just to show you how weird this would be for you, Power Vito, if suddenly you came in here today and I had the top 5 finalists all drunk. You know what I mean? Just hanging out with them.
Be very bizarre.
That was a strange thing. Jay, North Carolina.
Hey, buddies.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to give you guys some total recall about that season 8 America's Player that Vito was talking about. So I think the dude's name was Dan, and I think he came back as an all-star. He was the guy who gave the football speech to people. He was a football coach.
That's a different. No, Dan Giesling wasn't. Dan Giesling in season 10, like, did America's thing. Like, they gave him a challenge a few times, but season 8 there was America's Player who just played based on America's vote.
Okay, I thought that you were telling us that America got a vote.
They did every week. This player would vote
I remember
based
that.
on
That
who
was
America,
dumb as shit. America could tell who to vote out, whatever. But what did they get? Money for it?
When like Dan Giesling did it?
Yeah.
But he got
I'm saying Giesling.
He loves Giesling.
Dan G got paid to like hug Jesse for like 48 seconds and stupid shit like that.
No, but on that season 10, Dan also saved Evil Dick, if you remember.
They weren't. No, Dan G was on season.
Just say it again.
Dan G was on season 10. This was on. Evil Dick was on season 8.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Trucker Phil.
Hey, buddies, how's it going?
Good, man.
Realize I'm a bit nervous saying this, but I kind of have a song parody about our old buddy Chris over there.
Great.
Oh.
Imagine the tune "Addicted to Love" going through your head.
Okay.
I always am.
He writes notes.
I sing
but
it.
He can't.
Well, hold on. Go ahead and sing it.
He writes notes, but he can't spell. His letters illegible. He loves the skanks.
Take your time.
I'm nervous.
No, dude, let me just tell you something. You're doing so well, you can't even believe it. Chris is already pissed and leaning back. No, I'm not even kidding you. I'm loving this. So let's go ahead. Take it from the top. Enjoy yourself. Comfortable like you're with your friends.
What friends?
Exactly.
He writes notes, but he can't spell. His letters illegible. On the skanks. He's a guest, but they talk to all the rest. He trains in turns. That's the plan. But Vito showed him up, man. You might as well face it, you are a show cuck.
I love it.
That's the worst song I've heard in my entire life.
I love it.
Trucker
It's so
Phil,
good.
you are going to the pretty good prize closet. You might as well face it. You're the show cook.
That doesn't even make sense. Fairly fence.
You're the show cook.
You're really fucking putting those words in there.
He passes notes. He can't spell.
I can. I'm literate for little
his
fuck.
bit stinks. You're fucking pitted up today, too, dude.
Yeah.
So this thing about you being cucked out on the Skank Show doesn't seem to be going away. And this is one of the few things I ever saw actually bother you.
Well, yeah.
You know, a lot of things make you mad. This is the first thing I ever saw hurt you.
Yeah, because, we treat them very nicely for years now, and then I just got ignored on the fucking show.
This surprises me.
Yeah.
Would you ever go back on again?
I have no idea why I would ever go back on that show.
Every time I talk to any of the skanks, they're always saying, oh, we love Chris. We want to have Chris on. Every single time.
I know.
They say that.
And then this Mickey Gall thing happens.
You know what? You're Popeye without your spinach. If you were good and drunked up, this wouldn't happen.
He needs his go-go juice.
But you felt bad that night, and you were like, he's right to me. That was a disaster.
Yeah, it's like, that was not good. Phone just turned on, Ron.
And I'm like,
I can see, there's a giant screen where you can see yourself.
Yeah.
And I just keep catching myself on the screen. I'm like, Jesus, I look fucking like shit right now.
Well, you were sick, man.
Maybe that got in your head. If you're not used to having to look at yourself, maybe you were just too focused on that.
He was also, he was very, very sick.
I know he
was
was.
cold. They were excited. He didn't fit in.
I even said to you earlier that day, hey, maybe you should try to tell them you want to reschedule, because I knew how sick you were.
Didn't do it.
Hey, Vito, who's this Nina Adol that puts slices of pizza over her nipples?
She is the girl currently dating Leonardo DiCaprio. She's a supermodel.
Say what I tell you.
Oh, yeah.
This fucking guy.
You know, when I was young, I had the biggest crush on young Leonardo DiCaprio. I loved him so much. And I remember at the age where I realized, like, he dates supermodels.
Yeah.
And then suddenly the magical thinking had to end. I grew up that day. And I realized, I'm not 6 foot tall.
Do you know a friend of mine sent a letter to the guy from the Counting Crows? You know, the
Robinson?
No, Counting Crows, not Black Crows, Chris. This is why the skanks want nothing to do with you. So, because she wrote this long letter to him saying, you act like you're a regular guy and everything, but then you only date models and actresses. And I'm like, you didn't mail it, did you? I'm like, what the fuck? Why would he give her shit? You know what I mean? It's because she had a crush on him.
Yeah.
And then the same thing, like, oh, I'm never going to be a model or an actress, you know? All right, that girl is unbelievable.
Yeah.
There's a naked picture of her laying. I don't know what she's laying on. It looks like it's a cement thing.
Looks Roman.
Okay. And little slices of pizza over her nipples.
Well, looking at her, I still think I might have a chance with Leo.
I think you.
You know what I
think
mean?
You could. Once he got to know you and stuff.
Yeah. Because you know what? With me, I'm not going to put any pizzas on there. You know what I mean?
I would do this.
You're going to see everything, Leo.
Leo actually retweeted and said, looks like I'm having pizza tonight.
Num, 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 num.
Num, 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 num.
I don't like that her comment on it, like her caption for her
what
Instagram,
does it say?
Waiting for @Domino's.
So does that mean Domino's paid her for this?
Because you can order Domino's with a pizza emoji now, so I'd assume that's why the pizza emojis are there.
Oh my God. So she got naked for Domino's.
Yeah. And threw her some cash, probably like $75,000.
Wait, that's fucking, seriously, 25 more G's than fucking Dr. Will got for coming back.
It's just an Instagram post.
And he didn't even have to get naked and put pizzas on his nipples.
Yeah. First of all, I give her extra credit for that. Good for you, honey. Make a little money.
Sure.
You're going to take that fucking ass out, get paid for it. By the way, they're paying. You can see it free up on the Interbank today. Well, it's been forever. Andy from Cleveland. Hey, Andy.
Hey, guys. I'm glad to see the tradition of musical parodies being sung over the phone. It's still alive and well.
Yes, it's doing very, very well. It's coming back.
Better than ever.
Way. You might as well face it. Chris is a cunt.
Show truck. Yes.
Oh, fuck.
So, hey, I want to give everybody the heads up. Just saw it last night. My Blind Brother with Nick Kroll and Jenny Slate and Adam Scott and a very familiar-looking bartender opens up this weekend in 25 markets and on demand.
I saw the trailer for this. It looks actually funny, and I love that Jenny Slate anyway. Love her.
Me too.
Yeah.
She was absolutely awesome on set, and so was Nick. It takes an entire day to film like 30 seconds of footage. That's how that kind of thing goes, and we did, so it was just him and me just kind of sitting around and talking, and just really an awesome guy to work with, and it was really a fun time, and the director was awesome. And
did you bring up Gurian to him? Jeffrey Gurian. Jeffrey says...
Yeah, we did chat about it a little bit. We talked about Jeffrey Gurian. We actually, right out of college, I bounced around Europe for a bit with the Rocky Horror Show on tour, and so we discussed the finer points of performing in drag and how much of a pain in the ass it is.
All right.
But
What's the name of the movie again, Andy?
It's My Blind Brother.
My Blind Brother. I told you the last movie I saw Andy in. I thought he was unbelievable.
That's
he was
awesome.
really, really great.
I'm excited to see it, Andy.
Awesome. Look, unfortunately, I got to run. I got to go teach elementary music.
Peace. Have a good one, man.
I will. Yep. You take care. Okay. Bye-bye.
Peace. It's very funny. Gurian sends me this thing. Got some love on Marin's show, right? And he tells me where to go with and to listen to it. And it's Kroll and Mulaney on Mark Maron's show. And they get into a Gurian thing. I don't know if I would have called it love. You know what I mean?
What was the nature of?
The nature of Mr. Comedy, Jeffrey Gurian. And he's like asking, will Gurian will show up, be on Broadway? And they're like, yeah, he'll force himself in. I'm sure he'll be there.
How is that love?
And, they were talking about the dentist thing and the shady weirdness of all that. And yeah, if they were how Chris felt crushed about the way he was treated, you would expect Gurian to feel the same.
He has the opposite effect.
On top of the world about it. Looks like I'm going to Broadway. And they're basically saying, it's like if you would have said, is Stalker Patty going to be there? People would have said, try keeping her out.
Right.
That's what he got, one of those deals.
Chris, maybe you should take a page out of Jeffrey's book and think of it as a positive.
Lie to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jeffrey's happy.
He just heard the name Gurian.
Yeah, and he loved it.
Someone's talking about
it. I mean, you were introduced.
Mm-mm.
Kind of.
Never.
You didn't get your introduction?
No.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So they never really said your name?
I think in the second hour.
Oh, boy.
I think I heard a Chris Stanley thrown out there.
But that is an introduction.
No, it's not.
So you went to watch the show, basically.
Pretty much.
You like the show, so that's good.
What's your show?
See?
It's my show. It's my show.
Get the Jeffrey attitude about this.
Vito, what is your story? This is the greatest job in the world.
So Ariel Winter, the girl from Modern Family that I'm obsessed with.
Yeah, Modern Family just came back on the other night. A Tale of Three Cities. I was furious. They were shooting 7 blocks from here, and I never
saw
knew
that.
About it. Never knew a damn thing about it.
So there is a dude whose job is getting to touch up her butt with makeup, and I think it's the greatest job of all time.
Well, he doesn't do it every day. She must have been for one scene. And it's not just her butt. I'm sure he's a makeup man.
Well, that's a great job. I would do that job, and I would hope I could move on.
You don't have the skill set.
You don't have, seriously.
Can you even contour, dude? Seriously.
I can learn.
Can you? Because you went to film school for 4 fucking years, and you thought there was just a butt makeup person.
If you told me I could be Ariel Winter's butt makeup guy,
you made me so uncomfortable. And the reason is because I still think of her as a child. I understand that she's technically an adult. Why?
Because last night at 7:00, it was her when she was 8 years old on TV. So you still see her at that age.
I'm not that much older, so I don't feel too weird about it.
What's your age difference?
I'm 23. I think she's like 18.
I'm still uncomfortable with it. I understand it's not that bad, but it's still a little bit uncomfortable.
Last year would have been really uncomfortable when she was 17.
He was saying the same thing.
No, I waited until she turned 18 to start getting obsessed.
That's even more uncomfortable.
Yeah, like that's for some reason
that's
it's worse.
Countdown clocks are the worst fucking thing.
Well,
that's gross.
That means he still wanted it when she was 17. He couldn't keep it together long enough.
No, I didn't follow until 18th birthday came up because she didn't start popping up as this like hot sex
symbol.
Stop.
Good God.
You're talking about her curves, her womanly curves.
They're great. She's got great curves. And they I was watching a show the other night. They're going really far to not show off anything.
It's a family show.
It's a family show, and that's not her character. Her character is a nerdy girl.
Sofia Vergara's wearing all nice stuff all the time.
Yeah, but that's not her character.
She's the woman.
She's an adult woman.
This is a girl.
This is just a young lady who was just a baby a second ago.
I know.
And it's not even her character. It's not her character. She's like a nerdy.
Let me see the butt makeup picture. No, did she put this out or did TMZ?
Yes, she put it out.
Okay.
On her
And she
Instagram.
wants people to see it.
She likes when people
What
look at the
show
butt.
was this for her show?
It can't be. This has got to be for a modeling shoot or something.
Modeling shooters. I mean, she was doing a movie recently where she had like a leg tattoo. Maybe it was that leg tattoo getting put
What
on.
movie is she in?
It was hashtag secret shoot. So maybe it's something no one knows about yet.
That's what she calls her asshole.
Oh,
The
wow.
secret shoot.
She's a movie with her and Burt Reynolds is coming out soon.
Burt Reynolds.
It's Boogie Nights too.
Plays her
The name of the movie is I Died in 1987. Anyway, that's up on the iBang. I'm very, very uncomfortable with this.
I'm uncomfortable because she's a baby in my mind.
I feel great.
Stans, you put up a Rolling Stone determines the 100 greatest TV shows of all time.
Yes.
Here's the problem. It's a list, and everybody always ends up hating lists, no matter what they are. There was people furious with me about the Springsteen list, and I had to write back to people, I didn't write the Springsteen list.
How could you do
I
this,
am
Ron?
too tired to put together 312 fucking songs.
I mean, they all made the list.
It's where they are. Growing up is that fucking low? Bullshit. Tony in Texas.
Ronnie B, $1,000,000.
Hey.
Hey, Ronnie, 8 years ago, one of the greatest nights of my life, I was with my girl listening to you and Fez Marie Watley covering the Barack Obama first election. I remember one of the best, pieces of radio
You know,
ever.
Gail,
Now
you were
got-
there
now
that
you
night,
got
too.
Gail.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if there's any chance, since it's such a hot election, that you would bring it back, maybe bring Black Earl, have him cry if Trump wins, and have Anthony chime in and cry if Trump wins. I don't know. I think it'd be awesome.
I
just
forgot
wondering if
about
there's any
that.
chance.
Earl and who else cried that night?
There was like an IT guy that was there.
Yeah, but we remember that he was like outside and he like came in and we sat and
Yeah.
talked with him.
Yeah.
I forgot that. It was the guy who talked like
Franklin.
Franklin was
Yeah, that's right.
broken up over a black person being elected president. And I'm wondering if Hillary does make it, will women suddenly feel that way? Like these guys didn't know they were going to feel that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it just totally shocked them.
Yeah.
And I get it. I didn't think I'd be alive to see another Phillies fucking World Series. And I was like, oh my God, this fucking killed me. I thought it was for my dad, but I feel it too. But and the Trump, this would be great for real estate people all over the country.
Sure.
who
They're going
never-
to shed a tear.
Yeah. I mean, they're accused of filling rooms up with termites and everything else. Now, Omarosa had the most hilarious fucking quote. She's out promoting Trump, and she was like, all the haters are going to have to kneel down in front of President Trump. It's on Mediate. And I was reading it last night, and I was fucking cracking up of that thing that someone thinks they can help you, and they're only fucking hurting you.
Bow down.
I don't want the entire audio. Just read the quotes, Chris.
Every critic, every detractor will have to bow down to President Trump. It's everyone who's ever doubted Donald, who's ever disagreed, who's ever challenged him. It is the ultimate revenge to become the most powerful man in the universe.
That is so weird that she thinks that would be something good to say in public.
They said you can blame this election on Barack Hussein Obama and his funny night of comedy. You know, that night that they all go out and do
Sure,
skits?
yeah, the press.
He did fucking jokes about Trump that night, and Trump turned around and said, I'm going to make him fucking regret this. I'm going to become president of the United States. That's the reason why. Because of a roast joke by Barack Hussein Obama.
What if
The
everyone
birther.
reacted that way at a roast?
And that's why he started the birther stuff.
Oh my God. I can't believe she. Do you think that his campaign cares about stuff like that since he says so many crazy things that they're just like, at least he didn't say it?
You can't keep up with it. I mean, they had to fire one of his Ohio people for saying something fucking ridiculous, but you cannot possibly keep up with all the shit that goes down.
No, you can't. They get involved in so much nuttiness that, like, the media can't keep track of it. And I think it's like the sheer quantity that makes it impossible for it to affect him. Because you notice that, like any other, and this is, Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. They mess up, and that's the focal point for a very long time. He says something crazy. It's the 10th crazy thing he said today. It's not a big deal.
The only thing you can compare to this is Bill Clinton's penis, where so much happens that after a while it just becomes noise.
Right. Not another Bill Clinton penis story.
I wouldn't mind if we have the opportunity, if there's a station open, for us to do something that night. I have no idea who's going to win this election. Zero.
It's been such a weird year. It's been so strange. It's felt so back and forth. And everything that you thought would fizzle out or explode in someone's face, it hasn't happened. It's just like everything has gone the opposite way of predictions.
And you can also see this. The media thing is less power than ever. Whether it's MSNBC or Fox News, ABC, CBS, the Washington Post, they do not have the sway that they used to. Neither does Hollywood, because you don't hear a single celebrity doing anything but freaking out.
And it doesn't have an impact. But there was a time that it felt like Fox News was just puppeting everybody. It just felt like they brought up a point, they put fear in people, and then they would do. They have not supported Trump this entire time, and it hasn't hurt
There's
him.
been a crack there. Hannity has supported him very, very strongly.
Okay.
Some of the others have not. But Fox News is as good as gone when this election is over. It's going to go. It's going to be Breitbart of some formatics. That Trump, if he loses, the Republican Party is going to be gone after this happens. If the Democrats lose, they got to turn around and reboot everything that they looked at. The changes that are taking place in this country all at the same time are phenomenal. So yeah, would I want to be on the air that night? Maybe. I'd ask Chris to come in, but when he goes on things at night, he doesn't do well.
I gotta get my daytime fucking shit on.
I gotta get my daytime shit on, he says.
That made no sense.
That's why they don't want to talk to you, Chris. You won't stay in the moment. You try to guess what a person would say. That's why I don't see you being on Big Brother and the Holding Company on iTunes.
I really thought you were going to be on that show.
Up until now, yeah.
There's going to be people that don't know who won the election because they're going to be in the Big Brother house. That's crazy.
Enough with the Big Brother house for 5 fucking minutes. All right, now
you're getting your own show, goddammit.
Now, the best TV show of all time. Rolling Stones put this up, and I won't try to ask yet. But has anything been pulled more in your lifetime than the constant best TV show of all time?
No, it's very covered.
I mean, I think the first day I could read. I'm like reading a TV guide where I'm like, oh my God, best shows are all listed here.
Every one of them on the list.
And I'm like, why isn't Beverly Hills Billy higher? That show's a fucking blast. All right. So I think generation by generation, people would go differently. Like, Vito, what would you have?
I'm going to guess Sopranos goes number one.
What would you say?
Are we guessing or are we saying our own personal?
Let's do both.
Okay. So I would say Breaking Bad is going to be what is chosen, but my personal, Arrested Development.
See, this is the funny thing. MASH would always win best TV show of all time. And before that, I'm sure I Love Lucy used to win all the time. So it really has less to do with all time and what is the one before. If you would have asked anyone in 94, 95, 97, Seinfeld.
Show. Never
but
better.
Anybody in the 80s would have said, Cheers. Cheers. So these aren't the best shows of all time.
Just what do we like right now?
Yeah, it's the fucking flavor of the month. to really sit back and look at all time is almost something that you can't do with a TV show.
Yeah, because TV is so, even more so than something like movies, it's so, trend, like it goes by trends, it's like.
But let's play this thing with Vito, where he says it's Sopranos, and you say it's Breaking Bad, okay? Those two. You ever go back and rewatch them? Seinfeld is on 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock every night, and you end up going like this. I'm coming. Let me just watch a little bit more of this Seinfeld.
Great episode.
I'm tired. I should be in bed last night, and I'm watching Mandelbaum. Mandelbaum. And I'm like, half of this is good, half is it. Like the Mandelbaum cracks me up, but no, Jerry, when I said Cubans, bring me Cubans, I wanted you to bring up actual people. Jerry wouldn't put them in his parents' house. It was driving me nuts. He wouldn't let Kramer sleep in that house, let alone put 3 undocumented Cubans in there. 844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. So I'll make this point. How can you say Sopranos is better than Seinfeld if you'll rewatch Seinfeld or Friends all the time? And why doesn't anybody watch Cheers anymore?
I don't know. I would watch Cheers if it was on. You know, also another one I would put up there? Roseanne. I'd watch Roseanne as much as I would watch.
Never see the Roseanne show on.
I know. It's a fucking fantastic show.
They're more... Hey, what's up? How come we didn't know I guess he's going in to see Sway?
Yeah.
Dag, swinging by. David Allen Greer. What was his show? Living Color?
Yeah.
Where's that rank? Where's Living Color rank?
Let's see if Living Color is on.
Definitely top 10.
Not, oddly enough, not.
We'll see if anybody tweeted in some of their favorite shows. I just hope Joni Loves Chachi made it.
Number 79 in Living Color.
Wow.
He made the list. It's great.
Now let's just go, what's number 100?
All right. No, Eastbound and Down.
That's got to be higher.
It has to be.
No fucking offense with Dag Stanton right there. But that destroyed Living Color. Eastbound and Down had, in my opinion, one of the greatest, if not the greatest pilot of all time. There's only one pilot I thought might have been better, and that's Sopranos. Sopranos could have ended after that first episode, and you would have got everything you needed to know.
How does it end with the ducks? The ducks leaving?
Fucking ducks. And it made him pass out.
Yeah.
Because that was
already hits the ground.
The ducks represented his children growing up and leaving him. So here you got a mob guy who not only has panic attacks, which was pretty fucking brilliant, but he worried about his children. He worried about his children growing up.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah. Oh, it was unbelievable.
Sweet, sensitive Tony Soprano.
My problem is at 99, they have Oz, which is a show I thought I liked, and then I went back and watched it a few months ago. It's not a good show.
So you would say, even right there, between 99 and 100,
it's a huge fucking problem.
Huge mistake.
Oz isn't that good. Anyone who says it hasn't seen it in fucking years. The show's been on like 10, 12 years.
I remember even at the time I thought it was fucking ridiculous. John, New Hampshire?
Hey, long asses to you, Bennington.
Hey, man, long asses.
How about The Wire? A lot of people talk about it, but it really was, in my opinion, the best of the best. Such good writing, such good acting.
I hear it constantly from people.
The Wire is number 2.
Hey, not bad.
It's not bad. It's not fantastic.
Could be better. So it turns out it's not the greatest show. I'll never watch it now.
Let me tell you this. Paul finished second in Big Brother, and everybody was upset about it. Everybody but Chris. He was getting his ass handed to him. Eric in Indiana.
Hey, Ronnie. As soon as you guys start talking about this, the Andy Griffith Show, my favorite show, came to mind. Where's it land on the list?
No, I would agree with that as well. This is one of the finest laughs per second show of all time.
I'm not seeing it on the list.
Get out
of here. No, it's on the list.
You're drunk if you don't see it on the list.
I'm sober. I'm looking through the list. I don't see Andy Griffith.
Are you spelling it correctly?
Yeah, no, Griffith.
No.
Spell Andy just to be
A-N-D-Y?
If not, check for Mayberry RFD, the show without him that had all the side people. Andy Griffith does not make all time.
That doesn't make sense.
And yet In Living Color is on there.
Yeah.
You get how crazy this list is?
I know, it's crazy.
844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. Here's Jason in Detroit. Jason.
Hey, Benningtons. I got to say, the greatest show I ever saw, the first show that introduced me to comedy, has got to be on the list. Sanford and Son.
Sanford and Son is not on the list.
Come on, dude.
It's not in top 100?
Not in top 100. I'm going through the list. It's not there.
I'm angry like you made this list.
I know.
Rolling Stone made it.
But you came in with it, and that makes you a dope. 844 Rock God, 844 Rock God. It's the Bennington Show. Greatest TV shows of all time. Here's Bob in Jersey.
What's up, Dogsies?
Hey, Dogsy.
Is the British Office on this list one of the most groundbreaking shows of all time?
I know when the British Office came on TV, it was one of the better things that ever happened to me.
Yeah, that was such an excellent show.
I love that I caught it on BBC America, and I'm like saying to people, "Hey, you watching the show The Office?" And they're going, "What?" They hadn't heard of it. They go, "Where is it?" I go, "On BBC America," and they're like, "What? What is BBC America?" And I'm like, "Then I'm fucking 2 up on you, bitch." I'm way up there. I'm gonna get The Office,
the British Office, number 21.
Nice. Larry Sanders Show,
number 14.
I'd like to hear where Arrested Development comes in.
I'm not seeing it on. 27.
Okay.
And you're still swearing to us the Andy Griffith Show is on.
I'm going to check the spelling of Griffith. It hasn't shown up.
Oh, God, you don't know how to spell. I forgot that.
Spell Andy.
Why would you wait 17 minutes into it to say, I'm going to check the spelling?
It's not there. Andy Griffith is on this list.
Do you know how to spell Andy correctly?
A-N-D-Y.
Okay.
Andy?
Maybe you put in a... Andy! Hey, Ryan in Jersey.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Underrated show, Michael Chiklis in The Shield.
I wouldn't say it's so much underrated as it is underrated. The Shield.
Number 40.
John, Bama Bound.
$1 million.
Million.
Is it bad to be on the list, down on the bottom, 90 to 100, and not even be on the list at all? And Seinfeld, you got to go with Seinfeld.
Seidenfeld, where is it?
Seinfeld is number...
what?
Seinfeld's number 5. 5th best of all time, according to Rolling Stone.
It's 4 and 3 and 1.
Here's Mike in Boston.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so I have one of the most dysfunctional / relatable shows of all time, in my opinion, 6 Feet Under.
Number 55.
People love that show.
They love it. I've never watched a single episode.
It's really depressing.
To me, it seems like it should be lower, though, than 55. It should be like 57 or 58. Jeff in Mass. Jeff.
Hey, guys. Monty Python.
Pythons.
29.
That's low for the Pythons. Tony in Chicago.
Hey, it's got to be Beverly Hills 90210.
Not on the list. Oddly enough.
Hey, Jason, what's up, buddy?
Hey, this list is kind of skewed.
Yeah.
Let's see about where a really crap show shows up. How about Small Wonder?
Searching for it?
13. That's number 13. Mike, turn your radio down. Mike, turn your radio down.
Okay, sorry.
What do you got for us?
All in the Family.
All in the Family should be pretty high on that list, Chris.
Yes, All in the Family is at number 9.
Number 9.
And where was MASH?
MASH is at... That's number 12.
I put MASH above All in the Family. You know, MASH is the single biggest TV show viewing at one time.
Like the last episode?
The last MASH did better than Super Bowl numbers.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Better than Super Bowl.
MASH is 16th, excuse me. 16th, even lower.
Where's Everyone Loves Raymond?
Not on the list.
Top 100?
I have a highly underrated show that I'm just interested if it made the list.
Yeah.
Little show called Big Love.
Big Love. HBO show.
Not on the list.
Or was it a
I
Showtime?
know it. HBO. It's an HBO show. I knew it. That show never gets any love.
Never gets
it gets
any
small
love.
love.
Adam in Tampa.
Maha.
Yeah.
Where everybody knows your name. Cheers.
Cheers is 20th.
Top 20, barely. Steve, Shane in Mississippi.
Hey, I don't watch this show, but what about Big Bang Theory?
Didn't make the list.
You know what I really like about him is that he just called up to say a show, which is great.
Yeah.
I think that's really
It's
great.
better than having a dog in the fight.
Hey, I know this is a show.
Now, I know that's the number one comedy on TV now. Gets big ratings. I saw Jeff Garlin last night on Conan O'Brien. And he's like, I want to show a clip from my show. And he's on the Goldbergs, right? And he shows this clip and he's not in it. And it comes back and Conan's like, what is that? He goes, that's a show called Longfellow that I watch on Netflix. And I need people to watch it so I can keep watching it. And he goes, what about Goldbergs? He's like, Goldbergs? That's a huge hit. The number 3 comedy on television. It's loved by America. I don't need to promote it. This other show, I got to promote though. Very, very funny.
It's a scary thing when you know that a show you like is unpopular. You're like, I'm going to lose this show.
I hate losing a show. I'd rather seriously lose a limb than lose a show. Here's Bill, Strong Island.
Morning, Ronnie. Morning, Gail. Morning, Centaur. How are you guys doing today?
We're all great.
Morning.
Gotta go back in time. I Love Lucy. Gotta be at least in the top 20.
This would have been the first favorite TV show of all time.
Ricky.
32.
That's low. They've dropped far since the 50s. They've fucking dropped like a rock. The Wire suddenly bigger than them? Shocked. Barry, Delaware?
Good morning, people. How are you?
We are morning people.
Hey, how about that show Friends that with Brad and Angelina? That should be right up there.
I saw Brad Jelena on that show. Either one of them was a member of that
Neither
cast.
one of them.
But Jennifer Aniston was
26th.
That's really fucking high.
That's way too high.
That's crazy high.
It beats out Arrested Development.
That's insane.
I would point out this, though, that helps. Jennifer Aniston's nipples, which some episodes will just show up, and it looks like she's hiding little grapes in there.
Do you think that they got points for that?
Points up.
Points.
Points of her own.
Points.
Way up firm and high. Night Moves. What about the song Night Moves by Bob Seger?
Not seeing it on
Didn't
here.
make this fucking list.
What about the movie Night Moves?
No, it's not on here.
So you're telling me no night moves on this list?
There's no reference to night or moves.
Crazy. Here's Josh, Chicago.
Hey, guys. How about Lost?
Lost, the show that disappointed America.
I'm not seeing Lost on the list.
That's ridiculous.
Lost
I
sucks.
think it's fine.
Lost has got to be on the list.
That was a phenomenon of a show. Like everybody, that was the last show that was on network TV that every single person watched.
Let me think if you're right about that. Was there another show since Lost that had water cooler talk? I can't think of one offhand.
Lost isn't on the list.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. We're off your shitty list.
Okay.
God.
And we're seeing if Vito's right.
Think beyond the list.
Don't don't treat him like you were treated on the Skanks. Jesse in Dallas, what do you got?
How's it going, folks?
Hey, man.
Sons of Anarchy. How about that?
Sons of Anarchy.
Not seeing it on the list.
Here's some good news. They're doing a reboot of this show already. Daughters of Aunt Carrie is where I was trying to go, and I made myself laugh. When I start
that one, I'll watch.
I went to Daughters, and I thought, how am I going to get out of this? And I thought, Anarchy, Aunt Carrie.
Right.
And it made myself laugh a little bit.
Because right away, I'm just thinking, so that makes them cousins then. They're the daughters of Aunt Carrie. I mean, it pulled me in.
Yeah, good. Where's that on there? The Daughters of Aunt Carrie.
Not seeing it. Also, Lost is 39th. Down.
Oh, you told us it wasn't
how
fucking
many
ranked.
things? Andy Griffith's on that list.
Andy Griffith is not on this fucking list.
Andy Griffith is number one. Go to the top of the list.
Okay, this is what I'm saying now.
Is Friday Night Lights on the list?
Come on, do what fucking Vito asked you to do. He can search in front of his computer, but he wants you to do it.
Good.
'Cause you're his
24th.
bitch.
What else you want, Vito, motherfucker?
Dick kiss.
Right.
The show I liked is ranked high. I'm going to take it as a win.
Who's the anchor of Big Brother and the Holding Company? Do you see that as yourself, Vito?
I think I'm the anchor of that show.
My problem is you don't set table much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need a broadcaster. You're a kind of a color guy, you know? Chris Stanley, obviously a color guy.
Yeah. We need the Janis Joplin of this Big Brother and the Holding Company.
We're mostly Holding Company.
Well, I saw that you could even tell the story of what happened to you the other night. That's why I got concerned about this. Teddy, Charlotte, the city that's burning down around your ears.
Yeah, it is. What's up, Ronnie B?
Hey, man.
Best show ever. It's only in the second season, but Fargo is unbelievable.
Third season of Fargo will take place.
Yes.
51st.
And who's starring in the third season of Fargo? Didn't they announce somebody big? He's
Yeah,
going to
they
be playing twins.
Can't remember who it is. I'll look it up.
Come on, Chris. You're supposed to be the anchor of the Fargo wrap-up. You're doing a Fargo wrap-up show.
Yeah,
so.
called Fargo.
It'll just fucking farting.
You know what I was going to call it?
What?
Fago.
Both good.
Yeah.
Ewan McGregor.
Thank you, Vito.
And then Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Looks like someone's ready to anchor this show.
Look who's not the Fargo of the show.
Oh, fine. You get to host all the wrap-up shows, don't you? You get to fart. You get the Holding Company.
Oh, that's gross.
Dude, you go for blunt instead of interesting. You know why I think they probably didn't? The Skanks ignored you.
Why?
The dad shirt thing that you're into.
Were you wearing a dad shirt?
I think so. I was wearing a short sleeve.
You know what? They're kind of like a black T-shirt.
Yeah,
you know, like cool guy.
Right.
Yeah, you should have went back to your old look.
Yeah, last time I showed up just in the arm sling, fucking drunk, in an army jacket.
Who do you want me to talk to about this? Luis J. Gomez or Big J? There's no sense in talking to Dave Smith. He's just pure evil. He's evil.
Like he's from the frets of the devil.
Which one do you want me to?
You don't have to talk to anyone, Ron. I don't want to fucking.
Dude, I don't want this
on.
thing fucking hanging like you and your old friends.
Yeah, we want to squash this beef. We'd like to see them on Big Brother and the Holding Company as guests.
You guys like Big Brother?
Hey, do you think, and I don't know if it's a little last minute or if it's out of your budget, if we could get some sort of R. Crumb-like drawings for the logo, just like Big Brother and the Holding Company had that great cheap thrills?
I don't know if anyone is that good of an artist to do R. Crumb type stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was R. Crumb who did that album cover.
I have that album and I had it framed, and when I moved in with my boyfriend, he was like, we can't put this up in our joint house together. Like, why? What's wrong with it? The amount of offensive drawings all over this album. Oh, okay. You have to compromise when you move in together.
I didn't know that. Now, someone wrote Gomez ignored Chris the most. He asked a question 1 hour after Chris answered it. You remember that?
I believe they wanted to just talk about fighting. Have you ever been to a fight? And that was the question. I believe that
Have you been to a fight or been in a fight?
In a fight.
Have you?
A girlfriend in college punched me in the throat over it in a drunken argument. And then in middle school, there was a black kid who started giving me shit, and I shoved him to the ground, and then we became friends. But I've never been like a fucking fist fight.
Why did he mention the race?
There was no reason to bring up race.
So
He didn't say a white girl punched him in the throat.
It was a white girl.
But
you feel the need to bring up the gender and the race of the person you fight.
Speaking of gender, this is fucking amazing. All right, so one of the big problems is every time that a cop gets shot, the big blue line goes up.
Yeah.
They protect that person. In this case, they said, no, we're throwing in Tulsa, throwing the cop under the bus. She's a woman.
Yeah.
Remember in Brooklyn, the only guy that ever got busted for shooting a person? An Asian cop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you are not in the crew, if you are not one of the boys, then they'll happily send you down the river.
They did it.
Very, very funny.
When that came out that it was a woman who shot and they were going to go ahead and I was like, okay, I understand it's the right thing to do, but it's like now you want to play by the rules. Why?
Chris, have you ever been in a fight?
A fist fight, no.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do we need to break here?
Yeah, we need a break.
All right. When we get back, let's find out if Chris Stanley was ever in a fight. Totally ignoring you. Totally acting like he doesn't fucking hear you.
Well, it's the Mickey Gall effect, I guess.
Is it? Because I think you would have been treated the same way if Mickey Gall wasn't there.
I wish I remembered my first appearance.
Let me talk to Louis J. Gomez and make this fucking right.
He'll take care of it.
You don't got to talk to the rattlesnake.
Let me talk to Big J.
You don't have to talk to Big J.
What do you want done?
Dave Smith?
Just never talking to them again? If they came in, would you leave the room? If they came in and did our show?
Yeah, I'd have to leave the room. I say, Vito, you're on the fucking board in here.
Oh,
wow.
I'm going to go screen some phone calls around and jerk off in the corner.
What?
Please don't do that at work.
Why would you say that?
Out of anger.
Angry
You're jerking off?
I don't understand this.
I think I'm getting your cold in my chest. Did you have a chest cold?
A little bit, yeah. I was very like phlegmy.
I'm getting like a little pain there all through my chest.
Oh no.
I'm going to get your Zycam. I'll go down right now.
I don't know about the Zycam thing.
Tears your stomach up.
It destroys your taste buds, but it does get you healthy.
That's not.
How's that healthy?
Well, all right.
Why don't you cut my tongue? All right, we got a break, Chris?
Yes.
Right back, Bennington. Creedence, our band today.
Thanks for coming here, guys. We really appreciate it.
I don't think we're going to be able to find the Creedence for you, though. We got the car. All right, it is the Bennington Show on a Friday, filling in for the Opster. This may be our last time, at least for a long time, doing this shift. So we appreciate it, having a lot of fun. Vito, you had a big weekend plan, though, right?
Yeah.
What's happening with you?
Just, working on tonight, then...
Working on tonight.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. What about you, Chris?
Oh, gambling. Football gambling.
Yeah. I'll be watching the eggs.
Stiegels.
Yeah.
Stiegels weekend. This is an amazing showdown. It's Pittsburgh against Philadelphia. Between these two teams and these two cities, they've won an amazing 6 Super Bowls.
That's pretty impressive.
Ridiculous.
And I'm proud of the Stiegels.
I saw what's not to be proud of. I saw a thing with Big Ben, and he's like, I thought I'd be facing Carson Wentz twice a year. He goes, I thought for sure Cleveland would have picked him up, but like the dopes they are, they traded him to Philadelphia. When you get the Big Ben stamp of approval, looks like you're going to be went to the Super Bowl.
We did. Went to the Super Bowls.
Look who it is from the Toronto Comedy Festival, which is just starting out now. Our buddy Justin is up there covering it for the Interrobang.com. What's up, Justin?
Hey, dude.
Hey, guys. What's up?
How is the Comedy Festival?
Oh, it was a blast. Last night I saw Joe DeRosa and Todd Barry.
Oh, good show.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I'm really liking the format because like each comic basically gets their own hour. It's a lot different than the Montreal Festival.
Montreal is an industry festival where, I want my clients seen in front of NBC, CBS, and CISO. Where the Toronto Festival is between the comedians and the fans. No one's going to get a sitcom out of this.
Right.
But it is about stand-up comedy.
And is it about the same amount of comics? Is it a smaller festival?
That's a pretty big festival, but I don't know if anything's as big as Montreal because a lot of those people just come in and out. But when you get to see DeRosa for an hour, new material Seinfeld, what more do you want?
He actually previewed his upcoming Comedy Hour 1 hour special. So it was a treat to see, man.
Did he say where that's going to be playing?
Yeah, it's on Comedy Central, I'm pretty sure.
Wow, strong.
Very
I'll
nice.
definitely be watching. I love DeRosa.
Yeah.
I think, and Todd Barry is, Todd Barry.
He is.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah, it was actually great. Joe DeRosa opened for Todd Barry. And, then right afterwards, Todd Barry just proceeded to bust his balls for opening for him. It's pretty funny.
Now, they each did an hour?
No. Joe DeRosa just did 10 minutes just to open for him.
Yeah.
And Todd Barry was just like, what the fuck?
All right, who are you going to see tonight, Justin?
I still haven't figured that out. There's so many options, man. I might have to call you guys at noon because I still haven't figured it out.
Call us later in the second show. Big J is going to be up doing 3 of his What's Your Fucking Deal shows. And when I talked to them, he was like, I haven't figured out who we booked because I don't know everybody who's coming yet. It's going to be very, very very exciting now. Yeah, call us later, Justin.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do that, guys.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Chris, what is running directly after this show today?
Accelerated is running after today's show.
I wonder if this will be the last Accelerated of all time.
Don't know. How will we get everything so accelerated?
Things will go a bit slower. They'll go much, much slower.
Time is getting slower.
What do you
The universe is expanding. So what's happening to Accelerated?
Accelerated. What is your guess what's going to happen, Chris, with Opster? What decision?
I don't know.
I heard a rumor that he's heading to Compound Media, but
really?
Wow.
I don't trust the person the rumor came from. It was Rat. The Magic Rat drove his slick machine over the Jersey state line. You don't know that song? You don't sing along with me, Vito?
No.
You don't know the song Jungle Land from Bruce Springsteen?
I know Jungle Land.
Really? Then why wouldn't you sing along?
I'm not used to without the 3-minute jazz intro.
Jazz.
Somebody doesn't understand lyrics, you know?
Is it
that
Vito?
bothers me. That you get immediately. Many times I'm trying to set up the other one.
Puddles.
Now, maybe we could pick this up on the other show. Maybe we could start it here and pick it up at 12 noon.
I'm intrigued.
But is there a song that you would love, except for you hate the lyrics?
Well, I have songs that, I enjoy them, but I find the lyrics to be embarrassing, so it makes me not want to ever admit that I like it.
Would you rather be a person like Vito where you don't even pay attention to lyrics?
No, I wouldn't. Because I actually enjoy singing along to music. I know some people don't do that. That's how I listen to music. Dude, I sing with it.
I have a friend who said, I don't pay attention to the lyrics.
Huh? What are you listening to?
I don't know. I guess they're just listening to... Yeah. Okay. So give me a song that you enjoy, yet you're still embarrassed of the lyrics.
Okay. This is a song, this band I love. This song is great, but it makes me very uncomfortable to sing along. What else should I say? Everyone is gay. Why? Like, it sounds like something a 13-year-old would write. Everyone is gay?
Can I just...
Everyone is gay.
How about the whole Smells Like Teen Spirit are fucking ridiculous?
Yeah. I mean, across the board.
Mulatto comes up in the middle of this?
There's a lot of uncomfortable lyrics if you really want to think
I agree. See, I have trouble with sillier lyrics than anything at all. And this song, which is a very nice pop plastic reggae song, but with the lyrics, do 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 do, da da da. But when you get to the "Don't think me unkind," he sounds great. And then we kick into the do 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 da da da. Not only that, he actually fucking names the song that.
Yeah,
he calls the song. So you could say to somebody, "Could you please put on the do 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 da da da?"
The do do just made me think of another answer that I have. The song Caroline. It's a great song. It's fun to sing along with, but I'm very uncomfortable to say poo poo poo. I know you like to think your shit don't stink. Even that's like, all right, I'm not uncomfortable with it. And then, but having to say poo, 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 I don't like.
I feel like he's a brown boy, though. I think he likes. I think that's his thing, because smells and all comes up with him,
right?
Quite a bit.
He does, but he doesn't even call it poo or poo poo. It's poo, poo, poo. It's 3 poos. I don't like saying it, but I enjoy the song. I enjoy the tune.
Thing. I think it's just poo that he says 3 times.
Okay,
I don't think
it's poo, comma poo, comma.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying poo, poo, poo.
Real guys, real down to Mars girls. I know you like to think your shit don't stink, but lean a little bit closer, see that roses really smell like poo, poo, poo.
Yeah, guess what? That makes me despise this whole song.
I know, but it's a good song. That's a great song.
Yeah, but it's embarrassing. What are you doing with 3 up in the air?
That's how much time's left until.
I thought you were saying 3 poos.
All right, we're going to pick this up when we get to the 12 o'clock show. Hopefully, we'll have time to do it today. But Chris, what's one for you very quickly?
Oh, Werewolves of London when he starts howling.
I love that.
What? I love that part. Ow.
Werewolves of London. He's making fun of that whole gimmick, not being like taking it serious like poo poo poo.
Right.
And I also like when he says Long Cheney Jr. came walking down the street. I think that's just fucking hilarious. Anyone who doesn't like Zevon's lyrics, they confuse me. Vito, what about for you?
There's a Kanye song called Black Skinhead where the lyrics are, he says, I keep it 300 like the Romans, 300 bitches were the Trojans. None of those things go together.
First of all, it was the 300 Spartans.
Exactly. And his lyrics are 300 like the Romans. Then he goes...
That's why no one should be their own producer.
It really... that one lyric really fucking pisses me off. It makes no sense.
All his lyrics are fucking embarrassing. All right. Mark for Virginia, I hate. Andrew, I hate. They're all into the do. And those things are great, too. That fucking is great when he says, and the color girls say.
Yeah, that's
We're going to pick this up, though. You're more than happy to call in.
Give us a ring at noon.
And then Mark Virginia says he hates Sympathy for the Devil.
What?
Because the woo.
That's great.
Fucking woo. Wait, you're saying that after you attack Werewolves of London and the late, great Warren Zevon? I might skankfest you in the next fucking...
I love Warren.
What about the skanks? Do you love them?
Not anymore.
Mm.
All right. So thank you so much, guys. I guess this will be the last Friday show that we do. We love double dipping, but at least for a while. And we'll see you back here at noon over on Raw Dog, Channel 99. So 2 hours. Be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evening is over. We hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and we'll see you all again in 1974. Good evening!
Hey, it's the Bennington Show, second show on a double shot Friday. I'm Ron Bennington. There's Gail Bennington.
Yo.
And I am Ron Bennington.
Mm-hmm.
That started off because you were talking about songs with annoying lyrics.
Yes, great song, bad lyrics, ruining said song for you.
I do kind of get it now that the that's all I want to say to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know when that's all you want to say to a person?
Right.
That's what he's talking about. That's what he's rapping about.
Oh, Sting, you're just being crazy again. We got a lot of people dropping by today, though. Tim Meadows is going to be here. He's part of this whole new Son of Zorn. And then I'm very excited about this. Juliette Lewis is going to be here. I only met her once, but it was a very lovely time with her.
I'm looking forward to meeting her. I'm a big fan.
Just don't embarrass me.
Like I would ever embarrass you. You'd embarrass me.
I don't know. With Juliette Lewis. She's got that TV show. I think she's the only person back from it. It's a whole new story.
This has become a popular thing, like the kind of resetting the story in each season, kind of changing up all the characters, but then having maybe like one or two like through lines.
Yeah.
I feel like this has become a very trendy thing with television series.
I think Opie's into it right now, to tell you the truth. And then Tim Meadows is going to be here to see. Well, he's not going to see it. He's in it.
Are we going to watch it with him?
No.
But that's what you said.
I've been up since very early this morning, and I'm very tired. Son of Zorn is the name of the show. It's very bizarre. So I've seen the pilot. I think he's also on the Goldbergs, too.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. I don't watch much of the Goldbergs, even though it's more of a kid's show.
Is the like opening song just people chanting Goldberg?
That's exactly what it is.
Goldberg.
It's the story about Goldberg in the 90s and how he became an undefeated champion. Although I saw him get beat by Mongo McMichael, but everyone just act like that didn't happen.
How many people get gored in that show?
Just being a wise ass when I'm sitting here trying to do business. I'm trying to do business for all of us. Where am I seeing that? Why can I see? We don't have any TVs on, but I look into that reflection and I see the reflection of TV shows.
What TV is that?
That's a TV. All right. There's TVs in the booth. Oh, God, he's freaking out. No, it's okay, Vito. Vito, everything's okay.
It's okay, Vito.
Everything's okay.
Oh, my God. Relax, brosif.
What is with him? Come in. What did you think happened?
I don't know. I just saw Chris getting up, and I saw you all looking in there.
Well, we were trying to find out why there's reflections of a TV that isn't on.
We couldn't figure out what it was.
Chris
there's a random TV.
Well, don't keep a door open. Come, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Come in or out.
After what?
You can see if he's there.
You work with us. We know what you're doing.
Come on, bro.
I know, but that doesn't mean that you're against us. You don't pick Tim Meadows over us. We just saying that you had a little heart attack.
You work for Tim Meadows
Oh,
now?
my God, Vito. Tim Meadows is outside.
Oh,
Dude,
my
you
God,
get
dude.
to your
What
job.
are you doing? What are you doing?
Your fucking job.
Nothing for Tim.
You just destroyed our whole show, Walter.
You just fucked our whole show, Walter.
Anyway, Tim Meadows is going to be here. Vito was right to be panicky about it.
Yeah, he was right.
What song
He
you
had
bringing
good
in?
instinct.
This is a song from one of the trailers to Son of Zorn. The actual theme song of the show is very, very short.
Sunday, September 25th on Fox. Let's bring in Tim Meadows. Vito, Tim Meadows needs a little more warmth in this room and some water. Let's jump on it.
Do your job, Vito.
How you doing, Tim? Good to see you, pal.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
We're great. I was just telling these guys the Son of Zorn. I saw the pilot.
Yeah.
That they put out there. This is the most bizarre show I think
Thanks.
that's ever been on TV.
Yeah, I feel like we're doing something ridiculous and we're getting away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could go either way, and it could have been My Mother the Car. Remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the TV show.
Yeah, the great Jerry Van Dyke.
Yeah, it could have been that, or it could actually be, like a really like Futurama or something like that.
That is true that you have a chance that this could be cop rock, because at the time people were like, you know what, I'm tired of seeing the same things on TV.
Yeah.
What if the cops sang? Wouldn't that be great, everybody? People were like, I guess so. But you got all good people doing this show as well.
Yeah, very talented cast, and writers and the producers are really great. Chris Lord and Phil Miller. I've been talking so much.
Sure.
Chris Miller and Phil Lord are the producers, and they directed the Lego movie, and they're very talented. And The Last Man on Earth is another show that they produced.
Yeah, which is a big hit.
Yeah, and also just creatively, I like the way that show has turned out.
Well, that was another thing where you watch the first episode and you're like, this was fun, but can this go on?
Right.
Because you don't really know. The thing about a TV show, it's a much more of a relationship than a movie.
Yeah.
A movie you just have, but a TV show, do I lock it in?
Well, yeah, and also like you're in somebody's house,
Right.
And so it's a little bit more intimate than, going to a movie, and also you're going to be going to their house hopefully every week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
and then it'd be just because of it's a series you spend a lot of time in. I think for that reason, people get even more so locked into characters.
Mhm.
Like people get upset when something happens on their TV show.
Yeah, to a
that they,
character.
yeah. Like somebody is killed off or something happens that they didn't want.
Right.
Whereas people may or may not like, what happens in a movie. They'll judge the movie and they'll kind of move on
That
from there.
is true.
But people are really emotional about if something makes a turn that they don't like.
But look how people, even to this day, haven't let go of Fonzie yet. You know what I mean? And Henry Winkler is nothing like Fonzie.
Mm-hmm.
And people see him every day and yell, Fonzie.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? He has found a way to live with it.
yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You can't be not Fonzie.
Yeah.
He's got to be.
But
coffee?
Water.
Okay.
Oh, water.
I wanted coffee. No, I'm joking.
Tell Vito, he says.
Vito.
Why is the intern yelling, tell Vito, his own boss? Now, you also did the Goldbergs, which is another monster hit with our buddy Jeff Garland, who I've known for many, many years.
Yeah, I love you. You've known Jeff for... Yeah.
I knew him 30 years ago, probably.
Really?
The first time I met him, yeah. And he has always been confident, bigger than life, funny, yelling, screaming.
I love Jeff.
Enjoying, yeah.
Jeff one thing I love about him is he creates his own punchlines.
Yeah.
So he will say a word like pudding or festival, and turn it into just the funniest thing that you like. You'll say it a million times and it'll get funnier like every time.
He's fantastic. Once we bumped into him on the street, and because you guys have known each other a very long time, so then we're bumping into him on the streets of New York, and I was like, oh, this is familiar and kind of surreal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I remember that day he was ecstatic that you and I were doing a show together.
He was, yeah.
So in the middle of the street, he's just screaming, this is great!
Yeah.
Shit! What if I did this with my kids? And we were just like, you can't be all Jeff Garland all over the place. You've got to slow down. Who was like the earliest person in show business that you met? Who's somebody that you met early on and now that person still doing well in show business?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Chicago, because I was in Chicago at the same time as Jeff.
Yeah.
So, Mike Myers, Jimmy Fallon.
Now, when you look at a Mike Myers when he's young like that, pre-SNL, do you think to yourself, that guy's got something?
Definitely. Yeah. Chris Farley was the same way.
Right.
It was no denying. Chris was the funniest person, of everybody that was improvising in Chicago at one time. He was far beyond... Not just a good improviser, because he was a good improviser, but he was just gut-bustingly funny on stage and could make the audience cry. Like he could, in improv, in improv, you get big laughs, you can get laughs from connections and stuff like that. But he was like a physical comedian that when he came on stage, you couldn't help but watch him go.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, he's one of those people I thought, man, this dude's a star. Bonnie Hunt was another person that I saw early on.
I always loved her too, man.
And she was the funniest, quickest witted person I'd ever seen. I'd never seen anybody as funny as she was doing improv. Tina Fey was another one too, where I saw her performing in Second City, and I just thought she's really smart, like really brilliant. Like the stuff that she would come up with.
Well, I just saw you on Colbert the other night, and saw you guys had met when you were younger as well.
Yeah, Colbert was like another one of those guys.
Yeah.
Like that time in Chicago is like somebody should write a book, because it's crazy how many people came out of that period in like the mid 80s through like the mid 90s or something.
It's funny how Lauren is just able to go over and scoop that up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at the time, he was like, yeah, we're taking 3 new people. And then all 3 of them would become eventually movie stars.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
He's a genius. I mean, he really knows how to spot talent. And then he can spot talent really well, but then the show, SNL, provides you with the ability to learn how show business works.
Right.
So you get into that environment, and as long as you want to work hard and are good at it, it's the perfect place to start off your career. Everything else after that it's not as good, no matter how successful it is.
Yeah.
Like, because you're young, they give you the keys to the studio, and you can basically do anything that you want to do, you know? So it's like the best time in your career.
I always think it's amazing, too. Some people just can't do it. They could be the funniest people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And they go there and they just hit their head on the ceiling and they're out in a year or 2.
Yeah.
And other people are able to find, like, I think right now, Bobby Moynihan is the guy who just like, this is great. I'm going to write it properly. I'm going to be a team player and do it. But some people just come in and it's just so rough for them. And then they leave and they could even have a great career.
Yeah. I don't know, because I guess, the show's not built for everybody.
Right.
It's like, it is sort of a thing where you have to sort of give in to the fact that it's not your show. Mm-hmm. That it belongs to a bunch of different people, and ultimately Lauren is the boss, and you sort of have to get used to like creating something different every week. And there is sort of like, as you work on the show, you learn that there's sort of rules that you sort of have to follow in somewhat in order to have successful sketches or to have successful weekend update pieces or whatever, and you got to learn the rules. I
always love hearing about people's experience working on SNL, because it's something that when I was young, it was like one of the first things that I was like completely romanticized and was like, oh my God, that's got to be the coolest gig in the entire world. And then eventually like getting very interested in what happens in the writer's room and then hearing that it's not incredible for everyone, that it's incredibly stressful.
It's like the NFL. You know what I mean? Like when you're a kid, you think the NFL, oh, that's great, but you don't realize those guys are worried about losing their jobs or being hurt, or knowing that they're timing out. Like there's at a certain point,
a fantasy that like it would be such a cool thing. Like, what if you could do that? And then you hear the reality of just like how incredibly grueling it is, like the hours put in.
Yeah, I think it's like different for for everybody. You got to be. I think you need to be a fan of the show too.
Yeah.
And if you come into it, I won't, name names, or I won't even, that's not even important. But if you come into it thinking that it's going to be your show, or that the show, or that you're going to make it better or make it edgier, or you're making a big mistake. The show is what it is, and you sort of conform to what the show is.
It's funny too, because everyone thinks, oh, I'll be the Bill Murray of the show, but Bill Murray is still the Bill Murray of that show. Like that's a show that's 40 years old and Bill Murray still holds a place. Gilda still holds a place. Eddie Murphy, nobody really goes away in the consciousness of the viewer. And then people say stuff like, well, this guy is no Belushi. I'm like, yeah, of course not. Yeah. No one is.
There was only one Belushi.
Yeah. That's like saying this is no Hendrix. These things only come around, but you still have music. You still have to keep doing it. Son of Zorn premieres this Sunday, September 25th on Fox, and you said you've really been going out selling this, huh? You said you've been talking a lot.
Yeah, it's been a lot of promotion. Because usually I haven't had to promote something since Ladies Man, really. Every other project I've been on I'm like number 5 on the call sheet.
Yeah.
So, but this one has been, they asked me, Fox asked me to go out and promote it. And I said, yeah. I mean, I really like the show, and I really think that I wanted to get seen. I want them to have a chance to get an audience for this show. And I don't gain anything from it except like being able to do it another season. It's not like I'm a producer on the show, but I just know how hard everybody worked when we were doing it. And so I kind of was like, well, I can put a little bit of my time in to sort of help promote it. But you and Cheryl Hines, you're working to an empty spot when you're talking to Zorn, or they put something there? No, we're talking to an empty spot. There's like an X on a light stand. Yeah. And sometimes we do have every time we rehearse the scene, we have a guy who's on the set, who's an actor that does the lines for us. And then when we film it, he does the lines from off camera. So you have to, but that's the thing that I look at.
Oh my God.
That's my Twitter photo now. Johnny Pemberton, who plays Alan on the show, he had this great idea for the cast. The crew gift was a T-shirt that said "Son of Zorn," and it had a pic that on there.
Well, the thing is, it's one thing to do action to that. It's another thing to do comedy, because comedy obviously is about timing. Yeah. So you're in that place of just hoping that the timing works out.
The good thing about it is, and you're right, that's exactly the key. And that was one of the things that was a concern, was like, how is the timing of the jokes and everything is going to work? And that's one of the great thing about editing, is that you can get the timing back, or you can create it through editing and stuff. But like on the set, luckily we have Dan, this actor, Dan Lippert, who's just great. And so we develop timing and chemistry with him. And so, Jason, when he hears what we've done, he puts another spin on it, because it's from his perspective. Yeah. He's doing Zorn and dropping the Zorn lines in there. But yeah, it's, it gets better and better and better. It's like, I really want people to watch it.
I always wonder too, with that editing, could the same person who edited an Adam Sandler film also edit a Woody Allen film where the timing is different? Would that person be able to change and be able to copy Sandler's way of telling a joke opposed to someone else?
I think so. Yeah. It depends. I mean, because both of those guys, and I can't speak for Woody. I've never shot a movie with him, but I think both of those guys are hands-on with what they do.
They're going to be there.
They're going to be there. Yeah. And so you would bet that eventually it's going to be the way they would want it to be.
Well, you've done a couple of Sandler movies, and I don't think that anyone has ever understood his own audience as much as Sandler understands his audience. Yeah. Because that stuff can't read as funny on paper as what it ends up being. And that's why critics will struggle with it, because it's really difficult to explain why some of that stuff is funny.
I mean, I don't know. Because when I've only been in a few of his things, and so I haven't had to read the whole scripts, like I'd see the scenes and I know what they want from me, and I do it, but I never, like, whenever I read his stuff, I don't have the same feelings that I would think critics have.
Right.
Like when I read it, it's a simple comedy. Yeah. It's not rocket science. And I think like people who criticize those movies, they want something to be what they want it to be. Yeah. Like they're like, he should be doing this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or it should be this kind of funny. But he does what he does, and like you said, he knows his audience.
He knows his audience like nobody else. Like they were sitting there. Like they were sitting in front of him while he does it. But we talked about this with Jim Carrey, too. If you would look at Pet Detective and try to figure out how to make that funny, it would be impossible.
This is how universally funny that movie is that I sat and watched it with my kids for the first time. They had no idea who Jim Carrey was. And they laughed just like I did when I saw it the first time in the movie. And I think I told him this at the 40th anniversary too of SNL because he was there. But I just go, it's amazing. Like my kids didn't know you.
Yeah.
And the movie in itself was so funny and ridiculous. And the same thing with Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
I can watch that movie and the hamburger scene with him and Jeff, what's the other guy? Can't think of his name.
Jeff Daniels. Yeah.
Jeff Daniels. When they put the peppers on the burgers and then they eat it, and they start to put mustard and ketchup on their tongues, I lose it every time I see that scene. You know.
Well, my kids were at the right age where they were little and sitting on the couch and were watching that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you could never explain this to Carrie why it's important, but to see your kids laughing at stuff that was like the first stuff that. And like Happy Gilmore was another one where
it's true.
You look over and your kids are laughing at comedy and it slays you as a parent.
Yeah.
It just lays you out.
I was that way with my kids too with Young Frankenstein.
Yeah.
My ex-wife, she watched it with them before I had the chance to, and I was so disappointed because I was like, I wanted to share that with them and like tell them all about it and stuff. And then my son, like, he told me about it, and we were at my place. And then he noticed, because I have a picture of me and Mel Brooks on my mantle in my fireplace. And he goes, is that the guy that was in Blazing? It was Blazing Saddles. He saw that too. And he goes, is that the guy that was in Blazing Saddles? And I go, yeah, that's Mel Brooks. He's the one that directed Young Frankenstein. And he goes, he just got, oh no, my God. It changed the way he thought of me, definitely. Because he's like, Mel Brooks, like, is taking a picture with you. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
I think they're putting Young Frankenstein in theaters again since Gene passed away. I was actually stunned to see how much the world loved Gene Wilder still, because there'd been so much time and some people get forgotten, but all those films came back and people shared so many memories. And he was a guy that, I don't know if he was funny off stage or not, I couldn't tell you, but on screen slayed me.
Yeah.
Just absolutely
There's
slayed me.
few better than Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
On my Twitter, and I've had it on my Facebook page ever since I started, is, where it says describe yourself or whatever in one word or something like that. And I put sedative.
Yeah.
Is the one word. And I think I've always said that it's the funniest one word punchline in the history of movies. And people know comedy if you say sedative and they know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. The Son of Zorn, that premieres this Sunday, September 25th on Fox. I already got a chance to see the pilot. I think if you go to the On Demand, the pilot is already there. I was really amazed that this thing ever got greenlit, that you could even attempt that. Best of luck with it, Tim. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
We'll see you next time.
All right.
Tim Meadows, very, very nice guy, huh?
Very nice.
That's, talking about Gene Wilder was hysterical with him. They came into the room freezing, Chris.
I know.
And we didn't, I don't want to tell Vito how to do his job, but Vito, got to do the air conditioning thing, got to take care of the water. We need somebody in that position because you're too, I don't know what I want to say there. I mean, you're too into Vito's world.
Yeah.
And not into Tim Meadows' world.
I wanted to be there for Tim Meadows.
But then, can we get bottles back? It seems like a lot of people are getting weirded out.
And I've noticed, like, sometimes the water gets dropped off and then they don't want to touch it because they're not sure what it is.
They don't know what it is.
It's
not a bottle.
Can we get a bottle?
We're going to get more bottles.
You say that, but if I didn't say it, would you? Have you been noticing the water thing is weirding people?
Yeah.
It does weird them out.
It's like, what is this, fucking coffee?
Like, how am I supposed to drink this? With my mouth?
It's a hole right there, bro.
Seriously.
Yeah, but they can't see it.
This is not the way people drink water.
I would be kind of confused if someone handed me this. I'd be happy because I think it was coffee.
You know what? They're used to doing shows that have been produced.
That could be the difference.
Do you ever get a message that you don't know?
Like the number that you don't know?
No, like you don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
It happens.
They're usually from Chris.
Someone wrote to me, Tim, love you, smoke pot. And I'm trying to figure...
Tim, love you, smoke pot.
No, not two. Just Tim, love you, smoke pot.
Tim, love you, smoke pot. Is that saying...
I'm going to get busted because of this. This means get rid of everything.
You cannot say smoke pot.
No. That goes...
Now you're on a list.
A bell goes off at Homeland Security.
It's the NSA, bro.
Dude, when he said someone should write a book about the 80s in Chicago, he's totally right. There's so many great books that could be written.
Let's
and that scene where they all... No. Our producers can't put out...
First, I got to get this...
Oh, okay, this was Siri that fucked up. This was supposed to say, Tim loves to smoke pot. Well, you can tell.
Yeah,
you can tell. You can tell weed
dude.
guys. Like, you come up with... By the way, there's a thing up on the iBang that Tommy Chong had to tell the internet that he wasn't dead.
Why? Why does everyone just say people are dead when they're not?
They're just stupid. The internet's so stupid.
They love a death hoax.
What happened with the people? Was it a hoax or did they think he was dead?
It was a hoax because of a Facebook post.
A hoax because of a Facebook post.
Right, a Facebook post went viral saying that he had committed suicide. And then people said that the suicide rumor was false, but instead he actually died of cancer. But then he had to say, no, neither of those things are true. I'm alive. I'm Tommy Chong.
Speaking of which, Cheech and Chong's first movie, where, we were just talking about scenes that fucking kill you.
Yeah.
With Tim Meadows. Tim, love you, smoke pot. But that scene where he's like, here, take these pills. And Cheech sees something, he goes, wait. No, not those. He's like, what? And then Tommy just goes, oh, just pointing at him. That fucking kills me so much. And that when they're just so high in the car and you found out that they're in the median just sitting there, that fucking, I don't know if you can be funnier than that. Maybe you could tie it and be as funny. But even when he was talking about, in Dumb and Dumber, where how many years did we go, pills are good?
Pills are good. Pills are good.
And the way they were laughing when he came out and he was eating the peppers, they're like, why you have a little piece of that sandwich? Have a little piece of that sandwich.
Are you hungry?
So fucking funny.
Want to eat up and we'll talk about it.
I don't know. I don't know how funny you can get that you could pass some of these scenes. I don't think there's anything harder to make than a comedy. I don't know if there's a single thing in the world that compares with and I'm talking about brain surgery. If someone says you could do brain surgery or direct a comedy movie, I'd be like, well, let me just look at the X-ray because it could be easier to figure out how to get the brain out. I would take the entire brain out, scoop around for a while, put it back in, weld the head, and see if that works.
I think a lot of times it just needs a little bit of a wash. Just like a little bit of a soap.
Just take a hose to it.
And be like, there you go.
Here's another thing. Inside the skull, the empty skull. Wash that out. Good.
Clean that out good.
Yeah, scrape it out.
Really want to get in there.
Scrape around the skull. Where is Vito going again?
Yeah, he had to run back to the office. He'll be back.
For what?
I think because Disco Dan isn't here.
Oh my God.
That boy is working, I don't know, too hard?
There he is.
He's working too hard, but nothing's getting done.
Look at him running.
He's working too hard. Still walks like a... No, I'm not going to... No, we can't, because that's,
You just tried to do it, though, Chris. I wasn't going to follow him.
Come in.
Come on in, Vito.
Come in. Come in, Vito. Have a Cedo. Vito, have a Cedo.
You must get that all the
Dan
time.
today that's making your life so bad?
Disco Dan's at the homecoming for his college.
Oh, Jesus
That's
Christ.
why?
William and Mary?
And he wasn't in 2 days this week.
Everything's in flux right now.
After his big Seattle vacation? San Francisco, that's where it was.
What were we going to talk to Vito about? I forget. Oh, You went to directing school. Is that what it's called, directing school?
It's called film school directing major.
Okay, film school directing major. Is there anything, and you made, I believe the only person, a comedy as your senior thesis, right?
Yes.
That was your senior film. How much did you have to raise for that?
Over $1,000.
Do you know that kids at NYU are raising $150,000, $200,000, some even $500,000 to make their senior film?
What? Get out of here.
What the fuck are they spending it on?
They make an actual movie.
Real movies cost a lot of money.
I know.
I mean, a student film costs a lot of money.
Kid I graduated with made a $40,000 movie.
Now, is the hopes that they will go on and do something? Where does he raise that money?
Well, this kid came from a rich family. So.
He's a rich girl, and he's gone too far. All right, so we're going to work on the water problem, the air conditioning problem.
We've got a solution for the water problem. Bottles.
I'm going to start buying the cases of bottled water because I can't find, they don't have them anymore.
I understand, but we need a way to refrigerate them. You got to
Can we get a mini fridge in the office, which I have asked before?
What about
just
this?
For our own purposes.
Maxi fridge. We get a full
not enough space.
Giant fridge. Keep it outside the office door. Put a lock on it.
Oh yeah, definitely gotta get a lock on it.
They'll saw through a lock so fast here.
A couple locks.
Once those blue bins move out the way, we'll just put a fridge there.
Okay. I need the bins. I love them in the hall.
They actually came up to me the other day and they said, if you don't get your stuff out of these blue bins, we're going to throw it all away.
Who said
that? Oh, that's so interesting to me when garbage lines these halls for months at a time.
To you?
One of the people who
point them out.
I don't know what their
Do you
name
know that everything there has bins, not just you? There's blue bins in front of everybody?
And they were like, look, we got to pay for these every day. These are rented. We got to get rid of these.
Just go like this. You know, I don't have the bins because I want to. It's because I have to.
I once had an office. I didn't have any bins.
Now me and Chris sit back to back.
Oh, it's awkward. It's awkward in there, and they're always banging into the back of each other.
Oh, gross. Sexual.
Ass to ass, pretty much.
I mean, that's before they get into the office.
They are disgusting.
You guys do prefer to work ass to ass.
Mm-hmm.
We work through osmosis together.
Still get along?
Me and Chris?
Yeah.
Have you ever?
We have our good days.
Scale 1 to 5. How would you say you get along?
I'm going to go 2.5.
All right. 2.5.
Two at the best.
Okay, that's really failing. That's summer school.
Every time fucking those chairs hit, I get angrier and angrier.
Sometimes our chairs bump into each other. It's not my fault at all. And then a hand just hits the shelf above him.
Yeah, I'll punch the shelf in anger.
Yeah, he's got he does a lot of shelf punching. This is behavior that used to be in the old office.
Yeah.
And now we share an office. And now he can't spend time in there because he needs to rage. Which I explained when we found out we were losing the office. I was like, look, it doesn't affect me. But Chris, it's going to affect. He needs his time in there. He's like a bear in his cave. Like he needs to do his own thing.
You rage and punch things?
I don't know what over, but I know I have. It's like it's so inconsequential and stupid, but that's how the anger comes out.
Let me just explain something to you, and I think it'll stay with you.
Okay.
Don't rage against your coworkers. Yeah. Rage against the machine.
Got it.
Think about it.
Good name for a band.
It's the only name for a band, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think I've calmed down a little bit.
Who cares?
Okay.
I lost all my interest in whether or not you're calm or not calm. Juliette Lewis is going to be here soon. Love her. Only met her once, as I said, but really thought the world of her. Love this documentary that you guys need to see because she's so wild child in it. You know what I mean? She's like a Jerry Lee Lewis.
That's Hard Loving Woman, that documentary?
Yeah, Michael Rappaport did it. And it's pretty fucking cool. It's really pretty cool. All right, Gail, you were talking to me about this. You said that there's words that could still be invented, because I thought we had all the words that we needed.
Yes. So there are words, I think.
Stanley rage?
Or you're
like
trying
a whole different kind of rage?
You're trying to come up with a way to express something,
mm-hmm.
and you're using too many words in order to just describe something. it's very common. Like there are certain words that don't translate into English with one word, but they translate, like they have a word for it in another language. So for example, there'll be something like that thing that happens when you both drop something and you hit each other's heads. There's like one word for that, as opposed to be like, oh man, we did that thing where we dropped the thing and we both went for it and we banged each other's heads.
So you could say, oh, we had a collusio.
Yeah,
and everybody
exactly.
will know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
I had this happen before. I was with this girl and this Spanish guy said, she looks like, and he said something. And I said to my friend, I go, what's that mean? He goes, I don't know. We don't have the translation. I guess beautiful movie star is the closest, but they have a word that
kind of means some sort of
some kind of beauty that belongs on the
celebrity
screen.
level
Right.
beauty. All right. So here's a thing that happens often enough in life that there is not a one word definition all right. What happens when you are trying to read something and someone is either talking to you or you keep watching TV and you keep reading the same sentence over and over? And I was trying to describe to someone, oh my God, I'm going crazy. I'm trying to just finish this article. And you know that thing when you try to read it, but then you keep getting distracted? That deserves one word because it happens so much in life.
Not only that, but the person who keeps talking to you, even though you're reading, he deserves a fucking phrase.
I know. It's like a very early part of Catcher in the Rye. Like his roommate just keeps distracting him. He's like, man, I've just read this sentence like 50 times.
Yeah, that drives me crazy.
That needs a word. That needs a singular word.
I like that. Now, words, you think that there wouldn't, if you tried to invent a word, people would be more annoyed with you than if you tried to invent a new toaster. You know what I mean? Like they act like, oh, we don't need a new word. But this is our only way of communication. You know, it's always fascinating to me. The Eskimos, right, have over 2 words for snow. Wow. Snow and slush. And I mean, I'm like, wow, that's fucking...
We could have did that.
Yeah. But there should be a thing for that. The person, like when I was going for how the Eskimos, the person who goes for the cliches that you've heard 100 times, that person deserves a name and a category. Let's see if Chris, you can come up.
All right, one where when you're walking down the street, and
set the table.
All right, so this is I want one word for this. Okay. You're walking down the street. Someone else is walking. No, you could be Gail, could be Vito, could be myself.
Which one though?
Any one of us. It just happen to any of us at any time. And then someone else is walking in the opposite direction, and that fucking moment where you don't know to go left or right, and then they go left as you go left.
Yeah, it's a kind of a dance thing, but I think like you're so much in sync that you both go to the same side.
Yeah.
And then like an idiot, you decide you'll be the one who changes and they do the same thing. Like you're both being polite, like, oh, she's going left, I'll go right, and you both do the same thing at the same time.
That's perfect. It's very common.
It's common and it's annoying. It's fucking annoying.
I hate it. So I'm getting stabbed in the neck when that happens. I don't like it when it happens.
Stabbed in the neck?
Yeah.
Have you been stabbed in the neck?
Not yet.
Then you can't draw that comparison.
That should be a word. Somebody who makes a comparison of something that's never experienced.
We're coming up with fucking just meaningful thing after... Wait, I see Vito leaning forward here. I know you've had a rough day today. Give me one. I hit a fucking home run.
When you go to the kitchen and you open the fridge and then you're like, wait, what did I come here for in the first place?
Oh, my God. Well, that's called senility. But...
All right, I'll give you one that exists in German, but they have a word.
Oh, kill the Jews.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. We don't have that here.
You know, you're laughing too hard.
You know, normally you can't hear how hard he's laughing at inappropriate jokes in there.
Yeah.
Now people will know how evil you are.
Well, I know. Like, I made the joke and he's the bad person.
I know.
That should be a word.
Okay, that's a word that we need. All All right, so in German, there's a word that translates to a face badly in need of a fist. So it's just like somebody who just has a punchable face.
There
but
are
they have
plenty
a
of
one
people
word.
And I mentioned it to someone once that was in a movie. And this is a comedian. I go, well, you're the type of person people want to punch. You remember that?
You said that.
I said it to Todd Barry. And, but I mean, he does. There's certain, like Rob Riggle does, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, it doesn't mean anything about the face, but you give off a thing of that. And I saw that he was like, what? You know, your face is so punchable. But, I know what that word is in German. It's Frau. Frau. Yeah. There's a fucking thing that I hate, and I wish these people would be called names. So if you say to somebody, you ask me hey, what do you want tonight? Chicken or Chinese?
Hey, what do you want tonight? Chicken or Chinese?
Well, we can eat the Chinese or we could eat chicken. I hate the people that are afraid to give their opinion, so they drag out the time that we need to make this fucking opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not going to get to a solution because you've just repeated to me.
I mean, yeah, Chinese is an option, but of course there's always chicken.
I think there's more divorces on that
very
than anything else. I would rather come in and seeing the mailman banging your check would be easier than your chick who won't help you make a decision. And then if you be like, you want me to just make this decision? Because we'll eat chicken. And they're like, or Chinese. Doesn't matter. Here is Mike in Connecticut. Mike.
Hey, how about this is sort of like a reverse Schadenfreude.
Okay.
How about when something happens to your friend that's like very positive, like they get a like great job promotion or something, and it makes you feel really bad about yourself?
I have always been interested in that because people seem like they would rather have an enemy get something than a friend. And I know a friend of mine who got a cartoon voice. And it was a big national cartoon voice.
Mm-hmm.
His friend from school came in and was furious. And we're like, what's wrong? He goes, he got that fucking voice. It's fucking driving me nuts. I'm like, were you up for it? He was like, no. And I go, then why would you feel bad about that? But his life felt smaller than the day before, only because his friend got a great cartoon voice for a national cartoon.
Yeah. What is it about the people that are closer to you? You want to be less success. Like you act like you want them to have success and happiness, but then people will actually want the full opposite. You're like, I want you to do well in life as long as you're 1 to 2 steps behind me.
Yes, that's true. And that's the worst kind of person.
That's the worst.
That's worse than Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Those people do worse than anything Hitler have ever done.
So I'm starting to understand what Vito's sense of humor is.
Mike in Philly.
Hey, Ronnie B.
Yeah.
Hey, in Italy, they have a term for when you're done your meal, you take a little piece of bread and you mop up all the sauce and anything else that's left in your dish. It's called scarpetta. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Scarpetta, eat the scarpetta. Scarpetta,
sup up all the food.
Sup up the food right now.
I do that, scarpetta.
I like a scarpetta myself.
A classless woman.
No, I will tell you this. I had some stew yesterday. I'm not a big stew guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't think you to have a stew.
Don't like a stew normally. Okay. This stew was so delicious. So I got this beautiful French bread with it. Put a little butter on it. Hit that stew with it. Nice. And I bite into it. I'm like, why is this 10 times better than a bite of bread or a spoonful of stew? And I go, this needs a phrase. I straightened out, this needs a phrase.
That's
strange. I came up with scarpetta. I hope it fits.
It does.
But that is a weird thing, right? I mean, that fucking bread hit that stew and you're like, that's better than it could have been imagined.
I don't think there's anything better and taking a carbohydrate.
Yeah.
It's like sapping a sauce up. It's the best thing.
Well,
that's why I like a saucy food. That's why I like French, French cuisine. I like Indian. I like saucy foods.
And here's the healthy choice I made. I put a ridiculous amount of butter on it.
Oh, smart. You're adding fats to those carbs.
Yeah. Well, I was literally like this.
You're in for a treat.
There's enough butter to kill me. Here's David in Tennessee. David.
Hey, Bennington.
Yeah.
My buddy Rich came up with the word clunk for like when you're like watching The Office or when you're embarrassed for someone and you can't stand it. It's just driving you crazy.
So this is the premise of just like someone in the room is doing something really cringy that it's actually affecting you.
Yes. And Ricky Gervais is famous for it, and Lisa Kudrow did it.
Yeah.
Where I've turned the channel before, and I know it's not real, but I can't help it. I'm losing my mind.
I had a thing. A friend of mine was on a podcast last night, and it was so. I'm not kidding you. It was so uncomfortable that I felt like it was me.
Jesus. It's great because I wasn't expecting it.
No, I'm serious about that. Like I'm like, oh, come on, buddy, jump in there. Come on, pal, jump in there. Then I would be like I was frustrated and weirded out. I kind of had a moment of sadness, and then the next is frustration, then deep embarrassment. Like, what if I was like that?
Sure.
And then finally, I was like, man, I'd kill him before I had to see him again. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to. Wow. Share this.
It's cruel.
Craig in Madison Blues, what's up?
Hey, I'm going to miss the Friday double Benningtons, but it was fun while it lasted.
It sure was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Great times.
So, you ever had a bad fast food meal? You're sitting there next to your friend and you go, boy, that was McShitty.
No, I haven't had a bad fast food meal like that in a long time.
Yeah.
I don't allow myself to jump into that.
I guess it would be the same as just having any bad food experience, but maybe it does need a specific thing.
Oh, no, but bad fast food, you're in trouble, like your gut in trouble.
Right. So that feeling of deep regret that you knew it was a bad idea.
Regret of what you just ate is a great one. You know what I mean?
Because I've done that before.
Yeah.
It's usually something that is a low price point.
Yeah.
And heavy in low quality cheese. And then I'm just like, why have I done this to myself?
Or just if you ever say to yourself, right? Look, thought it was good, but I just ate 6 donuts. When you've had 3 bagels or something that is just bad.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going really to take you a while to get out of.
It's just embarrassing. Or maybe what you need also is a word for, that thing when somebody puts out a plate of cookies and everyone takes one, or maybe a couple people take none. But you take one and you just want to keep eating it, but you're just well, I don't want to be the only person who's just sitting here eating nonstop cookies.
That's just food for me. And whenever there's a shared food, I'm like, I'll eat one and they'll be like, why doesn't anybody just get in there? I want more, but I'm not going to get more until you go.
I've actually split food with Vito before, and he's been like, eat up, okay? He's been pushing me, and I didn't realize that's what it is. I thought you were being an Italian mama, but you were trying to make sure I get my fair share.
We got nachos one time, and I had my nacho, and I was like, all right, Gail, eat your nacho now.
He's timing it
out. There should also be a phrase for when the cookies are not good, and yet you continue to eat them. It's oh my God, are these stale?
It's more of them.
You're this is my 7th Chips Ahoy, and I hate Chips Ahoy.
Yeah.
I ate the whole package.
I told you one time, Fez, he got these Girl Scout cookies delivered to this radio station we were working at, and I saw him get the bag he bought it from the person's mother, right? I mean, it looked like he got his shopping bag, and I watched him in the lobby get it, And I watched him run into a fucking production studio. Watched him run in with his bag. Like, before. And then I'm just sitting there. I'm laughing like he's going to go have a shame feast, right? About fucking 5-10 minutes later, he comes out. Hey, buddy, help me. I made so many lemon ones. He ate so many lemon cookies that his whole mouth dried up. And I'm just like, easy, buddy. You just need a beverage. Let's get like there was real panic in his head.
His throat was closing up.
Yeah, there was panic, and the fact that he realized he did a thing that scared him, but he also realized the shame of what kind of person runs into the other room and eats 2 sleeves of lemon cookies.
So their friends won't take any of said
cookies. I don't think he would have ever kept a cookie from me, but we did work with other people. But I just saw the way he took off, like not even like, oh, my cookies, I'll have those later. He just ran into a room like if you just copped fucking dope.
Jesus
and
Christ.
You were dope sick. God, that was one of the funniest experiences. Matt in Chicago.
Yeah, if you ever been talking to someone and they're looking at you and they're kind of watching your mouth and they're trying to anticipate what you're going to say and they try to talk with you.
I know people like this.
And talk right back to you while you're talking. It's infuriating.
Now, here's the weird thing. I pick up on it because I'm a mouth watcher.
Yeah.
I watch mouths when I'm talking with people. It was a famous radio personality who did it, and that I would start conversations in one way, and as he's mouthing along and trying to finish, I'd zap back and bring in an unexpected thing.
Yeah.
Just to do it to him. Never shared it with another person in my life that I did that, but I used to do it all the time to him.
Yeah, and that's a very...
They must be a fast thinker.
Yeah.
Well, they also need to talk.
But like they want to hear themselves talk, and then I also think that they're just impatient too. Like, well, let me get the sentence out. But as soon as you start saying, oh, Juliette Lewis is coming in later. It's like, oh, coming in later. Right. She's coming. Like, you know what I mean? Like they do that thing where they talk over you.
You know who that is?
No. Oh, you're right. You do that.
I do that.
You always guess what people are going to say.
How about the people who do a summation that is so simple? Like, they'll just be like, yeah, birds fly. You know what I mean? You tell a story and they'll be like, birds do fly. And you're just like, that's nothing to sum up. Let's go over here to, here's Fred in New Orleans. Fred. Or Ford. Let's go to Ford.
Oh, hey, buddies.
Hey.
When you're walking down the street and you trip and you try to parlay it into a little jog, I think we need a word like trip to jogging.
There's that, and there's also, let's say Chris is walking down the hall and he does a little trip, and then he turns around and looks down at the rug like he wants the rug rather than, I wasn't paying attention and I let my toe go in, my big toe dug in.
Someone fix this rug.
Well, you don't even yell that out. You look down like, oh my God, that invisible thing. Trip people.
You gotta be careful
There's
there.
nothing fucking there.
What about the like when you're crossing the street and a car is going and people do the little jog where like they're walking and they see a car and they go, the fake?
Oh, yeah. That's called Dane Cook's material.
Oh.
Oh,
he did it on SNL.
Jesus,
yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Dane Cook's material. Well, he acted it out and everybody was clapping.
This is terrible.
I feel like an idiot.
Bud, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey,
for some reason, I have a resistance to washing my hands after taking a piss, but a lot of times if I know someone's right outside the bathroom, I'm like, well, I guess I got to stand here for a couple seconds before I come out, so they think I had time to wash my hands.
Why don't you just put your hands under some water?
I don't have that
I
problem.
don't know, man. I'm in denial, man. I don't know what it is. I'm like, I want to get away with it.
All right, this could be another one, though. Have you ever been with someone you're out to dinner and they go in to use the restroom and they're going far too long? And you're like,
yes.
Are they fucking dropping heat in the middle of this? Should I start the third course or just sit here?
Right. You're like, they better come out with full makeup on.
Yeah.
Man or woman.
I'm usually the one in the bathroom.
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, no.
I don't like when people rush you in the bathroom.
Oh, God.
Vito poops.
A lot. A lot.
Everybody poops like Vito. He poops every time and every day. Let's be cool when Juliette Lewis gets here.
I feel like this is getting very silly.
And she's such a rock.
She's a rock goddess.
Matter of fact, I might want everyone out of here when I show up.
Except for me, right?
I don't want her to think I have baggage.
Great. I'm staying in.
What is it about her, though?
She's very cool and very sexy and very weird, like in a great way.
In a great way, the way people used to be weird.
Yeah.
The way you try to be weird if you're cool. If anyone embraces themselves as an artist, it's rare these days. It's rare for someone to say, I'm an artist.
Well, there was like a backlash of it where people were very nervous to look, pompous or, like as though they were, thinking more of themselves. Like there was like this weird backlash that I think actually began with the Gen X generation, I think was the beginning of that kind of.
Now, here's the interesting thing. The Gen X generation has made shit for themselves compared to the boomers. I mean, they're running down the stupid millennials and founders. But what happened during Gen X? Nothing.
And they really popularized the kind of, like, I think the millennials get treated like, oh, they're young for it. But, like, the Gen Xers did that, too. And they were the ones who were, like, watching cartoons and eating cereal well into their, like, 30s.
And then mocking
stuff.
people out for doing serious work.
Yeah. And then saying, like, and then they were, like, the like, aside from the early 90s, where it was a very, like, there was a very distinct style, by the mid to late 90s, it was like devoid of style, and if you were thought to be somebody who cared about style, it was like a negative.
Well, that's an interesting thing because Chris and I were talking about this today. I forget whose hair you were talking about.
There was a dude, a kid downstairs, a guy with like dyed pink reddish hair.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about like that. We saw somebody with like blue hair, and I'm like, that has never really left. It's at the same percentage as always. But then I'm like, no male hairstyle has left. Like, you will still see, like, Corey's still wearing a faux hawk.
Yeah.
And no one's saying, what are you trying to be, 85? I mean, no.
No.
A man can wear his hair any way he wants. He can have a crew cut. He can shave his head. He can have a ponytail grow down his head. It's all open to you. That wasn't open to people in 1965. It was a political thing when you let your hair grow.
Yeah, now it's like you have long.
It was no different than kneeling during the national anthem is now.
Yeah, I saw a dude with a flock of seagulls haircut, like straight up out of the 80s.
Oh, yeah. I dated a dude with a flock of seagulls haircut.
Can I tell you this? I like it long, I like it short, I like it straight, I like it curly. That's how he told people his hair was. It's long, it's straight, it's short, it's curly. Well, it takes for fucking ever to get going. And you've written a song about a Muslim state, Iran. Wouldn't it once occurred to him, if you write a song called Iran, to fucking throw Iran in the middle of it somewhere?
Clearly.
Not for that fucker.
Nope, he's in his own world. He's
Not
got his
Flacco.
hair.
Fucking
Flacco?
Joe Flacco is what they would call him.
Great
quarterback. You watch the game last night?
Yeah, I watched that game.
27-0. Never close at any point.
Just an absolute beatdown.
With a third-string quarterback.
Goes by the name of Brisket.
Is that his actual name? Brisket?
It's like Brissett, but people call him Brisket. And I think that's a better nickname.
He came off the field with a ball and gave it to his head coach. And I'm like, I've never seen anybody do that before. That was a fuck you to the rest of the head coaches in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's only one coach that matters.
What do you normally do with it? What's the...
The coach would give a player a ball
Yeah.
And say, look, here's a game ball to go to you. He came over and gave the ball to fucking Belichick, meaning Belichick came up with a game plan so good that he, a man with no experience and really no arm, suddenly had these weird college plays where...
It was crazy, man. Belichick is the fucking man. And I love at halftime, he's like, yeah, we need to coach better, score more points. Just yelling this at the sideline reporter.
Hey, Lewis. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? You had that caller that you spoke about people that kind of like move their mouths when you're talking, like trying to say what you're saying or talk up in front of you. I noticed that Jimmy Fallon does that on the show, especially when somebody's like going into like a bit, like they're going into like a joke or they're going to do something really silly. He tries to like react to it or jump in or do it over them. He's a weird motherfucker.
Well, you know, he's Laughing Jimmy. Everybody loves him. Laughing Jimmy is the best. The guy that, and you see that up on the iBank, Vito put together just an endless amount of Jimmy Fallon flipping the fuck
Losing
out.
it. Slapping the desk.
All right,
Pounding his head on the desk.
The guy that I know who did it, I'm just going to give his name out because he's a great, great broadcaster, Charlie Logan.
Really?
Would, as you're telling the story, be forming words.
Forming words as you were.
Yeah.
Weird. So then you would just say the most bizarre shit.
I would just try to go in the opposite direction. You know, it was just like, whoa, fuck, I thought, sure I knew where that was going. When is Juliette Lewis coming in?
She's coming in 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes.
Should we break first or break after?
Let's break first.
Oh, that's odd. All right, we will break when? About 5 minutes?
We'll break in 7 minutes.
Okay, good. We got anything we need to be promoting here, Chris?
It's the Unmasked Emmy Weekend on Comedy Greats. That's happening. That starts at 3 p.m. on Channel 94. That's where we're playing unmasked guests who won Emmys all last week in Hank Azaria.
Yeah, I think I could have pulled that up.
Louis Anderson. Louis Anderson.
We're playing Louis today doing our show, too, right?
Yes.
Louis.
Patton Oswalt.
That's it?
No, there's 2 more.
Okay. Because it seemed like you were pausing and then there was nothing else. I'm like, I guess he stopped.
I mean, if you had just said, and Patton Oswalt, we wouldn't question.
Yeah, there's no way.
Jeffrey Tambor. In the season, sorry.
Nice.
Let me see who the half-hour comedy hours are tonight, too. I think there was somebody I wanted to see. Oh, Eric Bertram, who we've had on this show before, and Emily Heller.
Nice. I'm going to check those out.
Yeah, I like half-hour.
It's the right amount of time for you.
Actually, 15 minutes would be perfect for me, or 8. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Ron.
You just waved to me?
I was just the time cue.
Why?
Just so you know how much time.
We just went over it.
Yeah, I just heard 6 minutes a minute ago. Are you going to do that every minute? You sent this story in. Well, first of all, you want to check out this. The hot chicks up on the iBank today. It's Bar Raffaelli, and just had a baby, lingerie, tits look amazing, body looks amazing. Ariel Winter is something that Vito is obsessed with, and he put up a video of her getting her butt made up. And then Nina Agdal is laying there naked with 2 little slices of pizza on her breast.
She loves pizza.
They're kind of not safe for work.
I would also like to remind you of the Argentinian women fully nude in protest.
Fully nude Argentinian women in protest. Also not safe for work. I saw that Vito sent in an Argentinian dancer has a nip slip on a live dance show. Did anyone even react down there or care?
I'm not sure. Like, they seem like that they would just be okay with it.
When she came out clothed, they booed.
They're like, this isn't what we're used to.
Can I say this? Chris just actually wrote a joke.
Yeah.
Not talking crazy, so we
That
all
was
laugh.
great.
But that's an actual joke. That's a joke that a comedian would tell.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, Spencer Berger.
I wish we would have got to hear that last night.
Didn't.
Also, I'm a little worried about him. You know he's mad at the Skanks, right? For ignoring him. And he said maybe next time they're doing a show, I'll throw some gasoline and a lit match in there.
What?
I was just supposed to do me and you, Ron.
Chris, that's gone too far.
Well, I wanted to put it out so you can't do it.
I know
everyone know if any of those are burnt beyond recognition, you had something to do with it.
I mean, I know that you
Peace out.
I know that you're upset about it.
Yeah.
I found
arson?
This is this thing that I want people to go see. The dog that is the worst hide and seeker ever. Now,
let me see this.
You're going to get it. It's just a woman hiding behind a door, and the dog cannot find her, even though she's incredibly viewable. The reason is dogs see differently than us. Oh, we haven't posted it?
I don't see it.
Never mind it. Never mind it. Coming up in just a few moments, Juliette Lewis. No one embarrassed me in front of her, Chris.
I promise.
All be cool.
I promise.
And Vito, let's have a Wawa for her. And we fix the air conditioner so she's not freezing to death.
And then go back into the booth immediately.
I'm not even going to make eye contact with her.
So
Chris,
I won't bring up from dusk till dawn.
Chris, you go back under the stairs.
The best scene ever. When Quentin Tarantino's imagining what she would say to him, like when
I can quote it,
yeah,
but
I can quote it.
Sturdy.
What was that?
Earmuffs, I'll say.
Can I tell you something? I know the scene. Okay. I want to make him say it.
Chris, you say it.
Would you please eat my pussy?
Oh my God, that's not it.
I don't even know how she says it, but it was a nice try.
That's the way he says it.
That's the way I think. That's how I remember it.
Her career was crazy hot in the 90s.
Yeah.
Now she's a big TV star, playing a detective, and she's also just a real rock and roller, man.
She's a rock goddess.
She's a rock chick. And there's so few of those anymore.
I know. And I appreciate them so.
All right, the dog thing is up, Chris. And then I know I promised you I'd go to break, and that's why you keep showing me your fingers every couple of seconds.
Showing me your fingers. Let me see this dog.
Now you can see how easy it is to find. You gotta have volume, Chris. She's just standing.
Here, Nico. Nico! Nico, you dope. You're so stupid! Nico!
Now, the reason is they don't see like us.
Right.
They don't the three-dimensional, right?
I think
they need movement.
Yeah, or it's just a lousier version of what we see. So if he's not able to smell her where she is, then he's not going to be able to figure it out.
It's the funniest shit ever.
Because I did that once with Birdie where I didn't, normally if I call her, she knows where I was. But I was standing in the bathroom, but all the lights were out. And she came running and just actually the look of I don't know how she could have the expression of stupidity, but she was just seems like she should be here, but I don't see her. It was so fantastic. Because they don't see in the dark at all. They have really lousy night vision.
She, I think maybe she's in a shadow there.
Yeah.
She's not moving, and that dog is just a dummy. But you said that your dog was looking around and made you feel like somebody was.
Oh yeah, she did. I was on the computer, and I look up, and Birdie is in that position that she gets when it's something is nearby, a raccoon or something that she wants to attack, and she has a look of terror in her eyes, and she's looking directly behind me. So I thought somebody was at the window or or I thought that there was just a giant, I don't know, rat on the wall or something, but I couldn't figure it out. And she stayed that way for 10 minutes and was doing that thing where it's what is it coming? Is it like, like that thing that they do when they like tippy tap their feet? And I was really freaked out. 100% sure it's a ghost now.
Dogs are no help. We're going to break. We're back with the fabulous Juliette Lewis. This is Bennington. Juliette Lewis in studio with us. Not only a great actress, but a badass rock and roller. Great to see you. Great song.
Good. I think this would be our first time we were on the radio, this song.
Is that right?
Any way you want. Yeah, I wrote this with Brad Schultz of Cage the Elephant. You might recognize some of the sounds in there. I love their rock and roll, and we wrote that.
Well, rock and roll was the first love even before acting, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was more... It's funny, as a kid, I was really into musicals, and I took piano, I took dance, I was singing in musical stuff, and I always gravitated toward music. Like, I have friends who know films and all this. I was more versed in all kinds of music than movies, but my heart and soul is in drama and storytelling and all of it. So if I can do both, I'm a happy person.
Yeah. But to you, in a way, it's art. It's the same expression.
It's, I made this word up. I don't know if anyone else is using it, but I call myself an emotionalist. Mm-hmm. So you're still dealing with emotion and storytelling, but I do find music's more visceral. And for me, music is about the live experience.
Absolutely.
Some other people, they make records and they do that very well, but I'm a live performer, and I do utilize every aspect of myself on a cellular level.
Is that what made you draw to it first, is live performance of music?
Yeah, exactly. So when I was... I always wrote songs as a kid, and then I got successful acting, and then was getting a little bit of complacency, and was like, oh shit, I turned 30, and I was like, hey, remember that music dream you wanted to do? You better get on that. So I did it really basic, called guitar players, hey, I want to write some songs, and created a set. But the whole thing was to develop myself as a songwriter and a performer, do it live. So I just made really energetic, simplistic, very spirited rock and roll, guitar-driven rock early on with a band called The Licks that I put together. Sure. My solo stuff is more nuanced, has more flavor, more body. These are my adjectives I like to use. I've cultivated a sound a little bit differently and realized it I'm going to do an EP, but the songs I did with Brad Schultz are pretty special to me.
Well, when you're talking about live performance, that Jerry Lee Lewis and Chuck Berry weren't thinking about records or whatever. That was all done to have live performance.
Yeah.
And I saw the documentary that Michael Rappaport did on you, and you talk in a way that performers don't talk anymore, but people did talk that way in the 60s. Like, people were saying, we're here for this communal experience, and the audience is just as involved. And we don't talk about it, but we've all been at a show where something happens and everybody turns around and goes, oh, we're somewhere else.
That's it. Time and space disappears. It's a collective. It's, I don't know if you've seen Arcade Fire, or it's like church, but different kind of church. It's spiritual, and nobody, that's funny. Wait, are you my daughter and dad? Yeah. Your dad's very cool.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
This is my first time meeting you.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we get right into it. I remember last time. But yeah, it's so funny. That documentary is great, but I'm not afraid anymore to talk about it in a spiritual context.
Sure.
Because and I say it, I just came off the road, but I say it in my show, like, it's a miracle when people all come together of all walks of life, strangers and friends, and form a collective, and we all, open our hearts together. I think it's really special.
Well, what's interesting about that too is you can be in the audience and then you think to yourself, like, why don't I do this all the time? Like, it feels like you're doing something that is a necessity of life, and then you forget to do it, right? Like, maybe there are times in your life where you're much more involved in seeing live music, but every time you return to it, It's like, oh my God, why don't I do this for myself?
Yeah, and as a therapeutic thing, I need to be doing this. You're so right on, because we get caught up in the grind and the hardship and the working of life and stuff. So, yeah, I'm really big on keeping live music in it.
I love even sometimes you'll be at a show that'll be just okay. Then you'll hit some spot.
Yeah.
And then it kind of brings back down again. No one knows when that's going to come in. Like, that's why I think jam bands got into their thing of just keep pushing it until you find that moment.
Well, I call it, even in acting, you can find it, and I've had moments of it, but it's transcendence. And we use that word in the documentary, but you pop off. It's sort of like you catch air, you know, like if you were surfing or you're just a little bit levitated. And, I've seen that in, you know, Neil Young, or like one time, like Lenny Kravitz and his guitar player hit this other realm, or, the White Stripes. I remember you're just like, ooh, there's something happening here.
And I've even seen it in bar bands. Like some night you're out in a bar and you're like, why is this the best? Why are bars like this all the time?
You know what the thing is too, is even if you don't like a band or you never heard of them before, if you see them live, you're kind of seeing them with the community of people who already really love them. So it makes it all that more attractive to you, and suddenly you're kind of seeing it through their eyes and you're like, wait, this is a really cool
thing. It should
thing.
be an experience. Exactly.
Well, you know, the fact of the matter, too, is songwriting is like that, except for it's a lonelier thing. But I've talked to a million songwriters, and not one of them is exactly sure how that happens with a song.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, you're trying it every day, and then one day a song arrives. It's so great.
That's it. No, I know. I've heard Tom Petty talk about, I don't know what song, but he wrote it in 15 minutes.
Right.
Or something. And it's the greatest. It spoke to everybody. Even this little song we wrote within 30 minutes. It was the first thing we wrote together, and Brad was playing a riff, and then I started riffing and on that riff. And I always think that songs, they're in the ether.
Yeah,
they're almost like little lights, and you string them up. You string up these lights, and then they start. It manifests itself. But it's magic.
You know, everybody has a metaphor of what it is that isn't quite exactly. You know what I mean? Like you don't think, because Carly Simon said to me once, it's like little drips of water.
Good,
and she, you know, and other people. But I always think is that amazing thing that, you know, it is the mystery, you know, and all art is that way. But in songwriting, I think that we can understand it quicker because it's a couple of minutes, and we know it's catchy, and we know immediately whether we love it or not. You know, like how quick when we threw on Juliet's song today, did you and I do that thing where we look over?
That's nice. I saw you guys rocking it. It's just a little banger, you know. We were inspired. I came full circle because Licks was very muscular guitar rock, and me and Brad, we were inspired by things like the Kinks, the Zombies, the Rascals, like really the first formation of garage rock, I guess, that 60s, and even the way Brad plays his guitar is so strange. I don't know if you caught the solo. It's almost psychedelic. It's really wiry. And he's one of my favorite players and songwriters. He's so avant-garde and strange, but pure rock and roll.
But that changes your whole vibe when you're just working with him, right? You suddenly are a different artist.
Well, yes, you inspire each other through, it's sort of this alchemy, but him, I felt more like I found home. So some artists you get together and you're like, oh, this makes perfect sense. For instance, drummers are that way. I'm like, whoa, the drummers, it's so wild. I went through a few drummers this touring because I couldn't keep, some people would go to other bands, and I had this one drummer I love, like Eric Gardner, this guy, he went to tour with Garbage. My favorite drummer, of course, is my boyfriend, but not because he's my boyfriend. He was my favorite drummer first.
That made you think, hey, there's something about him.
Exactly. It was his rhythm. I was like, holy shiz bots. Do you cuss on your show? I don't know.
You can.
I like to say holy shenanigans. But it moves me different and makes me sing different rhythm. I don't know what I digress. I don't know what you were saying.
This is something we always end up in this conversation, but the perfect song. Like you think about Ray Davies and some of those songs that he wrote was like 19 years old.
Yeah. Oh, he was 19?
Yeah, he was like 19 when he wrote some of those songs and people are still singing 50 years later. You got a perfect song that you can hear and go, that's exactly.
There's so many. I don't know why. It's funny when you ask a question, my brain went to Walk on the Wild Side, but that's not like a little nugget. That's not like all of the days and all of the night or Girl, You Really Got Me. God, perfect song. I don't know. I cover one, Proud Mary. That's a perfect song to me. Do you know, here's a perfect song. Well, I don't know, just somebody. I've been performing Proud Mary all over the world this year. It's everything I loved about it. It was so neat to see everyone else love that same spirit. And we did the Ike and Tina version where you start out slow and then you bang it in and you go fast. And then I'm super old fashioned, like get everybody to solo, have a bass player solo, drum solo when I introduce the band like later in the song. But everybody, it's funny to see one song uniformly do what it does in Finland, Sweden, Germany, UK, Chicago. It's a trip.
Isn't it something too? And that, that's a big part of the American culture that we don't take a lot of pride in and that sometimes, like a lot of the English bands that came over had to teach us about our own blues music, had to teach us about our own R&B. And like, you're thinking, well, like, how could someone write a song in Memphis and kids in London would go, I'm changing my life, man. Yeah. I don't know where Memphis is, but I'm changing my life based on that song. It's phenomenal.
And then the seed is the same, but the formula becomes different. Like Led Zeppelin, that big, fat, groovy sound, but its origin is blues.
Yeah, it's Delta blues. It's Robert Johnson.
And that's why there's something about the simplicity of that. Like that's, I think, how you have to get to the center of what's perfect. Like whatever that thing is, it's like, it's just perfectly whole and then that sprouts a bunch of other different sounds.
It really is true, man. But it does have to go back into like either a blues or a folk sound or something so simple and easy. And then you get the chance to, make it bigger.
Exactly. You can complicate it or like you can add different rhythms to it. You season it different. But I think also with music and where I was in my little journey, I was always trying to explore what my truth is, get to the purest, the truth of that time, of where I'm at that time. And so the early stuff I wrote, is more derivative. And then, like when I wrote Hard Loving Woman, I wouldn't have been able to, I always wanted to write a blues song, but you can't fake that. I had a story to tell in that song. It was a declaration of my independence at that time, or owning exactly what gave me hardship is also what my strength is loving so purely anything and what I do. But it came out in this, my friend was playing a riff, but that was exciting to go, oh my God, I can express it now. I feel ready, but it took me 6 years.
But if you think about it, how long were the Beatles doing stuff before they broke through, and then their early stuff sounds so different. But if you don't have that early songs, like you said, the derivative stuff, if you didn't figure out how like on a molecular level some of that stuff worked, you wouldn't go on to find your own.
Yeah, to be more courageous. You're so right on the Beatles because they were doing that the best pop. But man, that was it was lighthearted stuff. Twist and Shout. Yeah. Is that a cover? Or
Twist and Shout was a cover of Isley Brothers, I think. But but a lot of their stuff, that they did, and then their early songs were just so sweet, happy, joyful.
Yeah.
And then in like 2-3 years, it just
because it was all that, because it was all that just childlike love. It's really no wonder that it attracted young girls because it was like so simple and sweet. And then to think like that same audience would stay with them throughout.
Man.
That's neat.
Yeah, that was a band that totally grew up with that whole 60s crowd. And here we are 50 years later. You turn on the radio, you're going to hear a Beatles song.
Oh, yeah.
Now, in 67, can you imagine turning on the radio and hearing a song from 27? It didn't happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know,
but that
such a-
culture has stayed with us all this time.
They cracked the code.
Yeah, they did. Juliette Lewis sitting in with us. By the way, Hard Loving Woman, that's on Red Bull TV, right?
Yeah, it's a new platform. It's been out some months, and you can find it there.
Michael Rappaport directed it. He did that great documentary.
A Tribe Called Quest.
Called Quest, yeah.
Beats, Rhymes.
Yeah, it was a Beats, Rhymes, and which was amazing. And that was that group in that time was New York City. You know what I mean? Like everybody that was in New York City could hear any one of those songs at that time and go right back to the 90s.
Yeah.
You know? And that always amazes me, the bands that can take you to a certain time and place.
Yeah. That was, I love that documentary because it schooled me on all the groups. You're like, oh yeah, and Jungle Brothers and Queen Latifah and this time, and they're the 60s tinged influence in hip hop at that time, and to hear Q-Tip talk about the sampling and what the rhythms they were sampling,
right?
So artful, but it's a testament to Mike as a documentarian or filmmaker. He carved such a beautiful narrative and story in that. So
yeah, it was even shot beautifully too, man. It was really,
he's not kidding around.
Yeah, it was really, really great. But you know, Gail and I do another show called GPS where it's about a scene that happened, and it's always about time and place. Like Detroit in the 60s is different than London in the 60s, Memphis in the 60s, that everything was about where you were physically at, what the venues you were playing in, the type of instruments that were there, and the people that you were competing against.
Yeah.
I always loved that kind of friction creates heat somehow.
And then even, you know, we've returned to some of the same cities, and within half a decade or a decade later, how much has changed, you know, doing kind of punk rock in the 80s versus like even the garage rock and kind of dance stuff that was going on in the 90s.
But music is always changing, you know?
Yeah.
It's always changing.
That's a neat show. I like that you talk about the friction, because sometimes artists, when they compete with each other, you'll hear it too in the stories. I don't know what they are, but you're like, oh, this song was a response to that song.
Yeah.
And they sort of one up each other. It's really special.
Well, if you look back, the Beatles are the ones that got the Lions amount, and then the Stones, but the Kinks, the Who, the Animals.
That's it.
All these bands were together.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the Animals. That was the ones I love too.
They're phenomenal, right? You've also got your second season of Secrets and Lies Sunday night on ABC, and it's a whole kind of new show, right?
It's a whole new show, and I love we're segueing from rock and roll, because this is my Clark Kent to my Superman. So this is my yin and yang. For me, it was so exciting to play the most extreme of everything I'm not, in a way, and what that means, because I'm playing a homicide detective, but not the sassy New York cop. I'm someone that has no emotionality, even in the way I speak. There were so many things technically that were really interesting for me to play. And yeah, this is the second season. It's the way the series is done is interesting for me, in that it's one case told over 10 episodes. And so you get to explore the secrets and lies of each character and really take your time with it. So you're not wrapping up a murder mystery in one episode, but it's a whole season. So yeah, it's a trip doing TV, because we'll see how people respond. You kind of see right away in the first few episodes people are latching on or not.
Well, when you play a character this different to yourself, though, do you have to think, if your circumstances would have been different parents, different part of the world, different education, you could have ended up in the same spot? Like, do you bring some of you into that no matter what?
Always. It's funny because to hear people's feedback when they receive me in a role, like for people, they'll tell me, because I think this whole role, I have to go, do nothing, do less, less, show less. And you're just at the purity of You were there at 3 a.m. You know, it's like really flat.
Yeah.
And to not even go, wait, what? You can't, there's no inflections. There's no, and because it's manipulated unless she wants you to think something. I'm forgetting what your question. Oh, that people would talk about like her intensity or they expect me to get mad. But all I'm doing is showing nothing in my face, not smiling. That's the other thing is I've removed all the social niceties. So then people have made her in the way that they see her in their own minds in a way. But she's not a person who loses her temper, but they think she's really angry all the time just because I don't smile. So that's interesting.
But she's known from a poker player.
That's it. Yeah. It's literally just poker facing the whole time. And I interviewed different detectives and talked about their styles, and people work differently. Some detectives are very colorful, and then others are very deadpan. And so I just respect that line of work. So I was really fascinated by it. But yeah, I think it's funny when you're talking about who you might be if you were in a different education system or group of people. Yeah, I had a very sort of bohemian, loose kind of upbringing, but a lot of nurturing of the creative spirit.
Yeah.
So to see what if I was slightly oppressed, it's the same essence. You just it comes out in a different way. I don't know.
But and this shows in the documentary that Rappaport did on you. That you said, I'm 15 years old. I got a car. I've got a house. I mean, that's totally different.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
Where most people would be.
Well, I didn't have a house technically, but I lived in an apartment. Yeah.
But you were off on your own, more or less, at that age.
Me and my best girlfriend, who was older than me, we lived together. But initially with a friend of the family, and then my dad helped. He sort of signed my lease. Again, my story on the internet is all completely not really what it is, because I had really strange parents, and then they cultivated in all of us our individuality, and I don't know, for better or worse, we followed our drive.
Well, you were also in the paper and stuff because you had famous relationships at the time. Where we were teenagers, we were dating whoever, and that was in our neighborhood. But your stuff was national. That's so wild, right?
I know you're speaking of one person. I didn't have that, but it's that's what they pick up. It's sort of like you're also known for the movies that hit. Like, I'm not known for the comedies I did early on. Like right after Natural Born Killers, I followed it with this Nora Ephron directed movie.
Yeah.
Steve Martin. It was called,
is it
Mixed Nuts?
Mixed Nuts. I almost called it
great movie.
Yeah.
Like 5 people have seen this movie, but at the time I was like, this is genius. I'm following up Natural Born Killers with a really broad comedy. So my point is relationships that are not going to talk about who I dated in the 8th grade. A kid named Rodney. He's not famous.
Hey, it's great to see you again.
Thanks.
And congratulations on the music and, of course, the show.
Yeah.
And I'll see you next time coming through.
I appreciate it. I love talking to you always.
Great.
Bye.
Thank you, Ron. Wow. Hi, everybody. 0 calorie Fanta.
Oh, is that right? And how is it? How does it taste?
0 calorie. You just try to lie to yourself. Hey, there's sugar in this.
Walking through the halls with Louis is like walking with the Pope. Everyone stops him every 3 feet.
Yeah. Well, that's because I have to go to the bathroom.
No. This is a great time to be you. Everybody's
I'm really
cheering
lucky
for you right now.
Yeah, it's like almost like, oh, am I going to die now? I think I'm a little bit of a fatalist that way. Comics like, oh my God, what's going to happen then? Well, I don't want everyone to like me because then, oh my God. Oh, here's a guy on Twitter who hates my guts. Oh, thank God. He said, you suck, Louis. Oh, thank you. Thank you, dead behind the eyes.
But it is surprising that this role has brought out so much, not just attention to you, but this massive thing that I think people have been waiting to say for a while, just about how talented that you are.
Oh, I think that I grew into, which is hard to believe, that I grew into this role somehow. Like, I was a terrible actor when I was younger, and I wouldn't listen to anyone. I'm a typical comic. If it isn't mine, it probably isn't any good. Comics have that thing. If I didn't write it, oh, well, how good could it be? And then I got this part, and one of the first things I said when I got the part was, you're not going to complain about anything. This is a conversation with me, which I often have. And then I say to myself, anything? Yes, anything. You're not going to complain about anything. Okay. And you're not going to say no. What? And those are the two things that I didn't do for the 10 weeks that we shot the show. I didn't complain. I never said no. Whatever they asked me, if it was 15 or 20 takes, I just said, okay, let's do it.
Yeah. Did you have any idea?
It was really good for me. It was really good for me.
But did you have an idea when you saw this? Like, you thought to yourself, this could be that little spark that could be the thing?
When you're around people, I'm from a certain era where we move in, we do the show, let's get the hell out of here. Right? When I went in, I actually felt like I was going into, maybe an operating auditorium where stuff was going on that was different than I was used to.
Yeah.
Where there was collaboration before, during, and after the shot. Where there was a great crew that just discussed everything and tried to make it perfect, and where the director never said one negative thing the whole time. Like, that's an unusual thing.
Yeah.
Not once did Jonathan Kreisel say anything negative. He just said, oh, let's try it again. And I go, okay, because I have to say yeah. So, yeah.
Of that conversation.
And I can't complain.
Yeah.
So.
You ruined all this.
Yeah. The other me really screwed me up for this whole thing. But, and I was in good hands because, if you know his credentials, Saturday Night Live, Tim and Eric, Portlandia, Men Seeking Women. I mean, he has hands in all these things plus many more. And he was just terrific, And Zach, who was the pro of all pros, and Martha. Get to work with two comedians is always a lot more fun than two actors. And I consider both of those great. Like Zach's a great actor, but God, he's a great comedian too.
Yeah, and very giving in this role to you and Martha. That you guys get. There's a lot of comedians who want to hug. Every joke has to be around them. But he's let you guys really shine, and you both have. It's amazing.
Well, it's his show.
Yeah.
So I think he wants it to be the best it can be, and that's an unusual thing. You're right, Ron.
Yeah.
Most people want, hey, let's cut his stuff down there a little bit.
Right.
But he's praised me and praised everybody on the show. And, it's a great new experience for me because it's the next generation of comics that I don't know necessarily. I didn't know Louis. I didn't know Zach. I didn't know Martha. And so, it's a whole group of people doing what I do, but, now, which is a whole different, the playing field's different out there with comedy.
Well, you had your success very early on, although I'm sure it didn't feel that way to you. But you were a very young man when you got on Carson and got your specials, and then went to Vegas.
31, though.
Yeah.
I just didn't necessarily look 31.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was a little, I had been doing it for a while, but you're right, in relative terms.
Yeah, because most people that are 31 are still, running to get somebody water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's an amazing thing when you get kind of shot into stardom and then you're in your own place for all those years.
I never got anyone water.
No.
I always got other people to get me stuff. I would fake like I'm reaching for it. And they would go, are you all right? And I go, I'm trying to reach that water right there. Well, let me get it for you. Oh, could you? Could you?
Yeah.
I come from that kind of family.
Sure. Well, that's an amazing thing for you to be in a family comedy because your entire career has been examining your family.
Yeah, my whole life has been, how can I take this thing that I grew up with, which I guarantee you is not exactly what you might think it is, but nobody's is. Everybody's family has their stuff where you go, ooh.
Yeah.
You know, if you're ever at somebody's house and you're in the kitchen, you hear them, and you hear something, you go, ooh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, poor Robin. And then you look through the, fridge and olives. I love olives.
But that is true. You've had a lifetime examining your family, and now with this character, it's kind of based a little bit on your mom and your sisters.
Yeah.
And oddly, I hear from a lot of people, I have an aunt just like that, or I have a
Isn't that
sister.
a great thing?
Yeah, it's amazing.
You're playing my mother.
Yeah.
I go, well, she's not getting any of the money. I'm on cable. I'm barely getting paid the way it is.
But you must have been doing impressions of your family members as even a little kid, right?
I don't know that I did because I did comedy on a dare.
Yeah.
I never had planned a career in comedy. So it was a little different of a switch for me. But my dad was a musician, and he always stayed up and watched Doc Severinsen because he liked him on The Tonight Show with Johnny. And he would let me stay up and watch the comedian because I like the comedians, Jonathan Winters, Jackie Vernon, Bob Hope. All those people were big influences of me. Johnny Carson.
Wasn't that an exciting night too? If you knew like Rodney was going to be, because we only had three channels back then. So if you knew it was a Rodney or a Rickles night, you're like, I'm staying up.
Oh yeah, or Buddy Hackett. Even.
Buddy Hackett was amazing.
Buddy Hackett would do mean things. Which he's got the same family as me. He's doing mean things to his brother. But, so I was always trying to take the chasm and try to relate to it. I can remember the day that I turned from being a kind of an insult, fat joke comic to a guy who talked about his family. I was in a little club in Minneapolis, and I said to the guy in the front row, I look at everybody. You look at everybody in the front row, and I saw a guy who was obviously with his father. It's just the resemblance. And I said, is that your dad? He goes, yeah. I go, you get along with him? Yeah. He's nice, huh? Yeah, he's very nice. I go, huh. Well, my dad never hit us, though, either. He carried a gun. And that
changed everything.
That changed everything for me. And so I got such a giant laugh that I didn't get doing anything else, and a different kind of laugh. And then when I came off stage, a guy, Roman DeCare, God rest his soul, who played a tiny harmonica. He was a very funny guy. And he'd get hit a sour note, and he'd pull out a rubber pickle. And he'd go, oh, pickle! And, which always made me laugh, even though I saw it 1,000 times. And then he had no joke after that.
That was it.
Yeah.
But he made a living out of it.
We loved him, so he was very, I came off stage and he said, Louis, if you do that family material and you do a completely clean act, because I didn't then, you'll become famous. And I don't know, sometimes you're listening to people and sometimes you're not. And I never had anyone give me any advice like that. So I said, huh. And then I started talking about my mom. My mom's first words out of her mouth at a restaurant are, "Could we get some extra butter?" And the guy would say, "Well, let us seat your party first, ma'am."
And that one moment where you kind of find who you are on stage is always amazing, right?
Well, because then you go and and all you're doing is writing jokes.
Yeah.
Well, how can I? Oh, my little brother, you're adopted.
Yeah.
They were frog-faced people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
And so it just happened. I just started, creating this, partially my mom, but all from a real place.
Yeah.
That, eventually turned into my first special, Mom Louie's Looking at Me, which we just put out, believe it or not, the 25th anniversary of it, which is such, that's when you know you're old. When I started. And then it bore Life with Louie, and then bore the books I wrote, Dear Dad, and the other books about my family, really. They're all about, and now I'm working on a couple of new family projects. And so, I have to really thank my family, and I'm really lucky that somehow I became the, juicer of the family.
Yeah. But you had to have been a real observant kid watching all this go on.
I think I was more of an observant. Yeah, I guess, but I didn't know I was.
Right.
I would just the adults would talk and I go, huh. You know what I mean? I was listening. I guess I was listening.
Yeah.
Like the Scientologists. I was listening. I heard something.
But it started
coming.
Yeah. But it started to make sense to you that, what was unique about your family and then what was, like you said, in common with all of us. There's so many, all of us have some kind of family secrets.
Oh, tons.
That we keep.
Oh my God, there's tons. I remember when my dad drank. He was an alcoholic, and he quit drinking when he was 69. I think he got a DUI, and it just was the time when my dad decided to quit drinking. And I remember my mom turning to me very resolutely and saying, I told you he'd quit. And I just said, and that's Christine.
Yes,
Baskets.
that's exactly right.
That's really Christine Baskets, believe it or not. A very determined, there's no way I'm not going to win this battle.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, casualties happen.
Yeah.
We all got affected by that alcoholism. But in some crazy way, even though your father was a monster and he stayed with you, I'm less upset than the people who their parents split up.
Right.
I'm less affected by my father's terror than had he be removed from it, because I think a chasm happens to kids when they're removed from it. My friends they just go, they abandoned me. And so I guess you can get over abuse easier than you can get over abandonment, or maybe I just could.
Yeah.
Because to have that, even though it was bad sunlight, to have the sunlight of my father being in the proximity, there was something really deep about that.
Right.
But I only look back at these things now like that, because I'm older, probably. Maybe I'm not remembering it as accurately, because I think you try to bend your reality to justify your stomach. I don't even eat that much.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I even say that to myself when I go, Louie, you eat as much as you can get your hands on, Louie. Is it wrong for me to order 2 sandwiches when everyone else is getting a half a sandwich and a soup?
Yeah. But, when you say too, it's like we're not just nostalgia for the good times. We're just nostalgic for our past in some way,
And I think I think nostalgia is a really comfortable place for a lot of us.
Sure.
And I just try to make money out of mine.
And you have. That's the amazing thing.
Somebody once came up to me and Louis Anderson, nobody's made more money with a screwed up family than you.
Yeah, that's true.
And I go, well, maybe, I don't know.
Well, when you read most people, like an entertainer writes a book in their early days, you kind of skip past it. Yeah. But yours are just fascinating, the details, and that you turned so much of this pain into humor. It's very funny, but the pain doesn't disappear. There's always, the pain is part of it.
It's like my book, Dear Dad, they were letters to my father 10 years after he died, which is the weird thing. And I just, it just came out on Kindle because Kindle wasn't even a thing
right
back then in the 1800s. And like when people say, when did you start? I always go 1901. And, you know, some of them will go, oh, Jesus. I had no idea. They don't quite put it together.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. But I always thought that book really was the turning point in my life. I was able to forgive my father completely, and I got to see a 180-degree or 360, whatever one you want to pick, of my father's real life in his childhood. So when I was able to add up my father's childhood, it completed a puzzle and a picture that made me diminish my resentment, hatred, and, you know, and all my hurt from him. Because I go, oh God, he did actually a lot better than, you know, than I might have done. You know,
he was a human being. He wasn't a god or a monster.
And you know, the day you see your parents as human beings is always an important day.
Yeah.
And like people will say to me, I'll meet people and they go, I haven't talked to my sister in 7 years. And I go, let's call her. And I'm serious. I go, let's call her.
Yeah.
Oh no, we don't talk. And I go, you know what? I'll just want to tell you one thing, and I'll just get off it. I'll say to them, you will not be able to resolve this if you don't do it while they're alive. It won't be as easy. And if you, what are you holding on? I always point out that resentment is the only thing that really eats the container it's in. And it really does kill. It just kills people in so many ways. But it's difficult. I'm not them. I understand it. I had a lot of things with my family, but we had to get it like, are you okay? Are you okay? We tried to resolve it.
Yeah.
I'm more of a like peacemaker. I would have been a good negotiator to, all right, listen, you want that. They want that. All right. Nobody's going to have it. I'm taking it. The Gaza is mine. You lost your rights.
Yeah.
You're going to have to pay to wail and at the wall. And
everybody's got.
You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
You know, you just want to take it's like two kids. Mm-hmm. You're not going to have the wagon anymore. And I don't mean to put it in those things. But my mom once said to me, you know what's wrong in the Middle East, Louis? I go, what, Mom? I cannot wait. They don't have enough hot water. And no soup.
No soup.
You know, if I gave you kids some soup and gave you a hot bath, you went right to sleep. There was never any fighting.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know, Mom, there's some real truth in your stuff because, it's just amazing. Like I find it very, I'm not going to get preachy, but inclusion. You grew up in the projects, you grew up poor. They line you up. There were the project lines, and they just told us, here's where all the project kids, you guys line up there. And then the other kids, I don't know what they called them, but there was a name for them that, you own homes kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the Syrians, they lined them up next. No, but, it was really, quite honestly, a big lesson for me that I go, oh, I'm singled out here.
Yeah.
And so but my mom was inclusive. Like if a kid wasn't eating enough in the neighborhood, my mom brought him. And why don't you have dinner with us? And she would feed the kid.
Yeah.
Even at sometimes when the parent would come and go, you're making my kid fat.
Yeah.
And she'd go, well, he's got to eat. Well, stop feeding him.
Yeah. Well, I was with you and Jay Moore, and he was saying when his wife, Nikki Cox, was a kid, looking to get into something, you and your mom stopped the car, and your mom invited her in.
To the limo.
Yeah, into the limo.
I was shooting my pilot.
Yeah. And took her into the show and just showed her this fantastic time. And I'm like, who does that? The day you're shooting a pilot, oh, this kid needs to get in.
Yeah.
You know?
My mom was inclusive.
Yeah.
And also, she shouldn't have done it. Am I right? I mean, no, I love Nikki. Don't get me wrong. But her name was Chrysanthemum then. And, no, but, but you know, but my mom, like when your mom does it, you go, what? This is my time. This is my time, Mom. You know, like in The Godfather. Yeah. What about me? What about me, Mike? What about my time? You know, but when your mom, and that's what I do with Christine also.
Sure.
To her own end, you know, she will cause trouble. She'll go, I'll fix this.
Yeah. Well, the Easter show when she's pushing tables together, and you're like, this is going to be disaster.
Yeah.
But her heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
But
also she's nosy.
Yeah, she wants to know everything.
Human beings are nosy.
Yeah.
And I come from a nosy place, the Midwest.
Right.
When I go to Minnesota, people say, when'd you get in? What? When'd you land? What? What do you mean did you come in today or when are you leaving? Do you ever think you'll move back here? And I go, gee, I don't even know you. I'm serious. Every single time. When'd you get in?
Let me check my ticket. Oh,
yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah. But just like I go, I won't answer him ever. I go, you'll never know.
What was it like for you being a kid in Minnesota? Was it,
Well, I was a fat kid, but, you know, I was like, I think when you grow up in an alcoholic family, not to make people sad, but it's like growing up where a nuclear bomb went off.
Mm-hmm.
You can't feel the effects always right away, but you know something happened. And you never are sure if your dad or your mom is drunk. You know, not my mom, she never drank, but whoever the alcoholic is. Like when you go in the house, the thing you want to find out, is he drunk or isn't he drunk? You would almost be able to tell without seeing anybody. You were so, you know, I don't know if it was an intuitive or you just believed it and it happened so much that you were right. And, you know, when you grow up in a family where things are rough, you develop all these really wrong things, like yes is no, and no is yes. And, you know, you develop all these mechanisms to protect yourself. You know, like you can never have a friend over because if your dad was drunk on the couch or in the chair, you know, you didn't want him getting up with his boxer shorts on and go, you know what I mean? You were embarrassed. And so I think there was a part of me that was, I don't know, you know, like I can't, you know, I don't have a lot of vivid memories of being a child, to be honest with you. But I also think I held on to the great part of me that is a kid and get to live it every day, kind of.
Yeah.
Because I want to cause trouble. I want to see if I can get people. My dad used to say, "Here comes Louie. He's going to stir everything up and then he's going to leave." Jeez, I got blamed for everything. And then but it was true. I was that kind of kid, you know, who wanted to, you know, see what I could get going.
What did your dad think of your act when, you know?
He loved it. He
did.
He was a musician, you know.
Yeah.
My dad was really famous in the 1900s. Like in 1920, he played with Hoagie Carmichael, who was a giant.
Sure.
You know, he wrote Stardust, and, you know, in that jazz era, he was a jazz trumpet and cornet player. But I never got to see any of it because he was 50 when I was born. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I heard that. In fact, I have a poster that says Louis Anderson and his orchestra, like a woodblock printing from the 80s, it looks like.
Yeah.
But it's really from like the, you know, 40s and 50s. And it looks like me because his name was Louis also. So I was named after him. And not my middle name's different, but, you know, so I saw that poster, Louis Anderson and his orchestra. And I go, well, that's just like this poster's Louis Anderson comedy posters I have. And so I got to, another thing, a guy came backstage once and said, hey, your dad was my trumpet teacher. I go, what was he like? Oh, he was tough. He'd really give it to you. And I go, oh, good. Well, you were probably a slacker then, right? Yeah. Well, don't bother me then. No, no, but I was really grateful that I got that poster, that we never had any of that memorabilia. It was supposedly a trunk stolen in St. Louis. It's always something like that.
Sure.
There's always a story in a family. We were rich, and then somebody took the patent and made their own hair clips. What?
But when you see that poster, you see a man that you never really met. You see different life.
But, I also, I lived with a guy who we would go to the grocery store, and he would say to the checker, put that stuff in this bag right here, in a separate bag. And my dad would drop that bag off to somebody who wasn't doing well. So I got to see that. Who's that for? That's for the Johnsons. They're a little, my mom, they're not doing too well. Yeah. And just sending them some ham. You just feel better when you have a nice slice of ham. Let's have ham when we get home, Louis. All right, Mom.
All right, Mom. How about you, when you first moved out to L.A., what kind of transition was that?
Well, Jeff Turbino, who is a comedian from Minnesota, one of the guys who really started comedy in Minnesota, I lived with him and his wife, Jeannie, in North Hollywood. And then I wanted to get in I only had a couple goals. I wanted to get in the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
I wanted to have my name on the Comedy Store, and I wanted to do the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
Those were really my two big goals, And it's so funny what goals a comic has compared to maybe what an actor has. Like now a comic might go, I want to get my own show. I want to do that. I never thought like that. I thought, I get my name on the Comedy Store, and I want to get on with Johnny Carson, the show I watched with my parents. So the guy finally, Jimmy Walker got me into the Comedy Store, and then he let me write for him. He did it with Letterman. He did it with a lot of people.
Leno wrote for him.
Leno.
As well.
And, I was a terrible joke writer. Yeah. That isn't my forte,
Yeah.
But he just was a really kind human being. And, then I would audition for the Tonight Show. The girl Debbie, who worked the Comedy Store, I said, who's auditioning for the Tonight Show? And it would be Howie or someone like that. Mm-hmm. And I go, hey, put me on right before them. So I can, and the guy, I finally got my own audition, and the guy said, you're not Tonight Show material. And your whole life you can do, all you can do, you're like shocked. You're like somebody walked up to you and shot a bullet in your chest. You're not good enough for this show. You're not, Johnny, I don't think Johnny would care for you. And you just go, what? You're like, he's already gone, and you're going, what? You gotta be kidding me. I've been planning my whole career, and for 2 years he kept me off the show. He didn't like me. He's gone now, Jim McCauley, God rest his soul. But he just didn't like me. Maybe he didn't like fat people. I don't know. There's a lot of people who don't like fat people. It just is the way it is. And I don't care for thin people, so it's the same. So it's not true. Extremely thin people have the exact same problem that extremely fat people have. But anyway, so I got booked on the Letterman show. So as soon as I got booked on the Letterman show, the Tonight Show guy called me and said, hey, we'd like to have you on the Tonight Show. What? Because I was so, I'm so naive.
Yeah.
But I knew what was going on. But they're so competitive, the shows back then.
Sure.
And then, so I picked the Tonight Show because, remember, that was my goal. So then, Dave and the producer was so mad. I didn't get on there for 2 years. And I finally wrote Dave a note and said, hey, I think you would have even done this.
Right, sure.
I said it was, and he did, and he had me on after that. So I finally got on, and that's the only way I could get on. And then, I was really grateful.
Well, what was that like? I mean, you have a lifetime goal of doing this show, and you're standing on the other side of that curtain, ready to walk through.
Well, first of all, it's a very tiny backstage thing. People don't realize that. It's about this right up to here, maybe a little further, and then the curtain where you're going to go out. And then that curtain looks very cheap when you're there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I go, this is not spun silver, right?
Yeah.
But I come from a place where my mom would go, that's cheap. Even though we were dirt poor, she knew what style was. She grew up as kind of a rich kid. And then the band is blaring. And he goes, "You ready?" I go, "Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. And my mouth is really dry. I go, "I got to have some water. He has some water there. I knew that, so I had water there. And he goes, you know, and I know my act really. I've been practicing it for a long time. And then the music comes and the spotlight hits the curtain and you're behind it and it illuminates this room we're all in. Just unbelievable. And you go, Jesus, that's great. You know, but you're not expecting. And then you hear, hey, welcome back. This next guy is making his national television debut. Tomorrow night, he's going to be at the Comedy Store at the Dunes Hotel. Please give a nice warm welcome to Louis Anderson. Right? Mm-hmm. And that curtain parts, and you know you're showed before the show the spot you're supposed to stand on. And so you're trying to walk out and look at the spot and then look at the thing. And then I have one great advantage over most comics. I am not afraid of a pause.
No.
I am just not. I learned it from Jack Benny. I'm not afraid of a pause. I don't know why. It's just who I am. Mm-hmm. And I always had a handkerchief, so I had the handkerchief in my hand. And I didn't own a coat. I mean, I didn't own a suit. So my brother got me a coat. Mm-hmm. And I had these gray pants. And to this day, when I see that clip, I go, look how fat my legs are. It's the weirdest stuff you look at. And I came out and I said, I can't stay long. I'm in between meals. And that was it.
Yeah.
And that was it. And yeah. I did this show and Johnny loved it. And Selma Diamond was on and someone else. And they were running behind time. And so I did the thing and I said good night. I didn't get called over, but I was heading back to the dressing room. He goes, Johnny wants you. Go back out. And I go, where? Where to go? Where to go? And I come back out for a bow because I got, giant. Yeah. I can still remember going, man, that was a good one, Louis.
Yeah.
And then I waved to him and he motioned for me to come over. I went over and shook his hand, and you can go on Getty, and that's one of the first images that comes up, and the rest is a blur. The rest is like a blur. Even when I was out there, I was like it was like an out-of-body experience. One time I know I saw myself from above. I go, get back in there. God damn it. Do not screw this up. And then I also did a really brave thing that I've always been brave about. I did an ad-lib off Johnny's monologue. That I was really proud of myself. Because I did it to get back at Jim McCauley.
Jim McCauley.
Because he said, don't do any jokes that weren't planned. I go, fuck you.
That's so great.
You bastard, you. I'm going to do a joke. And you can't do it. And I always did another joke every Tonight Show that I went on. Johnny was talking about McDonald's just went over to a billion people or 10 million people or something. I go, I was just at McDonald's and the sign changed again, right? And Johnny loved that. He loved that.
Sure.
So then I did 9 Tonight Shows in or 6 Tonight Shows in 9 months, which is really, I had 9 prepared or something.
Right.
Like
you
that.
had already had your act.
Yeah. I had like 9 or 10 Tonight Shows laid out before I got to LA.
Yeah, because
I was prepared. I was always a really prepared comic.
There's a comedian that I know had this giant first Tonight Show, was invited back. The next one was okay.
You always feel it's not so good though the second time.
Yeah, it's
like
tough.
I go, that isn't as good as my first one.
Right.
But it was as good in a lot of ways because I introduced another part of who I was with the family stuff.
Right.
And then I never realized, this is one of my big regrets. I was a little full of myself. I've always been very self-centered and egomaniacal. It's a common thing with comics, especially with me. And I didn't realize how much Johnny liked me. And I wish I would have.
Right.
But you can't have any regrets about that stuff, I probably would have made him hate me if he did really like me. But, hey, Johnny, can I take this home? I guess.
I've talked to another great comedian who was very fond of you, and that's Joan Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
And to me, it's so funny that those two kind of had that break because I always thought that they were just at the top. I saw Joan pretty well towards the end of her life, still was writing jokes every day.
Yeah.
Great jokes every day.
Great joke writer.
Just
much better
unbelievable.
joke writer than me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I really don't. I write jokes according to, I'll do this joke now.
Yeah.
I'll go, oh, guess what? I had Fanta that had no calories.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible. It's just horrible. I go, they should never make Fanta without calories. Because it's just no good.
Yeah. It's just unique to you.
But that's what I would do.
Right.
Because that's what would make me most comfortable.
Yeah.
And I was part of the whole chasm. Did you know that?
No.
I was the first comic to perform for Joan.
Wow.
And so they were mad at me for a tiny bit only, though.
Mm-hmm.
Because I said, I'm never going to let happen what happened to me with Letterman. And I never let the Comedy Store, the improv thing. If I was going to go to the improv, I went to the improv. Mitzi goes, were you at the improv? And I go, I know. It's crazy. I go, but Mitzi, this is my home, so you don't have to worry.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Hey, Louie, start wearing sweaters. What? You're a sweater comic. What? It's true.
Yeah.
You're a sweater comic, Louie. I am?
But see, that's one of the things I think that maybe even your audience doesn't pick up on you. And David Brenner, I always thought was the same way.
Yeah,
They're
love
just
David.
bullish to do what they decided to do. And a lot of guys might look at you or David Brenner and think, oh, he's a clean comic, so he's a pushover. But both of you guys, I always thought he just does what he wants to do.
And I was the first comic to do his show too.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because I believed same with Arsenio, I did his show. I believe that comics shouldn't be, what do you call it? Not merchandise, but collateral or whatever you want to call it. But shouldn't be, you don't have any ownership over me.
Yeah.
And I'm not in this competitive thing you're in. Because I never competed with comics either.
Yeah.
I always thought, well, they're no threat to me. They're not doing butter jokes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're trying to, make a point. I'm trying to make a butter joke.
Yeah. Well, you talked about getting into quiet places, which most comics are fearful. You do it. Newhart always did it.
Yeah, he was a really
so amazingly well. But where does that kind of confidence to know that, okay, the room is quiet, it's not a bad thing?
I'm so full of myself.
Are you really?
I think that's it. Hey, if you guys don't want this,
right?
I'm not going to I learned really early on that less was more. And in Hollywood, no was the most powerful word. Because I learned the hard way around other things in Hollywood where I was too needy. But with an audience, I have to establish who's running the show. This is my show. And I'm not mean or arrogant about it.
No.
But you came here to see me, so this is what I do. I guarantee you, I'll pay off my end. You'll go home forgetting. You won't think about your troubles if you trust me. I never said any of that, but I just was really real on stage, and my thing is not to force it, with a joke. And I don't know. I learned it from Jackie Vernon, I think. Jackie Vernon and Jack Benny, very underrated. Jack Benny, if you want to go back and see some unbelievable, he had a lot more even guts than I do, because he would just stare off into the thing, and people would look and go, what is he looking at? What is he? And Johnny was really good at it.
Yeah,
too.
Johnny.
He would look to the side and do that kind of stuff. And so it just is who I am. I really am really good at one thing, stand-up comedy. I'm really good at it. Not egotistically,
sure,
but I'm good at it. I'll go up against anybody you want. They always put me on after Robin and Sam and all these people who suck the wind out of the room. But, I was not afraid of that. I okay, well, here, I'm going to follow this. I'm not afraid of it. And it wasn't always easy, but it always made me stronger.
Well, I always thought that.
And I loved all those guys.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
All those people were fond of you too. And that's what was always amazing to me, is like when Rodney put you and Sam on the same young comedy special. You would never do that with music. You would never here's a heavy metal band and a folk singer.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
you're saying I'm a folk singer? My God.
So's Dylan.
I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when Rocky Mountain High, Alabama.
Yeah. But you never felt like, okay, here's Sam and Dice was there at the same time?
But I was horrified when Sam went on.
Yeah.
Because, I didn't know what to do. I was in Rodney's club, and he called me. We became friends. I met Rodney while I was still in Minnesota, and a bunch of us went down to this place called the Carlton Celebrity Room in Minneapolis. And I said, let's welcome Rodney. We're all the comics. Let's go see him. And Jeff Gerbino, I think, really was the catalyst again behind that. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was. And then I said, hey, Rodney likes scotch. I read it in an article. Let me stop and get a really good bottle of scotch. And I said to the guy, because I never touched alcohol because my dad was a drunk. So I just said, I don't know. So I said, what's a good scotch? And he goes, Glenlivet. I go, give me one. Give me a big bottle of that. And I gave that to Rodney. And he was so touched by that. Hey, man, what the hell? Hey, man, thanks. And he brought it up, for 10 years. Hey, man, you brought me that scotch. I never had anyone bring me anything. You know what I mean? It was really important to Rodney. It was the weirdest thing. And I did it because my mom was that person. So then Rodney called me and said, much later, after, he says, I'm doing a young comedian special. And I know you've already done the Tonight Show and you're really past this, but I want you to do it. And I'm going to put you on last as a compliment. And I go, okay. And I'm thinking, third. I want to be on third. And every comic knows you want to be on third. Because the first guy takes it, and the second guy warms him up. And then you come out and go to the fourth guy, try following that. So, there were 10 on that show, I think.
Yeah,
I think there were 10. And, so Sam comes out after there's a lot of comics, and they're all good. And Sam comes out, and the New York audiences are in shock. They're dying of laughter like we did. Like all the comics used to stand in the back and watch Sam, because he was doing stuff nobody talked about. He was doing a joke where he said, when they shoot those things where the kids were starving, I'm sure the cameraman has a sandwich. And we weren't thinking that. That was forward thinking. And he crushed that audience. And I went, oh God. Hey, you guys have parents? Hey, does anybody like butter? Hey, cats lick it. Oh, God. You know, I'm so scared. I have to be honest with you. I was really scared. Because I go, I don't want to look bad. No one wants to look bad, do they?
No.
You never want to look bad. And so I just said, oh, Louie, just do it. It's no big deal. In the end, you know. But I was nervous and I was but I didn't know anything about editing. I didn't know anything about an audience regaining their legs or any of that stuff. And Rodney gave me the most beautiful introduction. You know, he just really loved me. And, you know, I was lucky enough to do well. That was a big special for everyone involved.
Yeah,
everyone involved, if they're not dead, is still working.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Those specials
that
were,
first one.
Yeah.
That was the first one. And to this day, people still bring it up to me. And,
yeah.
But I learned a great lesson that night. Go on third.
But, you know, I hear you tell these stories about being a little kid and watching the Tonight Show and loving it so much, and then putting yourself not even in that television, but in that world where you could say Rodney and, you know, Joan and all these people. It's just amazing to think.
They liked me, you know,
Yeah.
I'm likable.
Yeah, you are.
You know what I mean?
You are.
If you're likable, that's a big advantage. I used to tell people, you know, that are comics that were struggling, I go, you know, I'm just likable. I'm not even that good. You know, I would say to them, I'm not even like, I'm just me, but I'm likable. And that's such a big advantage. So I would tell them, I go, do as much stuff to make yourself likable or really hateable. I go there, don't be in the middle. It means nothing.
Yeah.
Don't go out there like one of them that's sitting watching you. Go out there like the biggest a-hole or the nicest person in the world, the most likable person in the world.
Yeah,
you know?
I think
that I didn't know those things early on. I was just likable. People like me.
Well, they connect. I think people are, you know, will ride it out with you. That's why I say everyone is so happy for you with
I know,
Christine Baskets.
It's really nice.
And as I said, we're walking through and, you know, great comics are in the lobby and wanting to run over and say hello to you. And people are all saying to me, isn't it great what's happening for Louie?
Nice.
Isn't it great?
It is great. It is great. Imagine if I were on network, how much I'd be making. That's the kind of thing I think of. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm thrilled with all the accolades, but I love cash. No, they're great at FX to me, but you know, it is a new playing field because I used to be the Louie. I used to be the guy who was the executive producer, and I used to be the Zach. You know, I was that was my show, and now I'm not. That's not my show, but I learned so much. I mean, I'm so grateful because you know I got to fill in a spot in myself. How often at 62 do you get to like? Oh, I found the piece of the puzzle.
Right.
Oh, my God. Put it right here, will ya? Oh, I'm going to lay down for a while. I'm going to lay down. Bring me a Kirkland, will you, kid?
And to showcase this thing that you've been talking about so long, which is your mom and your sisters. I mean, what a
nice honor for them.
What a strange way to be able to honor someone too, you know?
You know, I think it was always in my back pocket, but I had no part of this. That's the unusual thing. I had no part of this. You realize that?
Yeah.
This is you know, Louie and Zach and Jonathan were together, and Louie said to Zach, and Zach had this actress, I don't know her name, a British actress. That's who he wanted to play his mom. She wasn't available, I guess. I should call and thank her. But
it was Helen Mirren. Helen Mirren.
I think she should have done it. And so Louie calls my agent, Steve Levine at ICM, my old agent. Yeah. And I'm with Gersh now. And He says, can I get Louis Anderson's number? And Steve calls me and goes, Louis C.K. wants your number. I go, all right, give it to him. Louis calls me and goes, hey, I'm here with Zach Galifianakis. I go, you are? So lucky. Tell Zach I love him. You know, I didn't do any of that, luckily. And, but I said, yeah. He goes, we're doing a sitcom. We want you to play a character. I go, yeah. You know, nobody's called me in 9 years. So, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't get the call, and you get that call, you're going to go, yeah, Louis C.K. is calling me. You know, the Louis on FX that's won like 75 awards, right?
Yeah.
It couldn't be hotter. Yeah. You know what I mean?
He's the hottest right now.
Yeah. And also, you know, he punched a hole in for everybody in the business.
Sure.
He kicked a wall in so that people can now get in there and make shows. You know, that people are interested in comics again.
Yeah.
So anyways, he did something really breakthrough without even saying he did it, you know, which is really good. And he says, we want you to play Zach's mom. And I go, yes, I'll do it. And he said, we'll call you. I go, okay. And that was really it. And I did the pilot a year before we shot the show. And we didn't know if we were going to make it. We had to keep it secret.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I went there to shoot the show. And that's how it happened. I had nothing to do with this. Zero, except how they did it was this way. Louis says to Zach, well, he goes, I have a voice in my head. And then he made or some kind of noise. And Louis said, you mean like Louis Anderson? And he goes, yeah. He goes, should we call him? And he goes, yeah. And isn't that an amazing thing?
It's crazy. Yeah.
And I'm just like, you know, I think my mom had something to do with that.
Do you think?
Well, I'm sure she knows Louis' great grandma who's up there and said, why don't you give the other Louis a break? And Zach is Greek, so, you know, they go way back. And, you know.
Wouldn't that be great if that's exactly what happened? Wouldn't that be the most amazing?
What would be better?
Yeah.
And my mom up there going, you know, he's playing me.
Yeah. Well,
I had that same outfit.
Well, you know, even when I heard the premise of the show, and I'm a Zach Galifianakis fan, I'm hearing he's playing a clown, I'm like, oh, this is going to be edgy and crazy. But when you watch the show, it is those things, but it's also sweet and heartbreaking and optimistic in certain places about humans. It's a really, really interesting show.
You know, Ron, you know what's really great? We live in this time where a tiny thing can exist that's really, really, really special.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, there was never any FX.
Right.
When we were, you know, starting out, right? There wasn't FX. There was no Sirius.
Yeah.
Right? There's no Sirius radio.
Yeah.
And what happened is that Andy Warhol's right. Everybody's getting a chance to shine. And so FX and Louis and people like that who, you know, when you're on cable, you know, the whole thing is when you're on the network, you better get an 8, 9, or 10 share, something big, you know, and they look at that. And they better be 18 to 36. Don't have any old people watching you.
Yeah.
Right? You know? And you know what? I don't know what we get, but I know we don't get an 8, 9, or 10. The OJ thing does. But, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so look at that. Look at that. Because of that, and because the way people watch TV now is right here in front of them, like everybody can watch TV wherever they are.
Sure.
And we had to rush home.
See it
and
once.
There was no DVR.
Yeah, right.
And then we'd have to wait till they ran the reruns in the summer.
Yeah.
But we never got to.
No, God forbid you ever miss Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
That was the worst thing. You got a year to wait.
Or It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
Which I always would say when they'd say, It's a Wonderful Life. I go, is it? Is it? Is it?
Well, that is also another amazing thing about your comedy, because I've read the books and I know how much loss and pain that you've dealt with even very recently.
Yeah.
And yet you still bring comedy to people. You still bring laughter to people.
Well, it's a mechanism. It's a savior. It's a thing. It's, the real truth about comedy for me is when I would talk, even when I wasn't even thinking of being a comic, people would laugh. And I would go, I'm being serious, right? Yeah. And then they would laugh harder. Yeah. And then I would go, what? I'm serious. And then they would, and I learned that who I was or the way I did things was funny to people. And I think that's probably what saved me, because people like funny people.
Yeah.
They like people around that are funny.
Well, I think we also laugh when you go through some of this stuff because we think Me Too. You know what I mean? That
we're in a Me Too time, don't you think, Ron? I mean, I was talking yesterday about inclusion. My mom always included people in the neighborhood who were not doing well. And if we aren't at a time, I see so much exclusion in the debates and all that crap, that's on. And I go, we should just be focusing on inclusion.
Yeah.
And we should be focusing on art. And I'm going to tell you something that's a little serious. There's an episode coming up in Baskets where they're shooting in France, in Paris. And while they're shooting this, a mile away or a few blocks away, people are planning on killing a bunch of people at that exact time that they were shooting this episode of Baskets. And I just find that profound, that one group of people are making something to relieve people, and one group of people are doing something to destroy people. And I just think that inclusion, I just really give this a lot of thought. I go, are the people who are lashing out, they keep seeming to be people who've been excluded. So I just find that profound. And they left the day they left, the next day, those attacks took place. And I'm so thankful none of them, but isn't that an amazing thing? Isn't that an amazing thing when you find out in history, what had happened? But I just find it exactly Baskets is profound in so many ways. And I just think, oh my God, we are not being inclusive enough. I try not, I always say at the elevator, let's fit another person in. I go, come on in here. And I don't mean it in any weird way. I just want us to, I don't want to rub up against you, but I don't want you to feel excluded. That's kind of what I think. My comment, I think it comes from that place.
I think that there is, in your comedy, a place of pain and a place of beauty, and that we all recognize it,
Yeah.
And, again, I'm going to say the same thing that so many people are saying. Really, really happy for you.
Thanks.
And you really, really deserve what's happening for you right now. And it's so great to have you stop by. And
yeah, it's great to be here. And I never even knew this existed. See, this is what you find out when you get a hit. Hey, I never. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mike. I really had a great time.